Seem lower than usual.
What was that?
It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, February 16th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're safe and sound wherever you may be. Hope life is treating you well. It's a big day here on the program. It's a massive day here on the program. It's a monumental day here on the program for multiple reasons. Number one of our leaders celebrating a birthday. Happy birthday to Alex, number 38 for him. My son, Walter, celebrating his 8th birthday today. 8 years ago today, I became a dad for a second time. Happy birthday to my beautiful boy, Walter. To celebrate these milestones, we have a very special show, a very big show. You know, last week and leading up to UFC 271, a lot of people were like, Izzy turned his back on you. You're not as cool as you once were. You don't have the same kind of pull that you once had. You don't matter as much. You're not as relevant. You're not Mr., MMA, Mondays and Wednesdays, twice a week now. YouTube, podcasts, etc. And I was getting a lot of shots and the ego was hurt, but all along I knew things go according to his plan on Saturday in Houston. In studio he shall be, and looky here, in studio later today we shall be joined by the reigning defending UFC middleweight champion, the last style bender himself, Israel Adesanya. Say it with me now, Adesanya. Yes, the man who just defeated Robert Whittaker on Saturday at the Toyota Center in H-Town in Clutch City. He's now in New York doing a bit of a media tour. And as I told you all, he was going to join us. Just calm down. He's going to join us. And I can't wait for it. We have a lot to discuss. There's a lot going on in his life. It's a big time to be Israel Adesanya, the now five-time UFC middleweight champion, because he says the interim fight was an actual defense. And you know what? I'm not going to argue with him. And so I look forward to that. We're also going to be joined by his manager, Tim Simpson. Beforehand, Tim has become one of the best managers in the game. And I know a lot of other managers. Managers are a very interesting bunch in this sport. They're very sort of in their feelings all the time. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. Anyway, he has developed quite the client roster. Izzy, of course, Leon Edwards, Yuri Prochaska, Chris Cyborg, Conor McGregor. Those are some of the fighters that are represented by not only Tim, but the entire Paradigm team. I've never sat down with Tim for a proper interview, if you will, and so I look forward to that at around 3 o'clock. Izzy will be on, by the way, in studio at 3:30. Might be a little earlier. You never know. When the champ rolls in, the champ rolls in. I look forward to that. On the Nose will be today as well. You know where to leave the questions. arielhelwani.substack.com. We'll check in with GC, get his weekend fight picks. Of course, not getting Rafael Fiziev versus RDA this weekend. We're getting it March 5th. We are getting Johnny Walker versus Jamal Hill as the new main event. There's Bellator. There's a little Knucklemania. Whatever he fancies, we shall find out. We'll also talk to Casey O'Neill, who had that big win over Roxanne Modafferi this past Saturday. Ask her about the Thug Nose shirt. Does she get on the wall? Does she not get on the wall? What about, like she was wearing it, but was it a media thing? We'll get to all that. Ciryl Gane is going to join us for his first interview with us, and I think with anyone in the North American MMA media scene since the loss to Francis Ngannou on January the 22nd, I believe it was. Different mic today. I'm probably going to hit this a couple times. I promised Frank that I wouldn't. I'm going to use my left hand. But if I'm being honest, I'm not much of a lefty, so it's going to take a little bit of, reconfiguring in my brain. We're going to be joined by our first guest in a matter of moments. I'm looking forward to that very much. Before I get to our first guest, do want to let you know that today's program is brought to you by DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code THEMMA for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMA only at DraftKings. Can't wait for today's show. Nothing like a show where you have not one but two in-studio guests, arguably the best fighter in the world, arguably, right? Number one, number two, number three, no lower than number three. And so that's a really big deal. I am fired up. I hope you are as well. I love Wednesdays. We answer your questions. We have a great time. There's birthdays being celebrated. There's a lot to get to. First off, let's go to our first guest of the day and say hello to a fighter who has been through a lot, who has done a lot, and who is competing this Saturday at the event at the Apex in Las Vegas. She is Jessica Rose Clark, sporting some fantastic hair on this Wednesday morning. Hello, Jess. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yes, long time no speak. It has been a while.
It has been a long time.
It really has.
It's been a very long time.
And I trust that you're doing well, and there's a lot to talk to you about. Could I ask, what's the inspiration behind this particular hairdo?
Well, I feel like because Margot Robbie played Harley Quinn and she's Australian, and I also have the heart tattoo on my face, I get likened to Harley Quinn a lot. So I went, you know what? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go for it. She was my inspiration.
Okay.
I don't know how long it's going to stick for, but it's definitely here for this weekend.
So what is that? Purple and red?
Pink and blue.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, close.
Yes,
so close.
I'm colorblind. Also, would it be embarrassing if I admitted that I have no idea who Harley Quinn is?
No, that's fine. She was the Joker's girlfriend.
Oh, wow.
She was the Joker's girlfriend, and then she was played by Margot Robbie, who's an Australian actress in the Suicide Squad movies.
Yes. Wait, the Joker's girlfriend's in the Suicide Squad?
Yeah, she's Harley Quinn.
Wait, the Joker's in the Suicide Squad?
The Joker's girlfriend.
What the hell?
Both movies.
Really? I didn't know it had anything to do with Batman Suicide Squad. That's the movie with John Cena. That's all I know.
Yeah. And Harley Quinn's in it. Like, I think she might be the only woman in it.
Wow. Okay, so this is who you're paying homage to.
Yes.
I love it. You know what? When I saw it, I thought of that. And I just wanted to confirm that it was Harley Quinn that you were paying. I'm just joking.
Just said you didn't know.
No, I don't know. I'm just trying to save and be cool here. I have no idea who you're talking about. It sounds great, though. It sounds great. So you're back this weekend. Luckily, a little momentum for you because the last couple of years have been tough. This must feel nice, like a weight lifted off your shoulders that you could come back in a normal amount of time, right? As opposed to a year off in between fights like the last two fights.
Honestly, that's been my whole thought this week. Since I got here, I was like, oh my God, I was just here. I was here 4 months ago, I was here in October. So I only had 3 months between that and now. And it doesn't even feel real because I think since 2018, I've fought once a year or once every year and a half. And between injuries and it's just been frustrating. So I'm super happy to be consistent this time. And I hope that I can continue this for the rest of the year.
I was reading an article about you from 2020. So when you came off the first year layoff, right? 2019, 2020 was almost a year in between fights. You returned in September. And you were talking about how you legitimately didn't like MMA anymore. You didn't like training. You were dreading it. You weren't happy in the sport. Why? What didn't you like about it? Why was it not feeling fun anymore?
Honestly, I'd lost to Jessica and then got badly injured as I was prepping for my next fight and was off for a year, and then fought Pani Kainzad, who I'd already lost to back in Invicta. And it was just I'd moved from Vegas to California. I'd left my gym. I was starting with a new team. I was still I was still transitioning between Vegas and Northern California. There was just a lot going on. And I was instead of letting MMA be my escape and training be my escape, which it always has been, I was letting my personal life affect what I was doing, because I was so unhappy in my personal life. I was unhappy with everything. And I really shouldn't have taken the Pannie Kianzad fight. Like, I was coming back way too early off surgery. I was starting with off injury, sorry, because I didn't have surgery. I was coming back too early off injury. There was a lot of things I wasn't able to do in camp. It was my first fight back at 135 pounds after being at 125 for the previous 3 or 4. It was just a lot. And I really should have paid attention to all the signs, because there were so many things leading up to that fight that were like, hey, this isn't the right move. Even my coach Kirian was like, this isn't the right move. But because I wasn't 100% with him yet, I was still splitting my time between Extreme Couture and CSA in California. He didn't feel like he had the ability to say, like, this isn't what we should be doing right now. And so it was just in hindsight, like, one, I'm really grateful that everything happened that way, because it made me realize that I needed to refocus what I was doing. Because after I lost to Pannie the second time, like, I got to Moscow, I had food poisoning all fight week. I weighed in underweight. Like, I was sick. I was still throwing up after my weigh-in. Like, it was just, there was no excuses. Like, she's been better than me twice in 2 fights now. But there were a lot of external things that were going on. And I considered retiring after that fight, because I was just so unhappy. I was like, why am I doing this if I can't even win a fight? Like, I keep losing. I've lost 2. Like, I've lost 2 in a row before, but everything's super dramatic when you're in the middle of it. But now looking back, like, that was 2.5 years ago ish. I'm very grateful that everything happened the way it did, because it made me realize that I needed to refocus. I needed to kind of reconfigure my personal life and how I was handling external stress. I would just kind of try to sweep it under the rug and hope that I could outwork the way I was feeling. And it wasn't the case. It all came out when it came down to fight time. Then I had the extra stress and the pressure and being in a foreign country. And yeah, it was a lot.
How close were you to actually walking away?
No, I mean, like, I took a decent amount of time off. And when COVID happened and all the gyms shut down, we were running online classes, and I was the only one. Well, there was me and one other fighter that were allowed in the gym, and I would demonstrate all the online classes. And so then I think just being able to have that time by myself, just working out, being in the gym, it was usually just myself and Coach Kirian in the gym those times. That really helped me realize, like, if I walked away, I would miss this, And then when I signed the fight for Sarah Alper, that was kind of my make or break fight. Like, I made the decision when I signed that fight, if I don't enjoy this camp and if I don't enjoy fighting again, that'll be it for me. And I think that in its own right was very free, because that fight, when I fought Sarah, like, that was one of the best nights of my life, And then because I took that pressure off myself about winning or losing, it was purely just about enjoying what I do again. And I did. I loved, even though I blew my ACL out in that fight and had to take another year off, but that fight was my make or break, and it made me realize how much I actually really do love doing this. So I think if I hadn't have fought when I did, the story might have been a little bit different.
Did someone in particular help you get back on that track to loving it, or was it just like the time away, being alone, pandemic, being at the gym with the coach, like all those things added up? Or did you have to talk to like a sports, psychologist and stuff like that to help you kind of regain your love for the sport?
Yeah, so after I lost to Pannie Kianzad, Hans Molenkamp from Monster was in my corner for that fight, right? So he was with me all week and saw what a mess I was. So after that fight, he gifted me for that Christmas a couple of sessions with his therapist, with his psychologist. Okay. And she has changed my life. Like, she really helped me recognize that, like, she helped me stop focusing on wins and losses, because we as fighters, we put so much stock in whether we win or lose. Like, that's our sole identity. Are we winners or are we losers? Because it's hard to be in a competitive sport like this where it's one-on-one and not feel like you're a loser if you lose a fight. Like, it's very hard to separate yourself from the decision. So my therapist, Kristen, she really, really helped me kind of, I guess, peel back all the layers and remember why I started doing this in the first place. Remember all the things that I love about the sport, that I love about competing, and stop focusing so much on the outcome. So she was super integral. And then I also had Hans, I talk to him almost every day. He's he's the one who helped me go sober. Like, he's the one who helped me through my sobriety when I first stopped drinking. He's the one who helped me when I was thinking about retiring. And between him and Coach Ciryl, those two were super integral. And then even when the COVID stuff happened and I was the one in the gym demonstrating the classes, like, just being able to talk to Ciryl every day and having him, he really created a safe space for me, because I've had coaches in the past who, like, if I was winning, I got all the attention. If I was losing, like, I was on the back burner, And with Ciryl, he just wants to see me win as a human being. It has nothing to do with my athletic career. And it's taken me a long time to trust him and to believe that that's the case. But once I started to realize that through that shelter in place period, I think that also let me let go of a lot of hurt that I was carrying and a lot of trauma from previous coaches, previous gyms, all that sort of thing. So my therapist, Hans, and Ciryl were probably the three that got me to where I'm at right now.
How long have you been sober for?
It'd be 4 years in July.
Okay. Well done.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Okay. So things are coming together. You come back, you win 2 Septembers ago, September of 2020, right? As you mentioned,
Yep.
Feel good, weight lifted, and then you tear your ACL.
Yep.
How tough was that mentally?
Yeah, that sucked, but I think I kept a pretty positive attitude about it through the whole thing. I had a couple of days where I was like, oh my God, like, I can't believe this happened again. Like, I'm injured again. I'm on the shelf again, but Ciryl really made me see that if I was going to get injured, like, that was the best possible situation to get injured in. Like, I was coming off a big fight, like a good fight. I had a lot of hype behind me. Like, people always remember your last fight, right? So to come off that win, that finish of Sarah Alpar, and then be on the shelf for a year, I really don't feel like I lost any momentum. And I was very public about my recovery and everything as well. So I think even just being very open about where I was at with my recovery also kept me accountable. Like, I didn't give myself the option to kind of hide away and be upset and be depressed and be down about it. Like, I think 2 days after my surgery, I went back to the gym and just did one-legged rowing on the rowing machine. Like, I made sure I was in the gym every single day doing what I could do. And honestly, when I started camp for Jocelyn Edwards, like, I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified of wrestling. So I threw myself into wrestling because I think, like, I'm pretty sure I know where my ACL tore in that fight with Sarah, and it was in the wrestling moments, So then that had me terrified of wrestling, and I was like, you know what? Like, I'm gonna throw myself head on into this thing that I'm so scared of doing because I was so afraid of getting re-injured. And I just, I had such a good support system that even on the days where I was super down, like, they didn't let me be down for very long. I was very lucky to be in the place that I'm at.
Not only did you throw yourself into wrestling, you went to Mr. Wrestler himself. You went to DC, right? Weren't you with DC
Yeah.
AK? So how do you split your time? Or do you still do that, or do you not go to AK anymore?
I don't go to AKA. I go to DC's Wrestling Academy.
You actually go to DC's Wrestling Academy. Wow. With the kids? With the high school kids?
Yeah, with the high school kids.
That's amazing.
Man, some of those little girls beat the hell out of me.
Wow.
Like, my first day back after that, because I wrestled there for this camp as well. DC was traveling a lot, so I wrestled a lot with Deron Wynn. He would come in early because I can only train at one specific time based on my schedule because it's an hour drive for me. And some days I drive 5 hours between different training sessions. So My schedule is very tight. Like, I don't have a lot of leeway or leniency. So I mostly wrestle with Deron Wynn this camp, and he has been an amazing coach. But yeah, the first day I went back after the Jocelyn fight, it was like, it was one of the high school practices. And there's a bunch of these little girls, like 115, 120 pounds. They're like 14 years old, 15 years old. And I was like, whatever, I'm a grown woman, And DC made me wrestle with them, and I got shit beaten out of me.
Wow.
And I was like, how are these little girls holding me down? Like, I couldn't. It completely destroyed my ego, and I was like, okay, I need to come back to wrestling. I need to do this more.
Deron in your corner?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. You said you're a grown woman. I believe if you ask Sean O'Malley, you're a mature woman.
I am a mature
You're rich.
apparently, which I've never been
Right.
called that before, and I'm not entirely sure how to take that.
He
But-
seems to have a great affinity for you. In fact, he said that the heart tattoo comes from you.
We became friends after, because we had the same management for a while, and so we became friends in Vegas. I think after he won on Contenders, and then
Okay.
he was in town. I got introduced, and I showed him around Vegas a little bit. And then, like 2 weeks later, I see him and he's got a face tattoo. And I was like, that has to be because of me. Like, there's no way that he hangs out with me and then goes and gets a face tattoo and then doesn't admit that it's about me. But that was the first sign that he's admitted that it was because of me. And I'm like, which I'm all for. Like, it looks great on him, but I'm like, just be honest about it.
Yeah.
Let me be the inspiration.
Give credit where it's due. By the way, how many tattoos do you have?
I think around 100 now.
100. Wow.
Yeah.
First one, how old were you?
18. It was just after my 18th birthday. You have to be 18 in Australia. I don't know if you have to be that here, but Mum took me to get it for my 18th birthday, and she chose it, and she was supposed to get the same thing, and she didn't get it, and now I have this gecko on my hip that hurt so much, and it looks terrible, but I don't ever want to cover it up because that's what my mum gave me for my 18th birthday, you know?
And why that? What was the significance?
No idea. You can ask her if you ever meet her. She probably doesn't know either.
And how long after the first you get the second?
Like a year and a bit.
Okay.
I went through this spate between, like, most of the ones I have now, I got once I moved to the US. So it's only been in the last like 5 or 6 years that all these have happened. I think when I first moved out here, I might have had 10. Okay, wow. And then like I had my face and my hands done already, but my legs, my arms, I didn't have any of that. And then I one of my closest friends is actually my tattooist here in Vegas. And so I would just get bored and I would text her and I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? And she'd be like, come in. And then I'd go in and get something random. Almost none of them are planned.
Okay. Do the ones on the face mean anything?
So this one's a broken heart. Initially, it was a broken heart because my nickname is the Heartbreaker. And my ex actually got one on his face and then convinced me of it. And so then I got it. And then I got it colored in purple when I moved out to the US. Like, I left him and everything, then kind of wanted to change it a little bit. And then the anchor, I'd always heard this story about because American traditional tattooing comes from the Navy. Right? And so I'd always heard this story about guys in the Navy getting an anchor tattooed on them that was supposed to, I think it was usually on the hand, but it was supposed to signify that you were the captain, you were in charge. So I also like to be symmetrical. I couldn't have one and not have the other, but I chose the anchor for that reason.
And why is your nickname the Heartbreaker?
So when I had my first MMA fight, my coach, Igor Breakenback, back in Sydney, when we went to weigh-ins, I was super nice to my opponent. Like, I'm always nice to everyone. I don't hate the people that I'm fighting. Without them, I don't get to do my job, you know? So I never have any animosity towards them, even if they don't like me. So I was super nice to my opponent. And then I finished her in the fight the next night. And then my coach was like, oh, I'm going to call you the Heartbreaker because he's like, you're friends with all these girls and then you beat the hell out of them and you break their hearts. So has nothing to do with my romantic life, which everyone seems to think it is. I'm like, that's a really weird, like, why would I make my nickname about my romantic life? But that's where it came from.
It's like the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Yeah.
I thought maybe
and it would have, and like I would have taken that one if it wasn't already taken.
Right. Or
because HBK sounds way better.
Yes, you could. Would you come out to his music? Would you ever do that or no? Have you ever heard his song?
I actually don't know what his music is.
Oh, you don't know his music? That's more shocking than me not knowing who Harley Quinn is. If I'm being honest. They say I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I know the girls. It's more about a guy, so it doesn't. He's just a sexy boy.
Maybe that could be the next thing.
Yeah.
If I did Harley Quinn for this one, maybe changing the song is.
Let me tell you something. If you walk out to Heartbreak Kid and you can't really wear his outfit because of the whole Venom, but it would. I think a lot of fans would dig it. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Hey, let's say when Nick Maynard finally puts me on a pay-per-view,
what the
I will
hell?
walk out to the Heartbreak Kid.
Why don't they?
Song.
Okay, is that a promise?
Yeah, promise.
Okay. Now, why isn't he putting you on pay-per-view?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's any reason. I just think there haven't been any fights on pay-per-views yet.
Fine. If you walk out to the Heartbreak Kid music on pay-per-view, you will be immortalized on this wall. We will put your picture up on this wall for life.
Deal.
That's the deal,
Done.
okay? Immortalized forever.
Done.
This is bigger than the UFC Hall of Fame, this wall. I just want to let you know. This is a greater honor.
No, I believe it.
Okay, I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I believe it. Also, let me say something. So I heard in your intro that people were saying that you've gotten away from MMA and kind of talking trash on you for that bit. I just want to say I was most excited about being on your show again, and talking to you for the first time. So
thank you.
I personally, as a UFC fighter, don't think that don't feel like you've removed yourself. I feel like you've kind of put yourself at this level where now it's really exciting to be on your show.
Wow. Can I just thank you for that. You're actually going to get immortalized just for saying that. You don't even have to walk out to the song. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. By the way, oldest of 9 children, yes?
Oldest of 8 by blood, 17 collectively.
17?
Yeah, because I have a few like half brothers and sisters who each have other brothers and sisters, you know.
Oh my
so
God.
There's eight of us by blood though.
Wow. Okay. And your first entry into school was 5th grade. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Well, so
I did homeschool before that.
What were you doing before that? Just staying at home?
Homeschool.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we did. I did a lot of my own education. Honestly, like my grandma taught me to read, and then we were with like this like a Christian homeschooling company, and they would send workbooks and everything and give you like you have to do pages 7 to 10 today of the math book and whatever. They would give you instructions. And my mom, because there were so many kids, my mom was often with the other kids, like they were the younger babies, right? So a lot of my schooling I did on my own through that. And then when I finally moved in with my grandma, she worked full time and her husband worked full time. So then I got sent to school.
Was that a weird transition for you? Now you're around other kids all the time?
So weird, because I honestly, like how I grew up, we grew up on a bunch of different communes. And it was always adults. So I'd been around adults. Like I didn't know how to talk to kids my own age. Like I was a loser in school. In primary school, I was such a loser because I had no idea how to interact with people my own age, you know? So I kind of got by on being smart and being really good at sports. And then I would always end up in the popular group. But like when we would do that, because every group in school would be like, okay, we're the Spice Girls, and each one would be a certain Spice Girl. I was always the shittiest one. Like I was in the popular group, but then I would always be like Ginger Spice, you know? I would always be the worst one.
I was gonna say Sporty Spice because you said you were good at sport.
No, I was never Sporty Spice. Okay. No. It was like pity inclusion. Like I was included because I was such a kiddo.
Did they call you Jessica Rose, like your friends, or do they just call you Jessica?
My friends will call me Jessie because I prefer Jessie.
Okay.
I like Jessie, Jessica, or Jessica Rose. I don't mind. I really hate being called Jess, though.
Did I say Jess at the beginning of this interview? I think I did.
Yeah, but it's cool. I almost said something and I was like,
why did you say something? You know what?
It doesn't matter.
I should have said that. I don't even know why I said that. It was too like.
It's fine.
Yeah, it was too. I mean, last time we spoke was like 5 years ago. I don't have the right to say Jess right off the bat. You got to kind of ease your way.
No, it's fine. Jessie is cool. There's also at my gym, there's a ton of Jessicas.
Okay.
So Jessie keeps me kind of like I don't get lost in the mix, you know?
Outside. Okay, I get it. It makes you unique. Well, I apologize for that. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
So we're back this Saturday. You're looking to build some momentum. You win this fight. I know you were a little bit, is it fair to say a little disappointed? Like I felt after your last fight, you're like, I got the win, but that wasn't like what I wanted. You just wanted to get back. So now you're looking to make a statement. We want to be a little more aggressive, a little more impactful on Saturday. Yes?
Yeah, a little more my style, because the thing that's like tripped me out the most since the last fight is I get so many hate messages and comments going, oh, are you even going to throw a strike this time? And I'm like, I've had 22 fights and I wrestled one time. Yeah, like literally one time I wrestled, and out of the other 21 were all striking. And I'm like, I'm put in this box because people only remember your last fight, which is why I said it was good that I got injured off the Sarah Alpar fight, right? Because I'm like, that's an okay one to be remembered by. But this, that last fight was the right plan for that opponent. Like we knew that Jocelyn Edwards was a wild striker. We knew she had power, like there was. Our goal is always to win by someone's B game, you know? So like her B game was her wrestling. So that was the smartest thing I could do for that particular opponent. Plus she hit me so hard at the beginning and I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that again. Like, I don't want to get hit like that again, you know?
I don't blame you.
This next opponent, you know, her A game is her grappling, which means that I'm almost forced to be a striker again, which was the same with Sarah Alpha. Her A game was her grappling, you know? So it's just really sticking to the game plan and figuring out everyone's B game and then capitalizing on that. So I think this fight is going to be a lot more entertaining than what the last one was.
And then afterwards, we going home. I feel like home is calling you. You're talking a lot about representing Australia, going back to your Australian roots, being a proud Aussie. I feel like home is calling your name.
Yeah, I've definitely been getting pretty homesick lately. You know, like I had my mom. She sent me a bunch of photos of when I was growing up, you know, and of all the kids and stuff like that. And I lost it. I had like a full breakdown. I'm like, man, I'm so homesick, you know. I am going to have to go home to do my visa soon anyway. So I'm just hoping that happens sometime in the next couple of months because I really want to go see my family. Like I haven't seen my mom. I haven't seen my mom in 3 years and I haven't seen my brothers and sisters in almost 5.
Wow.
So I think it's getting time for me to go home for a little bit. Definitely not permanently, but you know, maybe for a week or two, just go see everyone until I get sick of everyone again and want to come home, want to come back here. Because the US really is my home. You know, like I've been here 6 years. My dogs are here. I'm settled here. Like my chosen family are all here. But I do need to go back and see my family soon.
Well, I hope you get a chance to do that. I would love to have you on again, not, 5 years from now, more often.
Yeah.
This was great. I appreciate your time, and I wish you the best this Saturday. Jessica Rose Clark, a.k.a. Miss Jessie Jess, going up against Stephanie Egger, not Jess Clark or Jess Rose Clark. Get it right.
Jess,
or Jess.
Sean likes to call
okay,
me.
Yeah,
it's Jess.
That's bizarre. I'm also going to watch the movie that you mentioned, Suicide Squad. It sounds like a great film.
Suicide Squad.
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah.
But I heard John Cena was in it. That's all I really know. But
John Cena's in the second one.
Okay.
And then the first one has they both have Margot Robbie, and then they both have Jai Courtney, who's another Australian actor. So you got to go watch. He's in the full first movie, and then he dies in the second.
I know of Margot from I think Wolf of Wall Street, right? She was in that.
Yes.
Yeah, she was tremendous. Yes.
Yes.
Got away from the Australian accent in that one, which I think speaks to her acting skills. Alas, we could talk about that at a different time. I think the hair is great, and I can't wait for the walkout, the HBK walkout, the next fight pay-per-view. I'll talk to Mick about that. Immortalized on the wall. All right. Thank you. Good luck to you, Jessica. I appreciate it.
Thank you. See ya.
All right, there she is. Miss Jessica Rose Clark, a.k.a. Miss Jessie Jess, a.k.a. not Jess, a.k.a. not Jess. That's one of the fights this weekend. I'm going to hit I'm sorry, and Frank's going to kill me.
So good.
I know. Well, because there's no need to even touch this, but that's one of the fights this weekend. The event headlined by Jamal Hill against Johnny Walker. Kyle Dacus against Jamie Pickett. Parker Porter, who has one of the all-time best names in the history of mixed martial arts, also on the card. Jim Miller, the legend. Joaquin Buckley against Abdul Razak Al-Hassan. That should be a fun one. The Jessica Rose Clark against Stephanie Egger fight is on the prelims. Mowgli Benitez also on the prelims. Mario Bautista, Chaz Skelly on the prelims as well. So some familiar names there. And there's a bunch of MMA on this weekend. Of course, as I said at the top, Bellator is returning. They've got a card headlined by Naaman Gracie and Logan Storley, who's a big-time prospect at 170 pounds, 12-1. Georgi Karakhanian on the card as well. So a lot to watch this weekend. Alas, let's move along now to our next guest. Excited to talk to him. Wanted to connect with him, of course, since the last time we saw him, which wasn't that long ago. It was at UFC 270. He had the highly anticipated fight against Francis Ngannou. Unfortunately, that night it didn't go his way, but what a fight it was. And what drama, right? Towards the very end. It was incredible stuff. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the French Prince himself, bon gamin, Ciryl Gane. There he is, my friend. Ciryl, ça va?
Ça va et toi? I love this nickname.
Hey, I'm sticking with it. Even though you don't want it, I'm going to stick with it. You're still I don't care what happened in January. You're still the French Prince to me, okay?
Okay, thank you, my man. Thank you for your word.
How are you doing?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine, and you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. I know after a loss, sometimes you don't want to talk about it. So I appreciate your time very much. How are you digesting the fight that happened a couple of weeks ago? How are you feeling about it?
You see, I was a little bit sad just a few hours after the fight. But at the same night when I went to the club, we went out with that. Yeah, exactly, and it was finished. So yes, today I'm really cool. I'm really comfortable with this situation, with this result, and I think we did a great fight. We did a great fight, so that's why I'm still happy.
So just a couple hours and that was it? Like there was no mourning period, nothing. Even when you got back home?
No. You see, it's just because I thought that I'm a competitor. So before the defeat, I was not sure, but now I'm sure I'm a competitor. So that's why when the fight finished, I was a little bit sad for the result because we was really close to the win. So that's why I was a little bit sad. But after a few hours, after to talk with my friend, with my family, and so yeah, it was good. So today, no, I'm good. I'm really good. I mean, healthy mind.
I'm very happy to hear that. But could I ask, you said before the loss, you weren't sure if you were a competitor. Now you know you're a competitor. What do you mean by that?
You see, I mean, I never lose before.
Yeah.
I never have this feeling. So that's why every time on the media, I say, yes, I'm not afraid about the defeat. I was sure. And this is true. I'm not afraid about that. That's sure. But I don't know what is the feeling exactly. So now I know.
Ah.
I don't knew that. So now I know that just that. Just that.
Is there
and you see, that's why I asked to have my revenge, because I'm a competitor. It's not about the bonus of the belt or anything. It's just because I'm a competitor, and Francis is the first guy against who I lose. So that's why.
Is it kind of nice to have the zero go away, if only because now people don't ask you anymore about being undefeated? You don't have to worry about that. It takes a weight lifted, no?
No, yeah, of course. But my answer before this fight was no. I don't give a no matter for the 10-0. I don't give.
Yeah, okay.
I don't really give about that. That's really not important for me.
Have you rewatched the fight?
Yes, yesterday night.
Wow, yesterday. Okay, so you waited a few weeks.
Yeah, no, I waiting just because I don't find the good timing. Just that, because I prefer to I prefer to play on my video game. So that's why. And yesterday, we thought the match Paris Saint-Germain against Real Madrid.
Yeah,
and I was with my friend, a group of my friends in my home, and after the match, we decided to see the fight together, to watch the fight together. So it was the first time.
What do you think? What do you think of the match, by the way? You were rooting for Madrid, right? I would imagine. Nah, just
I know it's a joke, and I'm really happy to the result, but it was really close to do something bad, because we did a really great game, and no goal. So this is unbelievable. So yes, thank you, Kylian.
So when you watch the fight, what do you think? Like, what do you walk away with? What are your thoughts after you watched it?
No, the point is I was lucid, so I remember all of this action of the fight. So I was lucid, but I did some mistake, and I recognize the mistake. So, like I give him my legs too easy to Francis with the foot on his head. He catch me like that. And after that, he understand this is a good plan for him. So no, unfortunately, I think after the fight, I was okay. If I really want wanted to win this fight. The plan, the good plan. I'm sorry for my English.
No problem. No problem.
The good plan for win this fight, it was just to do the bon gamin, like bon gamin do everything.
Yeah.
Like touch and never be touched. No legs, nothing like that. No to go hard, no to go. And if I did that, yes, I think the belt was in my home, but that's okay.
So you would agree you won the first 2 rounds, right?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Do you remember, you said you were lucid, you remember everything. Do you remember what you're thinking 3rd round, 4th round? Are you thinking this fight is, slipping away from me? Or even at the end, did you still think that you had won, that you had done enough considering how the beginning of the fight went?
The mission, because you see, I was the contender. So when you want to beat the champion, you must beat the champion. When it's too tight like that, it's not a good plan. So that's why with my coach, we decided to finish the fight before the end. That's why I did this takedown. I did very well. And after I did this choice to go to the anchor. And unfortunately, yes, I did some mistake in my technique. But
so small, right? A lot of people talking about that like it was the biggest mistake. I mean, of course, you went for it. If you would have pulled it off, you'd be a hero, right? People would be talking about that forever. Do you regret going for that heel hook?
No, because I was really sure. You see, this technique for me, I can do that on every partner I had in my gym. High level wrestling, high level BJJ, and I can do it. I'm really comfortable on this technique. So that's why I decided to do that, because I know the position was really good for me to go on this technique. I was really good. I was sure to finish the fight on my mind. So that's why I'm no regret. Seriously, just I was a little bit tired, so that's why I don't do exactly the good thing. But it's more my man. So no, that's okay.
You go 5 rounds. You say you were a little bit tired towards the end of the fight. How tired? Like, how much did cardio affect your performance to go, 25
Not
minutes?
exactly. The cardio is more like energy. It's more like you see with Francis, and that's why he was tired too, because at the first round he decided to. That's not exactly my game. To use a lot of power on the clinch, like every time he was in a contraction, like boom, 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 every time on the clinch. So if I don't want to accept that, I must to keep his power away. So that's why I use a little bit my energy like that. But it's not exactly about the cardio. And when you have a big guy like Francis on your chest, but if you want to go away, if you want to stand up, that's not a good plan to push the guy the developer incline, like the muscles,
Yeah.
I don't want to do that with Francis Ngannou. So I wearing the good position to go stand up, and that's why the regret is more like the referee at the fight round. The referee, for me, he take his time to stand up the fight a little bit.
Okay.
Because I connect the eye with the referee, like, okay, let's go, stand up, please, look. I can. So that's why this is a little bit this regret, but he did very well. That's why congratulations to Francis, because I think I was better on my striking. I was better on the ground game too, because if you see, he catch me and he kept me like that. It was not possible to him to do some ground and pound or to do some submission, because I got my technique is good. You see, and yes, it was about the power, more the power and the plan. So he used the power for the wrestling. Unfortunately, it's about maybe 2 seconds when he catch me on my just on my ribs, just behind my ribs. After that, it's more complicated to go out with the power of Francis. That's why I go down. And after that, he leave his body on me. He don't did too much. He don't did too much. And that's why this is a respect for him and his team, because he don't did too much, but he won the fight. You see? So
did his wrestling surprise you?
No.
No.
No. We was really prepared about that because we knew already we have a good level in striking. And we knew that. And Fernando Lopez told me a lot of time. I think maybe it's that thing. He repeat again and again before the fight. A day, a weeks before the fight, he's gonna go. I think we want to do that. How you see, my man? Stay focused on that, really, because you have a good level striking, and I'm sure about that. Seriously, he did a big focus on that, really.
You know, there was a lot of talk about you guys, the time that you spent in the gym together and whatnot. I know some of it was overblown that you weren't together all that much, but when you were in there with him, like, was this familiar? Was he familiar, or was he a much different fighter than the one that you worked with?
No,
several
not
years
different.
Ago? Not different.
Not different. You see, the power when he was in the clinch, he did exactly the same thing. Too much power, just the power like that. And I remember the feeling, and he did the takedown. You see, when he have my chest, he do this like the judo, and he did exactly the same thing when we sparred there a few years ago. So when I saw the fight, I remember that yesterday, and so I did some mistake. This is my bad.
All kinds of rumors on the day of the fight about his injured knee. Did they get to you, those rumors? Did you hear about it at all?
No. And even if you see, sometimes it's just a strategy to make the guy focus on your legs, but he had nothing. Maybe it was a strategy to focus me on the legs, maybe to provoke me to land some high kick, maybe, and to catch my legs. We never know. We never know. But no focus on that.
Do you remember what you thought when you saw him wearing the 2 knee braces?
Repeat the question.
When he came out and he was wearing 2 knee braces, that's not common for him. Do you remember thinking something like, oh, something's up here, maybe I should attack the knees more, should I attack the legs more? There's something going on here. You're not even thinking, no. Not thinking of that. No, you can't. You got too much on your mind. You're fighting Francis Ngannou. Now that the whole experience came and went, obviously, as you know, there was a lot of drama going into this fight with Fernand and him and the UFC and all that stuff. How was the week for you in California, that whole fight week? Was it good?
Beautiful.
No problems?
Yeah. No problem. This was really perfect.
It wasn't
really
too much drama for you? I mean, you're a very chill guy.
No.
You're a very relaxed guy.
No. Anyway, this is a game. I had my friend Fernando Lopez, my coach, just close to me. And it was just a game for him. Mm-hmm. It was just a game to make some sauce, some piment sauce on the fight. That's it. I got my friend close to me, and we enjoy ourselves like every time we go on the fight week. Like for me, it's like a holiday. Seriously, and the weather was really good.
Yeah,
with the playa, just the day before the fight, we did some swim in the sea. That's really crazy in January.
Yeah.
Really
it's a good life over there.
No, it was really good, really nice.
The press conference, it wasn't. You didn't feel like, oh, this is getting a little. There's the French journalists. They're like arguing with him and all this stuff. It was quite the scene.
No, it was cool. Everything was cool. Like maybe the mistake is just I don't like to do some trash talk to have some sauce on the fight, but no, it was cool. It was cool. My English was cool. My English out on my mouth, so that was correct. So no, it was really cool.
Did you say anything to him after the fight?
Yeah, repeat.
Did you say anything to Francis after the fight?
After the fight, no, but him. He say, I knew it's gonna be a tough fight. I don't remember This is something about the respect. You had the respect for me. Like, what is the word exactly? I knew already it's going to be a tough fight, or maybe you are warriors or something like that, like something.
Yeah,
respect. Yeah.
And you didn't say anything.
No, on the social media.
No, to him, in the cage in the back, something like that.
No, in the cage in the back. No. We crossing the hotel because we go out to the party.
Yeah.
And that's it. No. Anyway, just
respect.
That.
So there on your end, there's no beef, there's no issues. It's always been beef. Respect.
No, all about respect. You see, we did a war. It was a beautiful war. You won, I lose. Anyway, we did a great fight. The fan was really happy about this show.
Yeah.
In my country, the people are really proud of me. You did something big. You see, Francis is not an easy fighter. He's a tough fighter. So congratulations, my man. You did very well. You did better than a lot of fighters. So after just three years in the game, so my man.
Yeah.
Keep your hand up. So that's it. So every people was really kind with me.
I noted after the fight, we've seen a lot of great young fighters lose in their first UFC title fight, and then they come back and they win. George St. Pierre comes to mind. Rose Namajunas comes to mind. Francis comes to mind as well. They stumble and they come back. Yeah. Is that the mindset you have? All right, I dropped the first one. I'm going to win a couple here. I'll be right back, fix the mistakes, and I'll be champion eventually.
I'll be right back, and eventually one day I will be a champion. This is a great thing for a fighter in this career, of course, but I'm not focused on that. Now I just want to improve, some experience of the title shot and the experience of this fight with a tough guy like Francis, and I want to improve. I want to go back to the gym and to learn the new things.
It feels to me like there are some fighters who are obsessed with the idea of being a champion, of getting that belt. It drives them. For you, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like if you never win the belt, you won't care. Like, it will be a nice thing, but this is not something that keeps you up at night. You don't dream about being a champion, right?
Never.
That's fascinating.
Never, because this is just I'm not sure of the word, the consequence. Yes?
Yeah.
It's just the consequence if you win. But you must be focused on your fight, on your opponent. This is a mission to win the fight. That's why my mission now, that's why I asked the revenge against Francis, because I just want to have the green after the fight. That's it. And after, yes, you have the belt. Yes, you have maybe something good. But yes, you see, I just started this game, and that's why maybe I'm never dreaming about that. So maybe, you see, maybe because I'm happy like that already. So I don't know.
You truly are a bon gamin. I mean, you actually are your nickname. Some people aren't exactly.
I don't know exactly if because I'm a bon gamin. I think just because, sorry for the word, but I don't give a shit about all
respect.
Too much things.
I wish more people. I wish I was like you, if I'm being honest, not caring about all these things. What do you think happens with Francis now?
I don't know, but I hope the best for him. I saw maybe with Tyson Fury.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy. Well, he's gonna have knee surgery.
Yes, knee injury, but in the English boxing, you don't need to match your legs.
That's true.
Like you don't need to kick. You don't need about that. So some surgery, and after that you will be okay for that. But you must to train because it's a big challenge, more than me. The boxing game is it's another game. It's a real big game, and this is. I hope for him this is gonna happen if it's possible with the UFC for the money, for the hype. Best luck for him.
I know you say you don't care about the belt and all that, but will it bother you if you never get another chance, just as a competitor, to fight him to see if you can beat him? Is that going to?
I'm okay already with this situation.
Yeah,
I got
if he
this on my
leaves,
mind. Maybe I never fight again Francis. But anyway, because I did a really great fight, and for me, I lost, but not too much. You see, I was better. It was just a little mistake. For me, I was better. You see, for me, I was better on the striking, on the ground game. But for me, I was better. I know this is a little bit strange to say that, but I was better on my wrestling too. If you compare the technique, if you compare something like that, the takedown he did and my takedown was a little bit different. So that's why I'm okay.
Okay.
If tomorrow I never fight again, Francis, I'm okay. I know I can compare me with him, and I know I'm okay. I'm a good fighter.
How soon would you like to return?
I don't want to be in the rush. I want to take my time because we was in the rush. You see?
Yeah.
We was in the rush during 3 years. And so that's why I don't want to push too much. And I got some movie to do.
Really?
Yeah.
En français?
En français, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In Colombiana.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a great experience. It's around May or something like that. So that's why I can have a fight in June or July.
Okay.
Short. Maybe August, maybe, you see. 6 months like I did with after Derrick Lewis. I did 6 months.
Yeah.
August to January is about 6 months, something like that.
But it's going to be a while. So we're not going to see you till the end of summer, earliest.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe my coach is gonna say, I think it's good. It's better to go quickly. Like, okay, man, let's go.
Before the movie.
Maybe before the movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
But we want to take a little bit. Sometimes to we go out a little bit from the COVID. You see.
Yeah.
And we can live now a little bit like normally, and I can cross my partner in my gym again because I don't have a fight, and because we are not traumatized or afraid about COVID because I don't have a fight. So that's better to in my gym in the factory with my friend, but from there with the family. You see, I'm okay like that.
Yeah,
so
no, I hear you.
Position.
It's a good time.
I want to take my time to improve. To push a little bit my muscles and my weight. Yeah, you must have time to do that. So that's why we are not in the rush.
Okay. And I mean, I have to ask, but I feel like you're going to say you don't care. But like, is there someone in mind that you would want to fight upon returning? You don't care?
No.
Tai Tuivasa, what do you think?
Tuivasa, congratulations to this guy. It was a really interesting fight.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I sleep in at this moment.
Yes.
Like every time. But I thought a fight after. And it was a really tough fight. Really tough fight. So congratulations to Derrick Lewis also. It was a beautiful fight.
Yes.
Beautiful
amazing.
Fight. And Tuivasa, yes, is an amazing fighter. He's an amazing fighter, and he can do something big in this division. You have something.
Can I just say, I wish everyone was like you, Ciryl. How are you so chill? I mean, it's just, I can't get over it. You hold no ill will. You're not upset. You don't hold a grudge. You're taking your time. You're enjoying life. You're just chill. I mean,
just happy.
What a life. This is the way to go.
This is a simple life.
Yeah.
Simple.
What's the secret? Were you always like this, or did you become like this?
No. I was born like that. I know I was born like that because I don't care about the life, not the life, but about care with the problems. Eventually, some problems. No, I don't have a problem, man.
Amazing.
Seriously, everything is beautiful for me. Look, that 3 years ago, my salary was not exactly my. So now I got some money in my pocket to take care of my family. Everything is good, my man. I got a good friend, a good wife, beautiful children, with a love family. With the friend, like my coach is my friend and my brother. Like everything is good. Everything is good.
His hair, I mean, the lines that he puts in his hair, it's a little comme ci, comme ça, no? Don't you think? I mean,
you don't like this?
No, him.
The line of my
Fernand. What's up with
Don't
those
like
lines?
that.
I mean, come
Don't like the haircut.
I told him
This
about
is a
it.
little bit old guy. This is not
Yeah.
not a new generation. This is
No,
old
it's
generation.
old generation. And I saw you at the Aries. I told him about it. I was like, Fred out, what's
He's
going on?
gonna text you a message.
He's gonna be mad at me.
me.
Yes, I know. But I saw you at the Aries event too. I'm sure you got a lot of love there a couple of weeks ago. It was right after your fight when you were there, right?
Repeat, sorry.
Aries, the event that he puts on. I saw that you were there.
Ares.
Yes.
Ares.
Ares.
Repeat again. Ares.
Ares.
Aries.
What does Ares mean?
The god of the war.
Oh, okay. Ares. Okay, my bad.
Greek antique Greece. I don't know if you understand what I say.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand.
La Grèce antique.
Okay. Oh, yes, from ancient Greece.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
This is the god of war.
And you got a lot of love there, right? When you were there, a lot of fans.
Yeah, in March. 10 March is gonna and
no, but you were. They just had one, right after your fight.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it was a fire. It was a firework. It was beautiful, and it's gonna be better and better.
I love it.
Better and better. Trust me.
Well, I wish you the best, Ciryl. It's such a pleasure talking to you. Really, I wish, like I said, I'll say it again. I wish more people were like you and had your mindset. And you're just such a happy-go-lucky guy. And congrats on the movie, by the way. Can you tell? What is it called? Can you tell us, or is it? Any famous people in it? Zizou?
No,
Zizou. Oh, Medellin. Wow.
Medellin. So
like Entourage. You ever see Entourage?
Like this is Entourage.
The TV show.
Yes.
They have a thing, Medellin, in there.
Yeah, in Medellin, and this is a funny movie.
Okay. And you speak in it.
I'm going to speak in.
What's your role?
My role is like the bad guy. Bad guy with injury, and I like to fight.
First one for you?
Like that, the big one like that. Yes, this is the first one.
Wow, look at you. Well done. Bon courage. Bon courage. I love it.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for coming on, my friend. All the best to you, and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck.
Thank you, my guy. See you soon.
All right, there is the French Prince, Ciryl Gane.
Bye.
The man. What a guy. How could you not love Ciryl Gane? I mean, that guy, you see this, what I have to do this year. I have to put my hand.
Notice how he didn't hit his mic?
He didn't hit his mic, no. But I'm like, look at this. Look at my hand. This is what we do when Izzy comes in the studio. We change our microphone because the other one was, it's weird. I was having like a debate with New York Rick about Ciryl Gane. I was like, Ciryl Gane, best guy in the planet. Best guy on earth is Ciryl Gane. He was like, I don't really like him. I was like, New York Rick, what's your problem? Why can't you like this guy? I'm just joking. He's gonna get so mad. He's probably gonna write me in 14 seconds and say something. But how could you not love that guy, Frank? I feel like you could learn a thing or two from Ciryl Gane.
I appreciate that.
I got a bigger water bottle because after Monday's show, I had such a bad migraine. This is the suffering that I put myself through for you people, for you ingrates. I put myself through this stress, through this suffering. I actually had to pull over on the side of the road and close my eyes for 15 minutes because I was in such pain. So I said, you know what? I'm going to bring my daughter's Good Vibes Only right there. See? Good Vibes Only. Hydrate right over here. Take a break. These are all great lessons. Go outside. Here's another one. Don't worry, be happy. And that's it. There's a marshmallow doing a dab over here over some chocolate. I guess that's a s'mores. Anyway, I feel like there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this water bottle and also from Ciryl Gane. Oh, here's New York Rick writing me something. Here we go. He says week after week he has to sit through this. I don't know what he's talking about, but I told him.
What is Claire drinking out of today?
Well, we have multiple. Also, I give her a smaller one at school because, I don't want her to, this weighs more than her. So I don't want to weigh her down. But anyways, that was beautiful. That was great. I love that. What a great start to today's program. Of course, a reminder to all of you, the last style bender, you may have heard of him, the reigning defending UFC middleweight champion, His name is Israel Adesanya. He's going to be joining us in studio in maybe an hour and a half, something like that. We shall see. His manager, Tim Simpson, will also be joining us, manager to the likes of Israel Adesanya, Leon Edwards, Yuri Prochaska, and our next guest as well. He'll be joining us on the nose still to come. GCs. I mean, there's just a ton of shows. So sit back, relax, strap on your seatbelt. First hour in the books. It was fun. And we move along now to our next guest. I just said Tim Simpson, client. Yes, this is one of his clients. Merely a coincidence. She had a massive win on Saturday. She is going to forever be Roxanne Modafferi's final opponent. She beat Roxanne Modafferi in Roxy's final fight. She is the bad guy. She is King Casey O'Neill. That's O'Neil. There she is. How are you?
Afternoon, Ariel.
Well, actually, for you, it's good morning. But I appreciate.
Well, yeah, but I checked to make sure I didn't say it wrong for you. So
I appreciate that. Now, you know, a bit of a hiccup. I was misspelling your name. I apologize publicly for that. On Twitter, I apologize on the show. Although I did notice when I couldn't really understand first initially what you were talking about, because for some reason I thought, I don't know why I was doing it with one L. You got rid of the apostrophe in your Twitter bio. What's up with that?
I don't know. Sometimes it's just easier to spell that way, and then you know everything that's been put up has no apostrophe, so I just spell it without the apostrophe there.
So are you dropping the apostrophe?
The two L's is the most important part. Two L's is the most.
In my defense, you're not even spelling your name correctly anymore.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is what it is.
Okay. Now, so are you like? Should we not like? Right now, we have an apostrophe on your lower third, as they say in the business. It's a graphic. Is that like? Would you like that to be gone for the next time?
You can use it. I think I use it on Instagram, but not on Twitter. I don't know. I have to get my shit together.
All right. I just wanted to clear that up. Congratulations on the win. Big time win for you. A lot to talk to you about. How are you feeling? I see the black eye. Obviously, you know, there were a couple knocks there. You got the better of her. You made some history as well as far as your output. You were tremendous. But how are you feeling? How's the body feeling after that fight?
I feel great. That's the most fun I've ever had in there. You know, I've always been telling my coaches that I wanted to get into a brawl, and they tell me that I'm crazy, and I just wanted to, you know, feel my own blood a little bit and, you know, feel like it was getting messy in there and just prove to everyone that I can throw down. And I think I did all of that. And I think it was fun, not just for me, but for Roxy and for the fans. And yeah, I loved it.
Was she tougher than you expected her to be?
I always knew Roxy was going to be tough. Let's be honest. Everybody knows that, you know, nobody finishes Roxy. She's been in there with some great people, and she just never goes away. So I knew she was going to be tough, but she definitely improved a lot this camp. I think she did what she said she was going to do and went away and gave her all to the last training camp and came in the best version of Roxy we've ever seen. In my opinion, that was the best version of Roxy we've ever seen. So it was nice for me to be able to beat her at her best. What
about one of those judges scoring it for her? I mean, was that crazy or what?
I think they must have like got up to go to the bathroom or something, and then came back and they were like, "We need a winner." And he was like, "Oh, okay," and just gave it to her. But I don't know. I watched the fight back a couple of times now, and I see it 30-27 for myself. Although I am biased, but a lot of people told me the same. I don't see which round could have been scored for her, let alone 2 rounds.
Yeah,
that's crazy. So. I think that guy should stick to being a rocket scientist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think Aaron tweeted that out. Aaron Bronstetter. So when you're sitting there or standing there and they announce one of the scorecards for her, I know it's just like 10 seconds, but are you like, does your heart drop in that moment? Are you thinking they're gonna rob you? Because I scored it for you 30-27 as well. Were you freaking out?
Not really, but like I knew I won. So if they called it for her, I was going to freak out for sure. But when I heard that, I was just like, oh, maybe it's just like, you know, a retirement present or something.
Right. Okay. Now, when you look back at the week, I saw that you said something afterwards, how you kind of felt a little disrespected. It was all about her, all the attention. Was it a tough spot to be in? Was it uncomfortable because there was so much love and attention, spotlight put on her as opposed to you going into this fight?
It was. I always knew it was going to be a tough situation. You know, when we found out about the fight, I already knew it was her retirement fight before she even posted about it, because I had heard some things through my management that she had said that. So I knew it was going to be a tough spot from the start. And everybody loves Roxy. I love Roxy. You know, she's been around forever and she's a pioneer of the sport. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people like her. So I knew I just had to sell the fight on my side and make sure that people were also paying attention to me. And then it did actually get really, really annoying when I went into like my 7th interview and it was asked again how I felt about her retirement, because, you know, she hadn't retired yet. She was still fighting me. So I was like, why are we talking about this? Can we talk about this next week? You know, let's focus on the fight and focus on what's going down on Saturday night and not what's coming afterwards.
But surely you can understand, right, why people were focusing, because, you know, legend, OG, you know, pioneer, all that stuff. So if you're moving, like if it wasn't you versus her, you can understand why people were sort of interested in that angle, right?
Of course I understand, but I got to make sure that people are still talking about me.
That's right. That's right. Yes.
That's my job. So the way I went about it, I got people talking about me. That's what I wanted.
Speaking of the media beforehand, of course, you know, we had this arrangement. You wore the shirt. We have physical evidence of you wearing the shirt, but still some debate as to whether or not it was enough. Could you tell us why you didn't wear the shirt to the actual media obligations? We have a picture, I believe, of you wearing the shirt. It seems like it was at the office in the hallway. I'm not sure. Maybe you put it on, took it off right away. Why did we do that and not go, you know, fully with the arrangement?
Well, the last thing that I was told was no slogans, no logos, plain T-shirts only. But clearly, you know, I'm still new, because Derek Brunson was wearing whatever he wanted and a bunch of people wear. So that's my bad. I just took it as I wasn't allowed to wear that shirt. But I gave it my best.
Do you think it was? Do you think they heard our discussion and said that to you as a way to get you not to wear it?
Everybody hears your discussions, Ariel. I'm sure they heard about it.
So when you wore it, did anyone say anything?
No, but actually that was right after the interview that I wanted to wear it in. Tim was upstairs with Israel and he had my shirt in his pocket.
Come on, Tim. Really?
Where?
So it's his fault?
He's always with Ariel. He's big time now, you know. I'm just a little
No, he's not with Ariel. He's with Israel, you mean?
I mean, Israel, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just a little person that gets left behind on the sidelines, but it's okay. I'll have my day one day.
Now, so do you think that warrants immortalization on the wall, or do you think that it wasn't quite?
I don't know. I mean,
if you were me, do you think it was enough?
I heard you guys talking about it, and you said if I won, I was getting put up there, and I won. Okay. So I think I held my side of the bargain, and I think that my picture should already be up there.
Okay, fair enough. You know, I just wanted to talk it out with you. You did the pink nails. That was big. I saw you getting a lot of love for that. Wow, a lot of attention. I mean, I think you played, despite the fact that, you know, it was Roxy week, I thought you played your cards very well. You played the heel very well. I feel like you are more comfortable being the heel than do you know what that word means? Heel, babyface? Are you familiar with these terms?
Yeah, I am. But I mean, to be honest, I wasn't playing anything. I'm just trying to be myself, and I am a little bit edgy, I guess. And, you know, people either love me or hate me, and they're still talking about me regardless of either way. So not playing it up on either side. I'm just being who I am and saying how I feel. And if that makes me the heel, that makes me the heel.
Now, there are some people who say that they are okay with being the heel, but they don't actually mean it. They're actually very sensitive and self-conscious and stuff. And there's others who actually, like Brock Lesnar, he doesn't give an F what anyone thinks, and he'll just be himself. And then there's people like, I don't know, Josh Koscheck used to say he wanted to play the heel, but actually he didn't want it. He wanted to be loved. Where do you think you fall? Do you deeply, like inside of you, like, do you want to be loved, or do you truly not give an F about what people say about you or think about you?
I don't know. You know, I think that I'm polarizing on both sides. You know, I've got a lot of people who do love me for what I say and how I am, and a lot of people who hate me for what I say and who I am. And I think that I'm just trying not to care at all what people think either way.
That's good. I appreciate that.
But of course, I will be honest, you know, like, it doesn't feel great to, you know, get booed or anything like that when you go out there and you give your heart and you know, put everything on the line. I feel like I did give everything in myself in that fight. And, you know, I was raw and emotional, and getting booed kind of sucks. But, you know, I quickly turned around and was like,
it was a
doesn't really
tremendous,
matter, you
oh,
know.
it was an amazing promo. Did you think of Ally Quinta in that moment?
I didn't, but afterwards when you guys were all tagging him, that was fun because I love Ally Quinta.
Do you remember that moment that he had after the Masvidal fight?
I do.
It was almost like the exact same thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's how you feel after it. Fucking sucks when they start booing you after, you know, you went out there and you entertained them and they just want to boo you for no reason. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Why do you think they were booing? Do you think they were booing because of the scorecards, because they wanted her to win? Like, what was there to boo in that moment? That's the part I don't really understand.
I honestly think they were booing the scorecards and I just, you know, took it and ran with it. But
wait, you think they were actually on your side?
I think so. But,
that would be weird. And then you told them to F off? Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. It was great though. I think you should continue to play that up. By the way, when you posted the picture of your nails, there's a tattoo on your wrist that says "me" on it, which is again
myself.
Or myself. Does it say myself? No, it says it says myself. My apologies. There it is.
Myself.
Yep. Now that's a very heel tattoo, if I'm being honest. I mean, few people would have myself in a heart like that. You would have, you know, why do you have that tattoo? What does it signify?
I actually got it like quite a few years ago when I was going through a little bit of a dark time after I lost those 2 fights and was sort of trying to find myself and fall back in love with, you know, who I am and what I do and everything. So it was a self-love thing, but yeah, I guess it does play into the heel side of things now. It has a couple of meanings now.
Okay, so you were just trying to say like you need to love yourself. Before you can love anyone or anything, you have to love yourself first.
Exactly, yeah.
Were you feeling this way because of your career, because of what was happening in your fight career?
There's a lot of things that happened, you know, like I stopped hanging out with the people that I was hanging out with because I felt like they were not really the people that were going to help me get to where I was at. I changed gyms, I moved countries, a lot of changes in my life. And I just like had to make sure that I had my own back and I was secure in myself and being alone. And that was one of the steps that I took to doing that.
Very nice moment after the fight between you and Roxy. I mean, you got down on your knees and bowed down to her, which meant a lot. I don't know if you heard what she said on the show on Monday, but it seemed like that moment meant a lot. And it seems like she holds no ill will. She actually said she likes you. So I don't know if you heard her comments, but how do you feel about her now? Several days later, you know, you've shared the cage with her, 15 minutes, great fight. How do you feel about Roxy?
Like I said, I've always loved Roxy, you know, but in my mind and who I am as a person, when I'm fighting someone, I can't be their friend, you know, like I don't want to be doing all that buddy stuff. And it's so hard because she came up to me during the week and was like, I can't wait to fight you. And was so nice. And I was like, stop it.
Yeah.
Get in my head. And then she was trying to like shake my hand before the fight. But if you watch back all my fights, I never touch gloves at the start of the fight. It's just something that I've never done. I saved being friends until afterwards. And, you know, I'm full respect for Roxy. And, you know, that was a great fight. And I like her and was spoken since the fight and plan to train together hopefully soon here in Vegas. Cool. So, yeah, I wish her all the best, as I said. And, yeah. That's
great. That's nice that you guys, obviously you live in the same city. Yeah, a lot of people were mad about that, the touching of the glove.
You know, nobody knows what it's like to get in there and do what we do. So everyone approaches it differently. And some people want to do that and be super friendly and other people don't. I don't want to be your friend if I'm going to punch you in the face because, you know, I start feeling differently about it. So I'll be your friend afterwards and I'll be your friend before. But when it comes down to it, at the time, I don't want to be your friend.
I didn't think it was such a big deal. I mean, why do you have to touch gloves beforehand? What's the big deal?
It's not like I ran in and attacked her off the glove touch.
You didn't do the fake. The fake is a bit much, right? When someone fakes it and then punch, that's a little dirty. But like you were very clear that you didn't want. Do you think she does that do you think that's actually like a game plan of hers to be super nice before a fight to, you know, take someone's, you know, guard down and you just said like, oh, I don't want to hear. Like, do you think that she actually does that on purpose or is that just who she is?
I think that's just who she is, you know. You've never heard anybody say a bad word about Roxy. So I think that she's just like a super sweet girl who, you know, does this for fun, doesn't really like do it with any ill will in her heart. And she's just nice all the time. And I just think that she doesn't have the same mindset as me. You know, she doesn't care if she's your friend before she goes in and does it as a sport. And I don't want to be friends because I want to finish you.
Mm-hmm. after I saw on your Instagram, you're cool with Roxy, but it seems like Veronica Macedo is not a person that you're very fond of right now. Why is that?
So she has a podcast that she does with her boyfriend, and she sort of got on there before the fight and was like spreading just absolute lies about me, saying I used to train at Syndicate and fell out with John Wood because he married Joanne, and just all this crazy stuff. I've never been to Syndicate in my life. So I was like, someone sent it to me and I was thinking, where did all of this even come from? Like, I don't know her. I don't know any, like, these people. None of this has ever happened. So just felt it was really weird. And I managed to keep track of what was going to be said after the fight, and listened after the fight when she was like telling everybody she wasn't impressed with my performance and I was overhyped and all this stuff. But yeah, I think it's just a little bit of jealousy, and that's a really ugly emotion in my opinion. If you went 1-3 in the UFC, you can't be sitting there talking about my performance. Her claim to fame in the UFC was being pretty. So maybe that's why she's upset, because I'm a better fighter than her.
And you tagged her in your post. Did she respond to you?
No, of course not.
Did she see it?
Haters like to say things, and then when you call them out on their bullshit, they don't reply to you. You know? So I don't know if she saw it, but I hope she did. And, maybe she'll think twice about just spreading lies about people, on platforms when it can't be taken back.
I think she's injured. I don't know if she's still fighting, but is this a fight that you want or not?
I'm pretty sure she got cut from the UFC a long time ago. So if she wants to come to Extreme Couture, we could spar. Okay.
All right. When would you like to return?
I'm hoping to return in probably September, October time.
Oh, wow. Why so long?
Yes. I want to have some time, I, without getting too far into it, that before this fight was sort of dealing with a little bit of emotional issues. I think a little bit of emotional fatigue. It's a lot of pressure to fight 4 times in 12 months in the biggest organization in the world. Like, regardless of if you're doing well or you're doing bad or whatever your emotional state is, it's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. It's a lot of time to spend with pressure on you in the gym, focusing on fights instead of focusing on having fun. And I felt like I sort of lost myself a little bit in this camp, and just want to take some time to build back my happiness, I guess.
Yeah. You don't want to get burnt out on the sport so young in your career.
Honestly, this fight, it was a little bit of that emotional burnout, and spent a lot of the camp crying for no reason and everything. And that's not me. I'm a very happy person. You talk to anybody, very happy. And this camp just sort of got away from me. And I don't even think it was to do with the fight camp. I think it was just to do with being completely burnt out.
Has that ever happened to you before?
I felt it once before, and not to this extent, but I took quite a little bit of time off there as well and managed to sort of get myself back. But you just, you become just a fighter at that point when you're just doing this over and over again, fight camp to fight camp, and, having to deal with all the hate and deal with all the love, regardless of what emotions it is. It's a lot to deal with. And I lost myself outside of fighting for a little bit. And I just want to make sure that, I still have fun in my life, and there's more to life than just fighting. So taking a little bit of time between fights from now on is going to be my goal.
I respect it. Do you think you'll take time away from the gym as well, like a total break?
I'm already back at the gym training, so it's not like away from the gym. I think just away from the pressure of being in a fight camp, and train for fun. I love jiu-jitsu. I love striking. That's why I started fighting, because I love doing it. I was a fan of martial arts, not just because I wanted to be a fighter in the UFC. So getting back to just having fun and learning new stuff, and, enjoying my time in the gym, which I haven't done for a year and a half now.
It's mentally exhausting, right? I don't think we truly understand the pressure that you guys feel. Like, it's all building up to one moment, 15 minutes, one night, all these fans, all these people, all this media, all the social media stuff, which I'm sure, that in itself can be a lot if you let it get to you. And then you just did it 4 times in the span of a year. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot to deal with, and any fighter will tell you that for sure. No matter where you're at, like, I try and stay really level-headed and be honest with myself, and not get too high or not get too low. But going camp to camp to camp and physically fatiguing yourself, mentally fatigues you as well, and you start caring a little bit more about things that you don't usually care about, and it all starts to get to you, and then it just builds up, and you start acting a little bit crazy, which I feel like I was doing in this camp. Apologize to my coaches for that, but I recognize it, which is one good thing about myself. I've always been able to recognize in myself when I need some time, and I'm going to take some time this time for sure.
I know that you were mentioning Tim, and he's there with Izzy, and so I know you're not part of the same team, but like to be a part of a show, excuse me, where you have a star like that on the show. I mean, one of the biggest names in the sport, and you kind of get to see, I would imagine, a little bit of what that entails. When you see his life and his obligation stuff, is that like, I know you're feeling a little bit burnt out right now, but is there a part of you that's like, oh, I can't wait for that. I don't want that. I want nothing to do with that. How do you perceive what a star like him has to go through?
Yeah, so I actually got to see quite a lot of it, as you said, and it is a lot. He has a lot to do before the fight, after the fight. After the fight, I just get to relax, choose to speak to a couple of people. Like I chose to speak to you and a few others, but he has a full media tour he has to do, so he doesn't even get to go away from it for months. And I definitely look forward to that in the future, but I know that I still have a lot of growing mentally to do before I get to be ready for that. The way he is, he handles it so well. I actually got to speak to him a lot after the fight, and he was talking to me a lot about how to fix my mental and the steps I should take and how to be ready for all of that, and gave me some really good advice. So Israel's got it down pat for sure.
Yeah, it is amazing. As you mentioned, like now he has talked to a whole bunch of people. He's got to travel all over the place. It's a lot, but you're still very young. I think people want to push you into the Valentina territory because there's not that many names left for her to fight. But I like the fact that you continue to say you're going to go at your own speed and not rush into things. And you're with your dad again, which is great, right? Isn't it great that he gets to go to your fights now?
Yeah, it's great. I just hope that my mom gets to come soon and I get to still fight in front of crowds again so she can come sit in the crowd. But yeah, as you said, everybody does push you super fast. If you go on my Instagram right now, every second comment is Valentina would smash you. Valentina would smash you. Fight Valentina, she'll smash you. And it's like, why do people expect you to fight the champion a year into your career? That's unfair. I know there's not very many girls in the flyweight division that are going to challenge her yet, but Talia Santos looks like she's next. So let's just leave that to Talia Santos for now. And I'm aware that I'm not ready for the challenge of being against Valentina right now. I'm only 24, but I promise everyone that at 28, I will be the champion. Okay.
28, you said? Was that 28?
Yeah, I think that I'll fight for it in a few years, and we'll see how it goes, 27, 28.
All right. Well, congratulations on the big win. I'm sorry about the name again. I don't know what was up with that. It is unique to spell it with two L's, I feel like, but maybe I'm wrong. The apostrophe thing really threw me off. Good job with the t-shirt. Good job with the nails. The picture will go up. Should we use the picture, the one that you sent? Because I feel like that's the most important one. Like that's proof that you actually did it at a UFC thing.
Yeah, I like that picture. Why not? I'm wearing the shirt.
I mean, you're wearing a shirt, but you also...
Otherwise, there's pictures in the gym of me wearing the shirt too, if you like them more.
Yeah, but I feel like that one is the more historical one because it's like, here we are infiltrating the system,
Yeah. Use that one then, but just make sure it gets put up on the wall onto next week. Otherwise, it's maybe last interview.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I did my part.
All right. Yeah. Oh, and then I'll just go through your boyfriend and he sets up all your interviews, right? That's what I saw on his page.
Yeah.
I'm sure he loves that. I know. I saw that. Please stop reaching out to him. He's very annoyed of that. Thank you so much, Casey. Good luck with your break. Enjoy your time off and congrats on the win. I appreciate it very much, you coming on today.
Thank you so much, Ariel.
All right, there she is. King Casey O'Neill with the big win over Roxanne Modafferi this past Saturday night. So I guess we gotta blow up that photo. The question is, I mean, we're running out of real estate here. we could figure it out. Right? I mean, there's a couple of people that have had their time. All right, so 3 great interviews in the books. Plenty more to come. GC's coming up, On the Nose coming up, and of course the one you're all waiting for, the last stylebender himself. Oh, why do I keep doing that? Israel Adesanya is coming up. Now, I see here they say ETA 248. So now I have a decision to make, Frank. Do we do a little bit of On the Nose? Do we go
a little? Let's answer some questions.
You want to answer some questions? I feel like
I want you to answer some questions.
Sure. I feel like this is what I would do to help out my friends on the back end. We do the intro. We answer the questions, arielhelwani.substack.com. We do On the Nose until they're ready to come in, because we have a lot of questions. I mean, right now, how many questions do we have? So I'll get to as many as possible. I think the people like the questions, 94 at the moment. And then if we don't get to all of them, I'll answer them on the back end of Izzy, and then we splice it together for the VOD viewers, as opposed to doing the initial suggestion that we had was do the intro after and then splice. I feel like that makes it harder with the post edit. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Now time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
Old-fashioned Q&A, MMA.
Yeah, that's right. We're doing it a little early today, my friends. It's a big day. Alex's birthday, Walter's birthday, the champ in studio, the freaking champ in studio. Is he the biggest star as far as champions right now in the sport? Champions. Biggest star? Make a case. Number 1 pound for pound? Make a case. Whatever case you make, say his name correctly. It's Israel Adesanya. That's the name. Thank you very much, Mike Heck. We're going to answer some questions. We're going to do it a little early here. We'll do it until Tim is ready to come. We'll have Tim on in studio for about 30 minutes, and then we'll go like an hour with it. I mean, we're going to go no holds barred. And I will make a case right now. He's one of the more interesting interviews in the sport. Tells it like it is, unfiltered, unguarded, authentic, unapologetic. It's great. All right, let's answer some questions. And again, still to come, Izzy in studio, Tim Simpson in studio, GC as well. Do we have breaking news? Some breaking news earlier today, by the way. Bellator announcing a huge card for April 15th. San Jose, SAP Center, AJ McKee going up against Patricia Pitbull in the rematch of the 145-pound title fight that happened last July. They will rematch. They will run it back. And this time, AJ McKee, of course, is the champion because he beat him. That's going to be on the card. Also on the card, Corey Anderson versus Vadim Nemkov, the 205-pound champion, in the light heavyweight World Grand Prix finale. You can make a very strong case. These are the 2 best fights that Bellator could put on right now. Right now, the 2 most interesting fights that Bellator could put on are these 2 fights. And they're putting them on the same night. I like it. On Showtime, Bellator 277, April 15th, San Jose, SAP Center. What I don't like about it is first night of Passover. That's a tough night for my people. First Seder. It's not a lot of TV watching, although it is 10 p.m. Eastern. We're probably done by then. Main card starts at 10 p.m. But, for the West Coast crowd, tough. That's the only thing I don't like. Also on the card, as announced here in the press release, Tim Johnson, Tyrell Fortune. Was there any other fights? No. So, man, there were some other fights. Kyle Crutchmer. Wow. GC's favorite fighter. Also on the card against Michael Lombardo. Shane Keefe against Tyson Miller. Cass Bell against Gaston Bolanos. Bellator returns this Saturday with the Naaman Gracie versus Logan Storley 2 fight. All right, let's answer some questions. Do we have any breaking news music, Frank? El Cubano is back on top. He is first. Hola, Ariel. After UFC 271, I think we have more clarity in the middleweight division. If I were to play matchmaker today in the middleweight division, this is how I would proceed with the top 10. Adesanya versus Cannonier, agree. Whittaker Vettori, interesting. Strickland Costa, don't hate it. Brunson Hermanson, don't hate it. Till Hall, love it. Do you agree with the matchups, and which ones would you change, if any? Viva Hiawani, much respect. El Cubano leading us off. I don't hate it. I guess it all depends on how long Robert Whittaker is going to take off, right? If he takes off for a very long time, then maybe you have to do Strickland Vettori. But some variation of Whittaker Vettori, Strickland Vettori, Whittaker Costa, Strickland Costa, I love. The rest I love. Brunson Hermanson, Till Hall, I love. Nothing more I could say. I love it. Oh, whoops. Okay. Newman, hello, Ariel. With two big welterweight fights coming up, it got me thinking, assuming Colby and Chimaev both win, do you think they will be matched up next while Usman fights Edwards in the summer? Colby probably won't get another title shot yet, and Dana has said Edwards is next for Usman. Yeah, it's possible. Although you're playing with fire, because what if Usman beats Leon Edwards and Colby beats Khamzat? Now all of a sudden you just killed off the number one contender in Edwards, of course, he loses, and then you killed off Khamzat. So dicey. Also, if Khamzat does beat Burns, then Colby, then Usman for the title, then goes up and takes out Izzy, does he become the GOAT? I don't know. Did you see how many ifs you just put out there? If he beats Burns, if he beats Colby, if he beats Usman, and then goes up and takes on Izzy. I mean, that's like 8 ifs. Pecan pie up in this. You wrote that there were talks of Max Holloway versus Josh Emmett. Yes, I wrote that yesterday as the main event for March 26th. Was this the rabbit that you previously alluded to? Yes. Also, congrats to you and the team on 6 months since the MMA Hour return, August 16th, 2021. Wow, it has been 6 months. Congrats to us. Shout out to GC. He has been a great addition to this relaunch. How about that? GC, you got a shout out.
Appreciate it.
It was the rabbit, and I see someone here named Jake saying rabbit to me means super unexpected. I think it would be juicier than a Holloway early return. Excuse me, the featherweight title fight would be happening 2 weeks later. Holloway coming back before the title fight against the very tough, very game Josh Emmett is a rabbit. You're telling me the people of Columbus who bought tickets for Rakic versus Blachowicz and now got Blades versus Dawkins wouldn't celebrate that rabbit? Arguably one of the most popular fighters in the sport. Not number one, but he's in that discussion for maybe top 10. Max Blessed Holloway, it is what it is himself, going up against the very tough Josh Emmett. That's a rabbit. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. Would love to see it happen, but it didn't come to fruition. Now it's Dawkins versus Blades. Carmine, hey Ariel, after all you've done for MMA fans, I think it's time you get a name for your followers. Hulk Hogan had the Hulkamaniacs, Justin Bieber had the Beliebers, and now Ariel has the Hellwarmy. Not bad. There it is for your next t-shirt. I mean, we used to have the Hellwannabes back in the day, the Hellwannabe Nation. We've got the Nose World Order. Online, they had another one, the Nose Pack, something like that. None of them have stuck. Hellwannabe was a good one, but there's sort of a negative connotation to that. Hellwarmy? Not sure. Appreciate the effort. Not sure. Hugo knows. Ariel, with the release of WWE 2K22, can we get the cover athlete, the great Rey Mysterio? It's Rey Mysterio on the show. He's my wrestling GOAT and the greatest high flyer. Where does he stand on your Mount Rushmore? Also, could you list your favorite Rey attires? Geez, mine in no particular order. Halloween Havoc, tremendous. That was the one with Eddie Guerrero, right? SummerSlam, Silver Surfer, tremendous. Hog Wild, Spider-Man, WrestleMania 25, Joker. Did he ever dress up as the one from Suicide Squad? Harley Quinn? You guys familiar with that movie? It's great. WrestleMania 27, Captain America. I don't know it that, I don't know the attire that well. Legend. Actually interviewed him once before. Big time MMA fan. I interviewed him on the anniversary of that Halloween Havoc match against Eddie Guerrero, the late great Latino Heat. When I was sitting in the front row, SmackDown, Madison Square Garden in September with my boys, both he and his son, Dominic, came up to us and gave us the fist pump. It was amazing. Said he was a fan. I mean, it was awesome. So raised the man. I try to be careful with the wrestling interviews because people get so, uptight about those. So like we have Booker on Monday because he was at UFC 271. It's tough to have he's a big MMA fan, so he would qualify. So maybe we will have him. I didn't know he was on the cover. That's pretty cool. Nico, ça va, Ariel? Oui, ça va. How do you think Conor's UFC career would have played out post 205 if the Floyd fight never materialized? That's one of the great sliding doors what ifs, because it does feel like there was a shift, right? That changed everything. I mean, the meteoric rise up until 205, you beat Eddie Alvarez, biggest stage, first event, Madison Square Garden, double champ, history being made. And I'll never forget being at that thing that we did in Manchester. We did like an interview thing. Remember the pay-per-view thing? And I was there to talk, that was his first interview since the fight. It was in January. The Eddie fight was in November. I was there to talk about Eddie. I was there to talk about history, what's next, this and that. And I remember him being so adamant about talking about the Floyd fight. And at that point, we all thought the Floyd fight was just a pipe dream. We all thought it was just like a gag. And I remember leaving that event, which, by the way, happened 5 years ago, which blows my mind. Maymac happened 5 years ago this summer. Crazy. I remember leaving that event and thinking, like, this guy actually really wants to fight Floyd and really is confident that this fight is going to happen. That's when I started to believe a little more that it was going to happen, that it was a real thing, not just, a bunch of trolling. So, yeah, it would be great to know. What if he sticks around and defends the 155 title in August against, oh God, who I don't even remember who was like a top contender then, but a Tony Ferguson or something. I don't know. It would be interesting. Maybe the same thing happens. Good morning from Idaho, from Israel. I wanted to get your thoughts on the situation that happened with Rogan/ESPN last Saturday. Oh my. Dana was pretty adamant that it was simply Joe Rogan didn't want to work. But to me, it sounded more like ESPN told Dana that Rogan couldn't do the show due to the recent controversy. Isn't the UFC in charge of the broadcast? So I was surprised ESPN could make this call, but I do remember they pulled the plug on one of the UFC pay-per-views early in the pandemic as well. Thank you as always. All right. So as I said, I heard on Wednesday that he wasn't going to be a part of the broadcast, and then I heard that Michael Bisping was going to be a part of it. Now, what I was initially told was this was a collective decision and that Disney, which owns ESPN, preferred that he would not be a part of it because of all the controversy surrounding his podcast and things that he has said on his podcast. And then on Friday, they come out, once the weigh-ins happen and he wasn't on the stage, they come out with the statement that he had a scheduling conflict. Wasn't true, never was true. And, I don't know why anyone would have believed that. Luckily, Dana White came out on Saturday and refuted that, actually called it BS, which again, I think should be made into not made into a bigger story, but is actually quite fascinating that he called his own PR team's story BS. I mean, that's just wild. Do you not realize how unique that is? Very unique. And then he says this was 100% Rogan's decision. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it was Rogan's decision. Now, was it one of those things where it's like, hey, NFL coach X, we want to fire you, but we're going to tell the public that we parted ways mutually or that you asked to leave. So we're going to save face. That's what this feels like to me. Because yes, the UFC does have a say in the broadcast. They do produce the shows themselves, but this is ESPN. They have a say as well. If there's someone that they truly don't like or that is offensive or bothers, whatever, that person's not going to be on the broadcast. I can assure you. It's more collective in that regard. Once it comes down to like the actual, producing of the fights, yeah, it's the ESPN, it's ESPN network, but it's the UFC production team that puts it together, right? So I'm sure this was a collective discussion. I'm sure it was a collective decision. And all that I keep hearing is that he'll be back in March. That's the goal. That's the plan. But right now, in the midst of this firestorm, if you will, the network preferred that he would not be on. And this idea that he asked out is not believable to me because, number one, that's his safe space. Joe Rogan, as you can tell, is beloved in the world of MMA, in the world of UFC. In Houston, he probably would have got a huge reaction, a positive one. This is the thing that he loves doing. Like, this is his weekend getaway once every 4 weeks. And I mean, if there's one thing we know about Dana, when it comes to things like this, he doesn't back down, he doubles down. And so do you think that he would have been cool with Joe Rogan saying like, nah, I'm just going to sit this one out? Why? The controversy didn't have anything to do with UFC, and I think the UFC wants to prove that, hey, we're not going to bow down, we're not going to succumb, this and that. Based on the way he worded his response, he didn't sit there and say, I thought that was interesting too. I back this guy, I support him, he's been with us, he's the man, he's a legend. Like the stuff that Izzy said, essentially, to me felt like a guy who didn't want to go also against his partners who are paying him a hell of a lot of money. Tough spot, because I'm sure he wanted to say that. Tough spot. So the story I am choosing to believe based on my conversations, again, not me making up stuff, not me putting out stuff, because I've told you already how I feel about this whole thing. Look, there have to be repercussions for things that you said. I don't care if it happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago. When you say things that are racist, there's going to be repercussions. That's not cancel culture. That's accountability. So whatever happens, happens. Now, I'm not in favor of like the internet mob and all this stuff where people are trying to take people down and dig up all your, like, whatever. The point is, what I heard was the network wanted to take a timeout. And so we'll see what happens come March. But scheduling conflict wasn't true. And I don't know why they put that out. Just tell the truth. And I don't necessarily believe that it was him who said he wanted it out. End of the day, don't forget, this is ESPN. This is the worldwide leader. This is Disney. They have a say. It's their decision, part of the agreement, to let the UFC produce these events, right? And they pay for that. But again, they're the ones paying. So the one who is paying usually has, a say. And to this man's point, Israel, just remember the, whole pandemic situation where they were told to stand down. But we'll see. I'm sure he's going to address it at some point. And again, I probably think that the story that we hear is sort of like the story that you hear when an NFL coach gets let go, NBA coach, like, hey, we mutually decided that it would be best, that type of thing. Not fired, but mutually. No, I'm not saying he's fired. I'm saying when the coaches get fired, they say, oh, we mutually decided when we all know you got fired. So sometimes they craft it in a different way. Kareem. Hi, Ariel. Thoughts on Cristiano Ronaldo? And can you please give us a soy? And then someone says, I'm a Messi guy. I'm honestly neither. I'm an Alphonso Davies guy. I'm a Jonathan David guy. I'm a Team Canada guy. Qatar. Is that how you pronounce it? 2022? Here we come. The red and white. Dave from North Bay. Ariel, this is a question for GC. GC, what is your theoretical money line for Khamzat versus Kamaru? GC's not in right now. I'm sorry. Is he going to get Izzy? Is he here?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Zach. Good morning, Ariel. My question this week is, where does Robert Whittaker go now? I think it's clear him and Izzy are ahead of the division, but he's not getting another title shot right now. I agree. Is he just a gatekeeper for a few fights? I mean, there's still a market for him. But yeah, he's in that tough spot. Like Joseph Benavidez was in, Faber was in, Gustafsson was in. Tough spot. I saw Uncle Chael say he should go to a different division. Where's he going to go? 205? Too small. Where's he going to go? 170? He fought there before, but now I feel like he's too big. This week's handicap hot take for you is Jamal Sweet Dreams Hill will become the light heavyweight champion in 2023. Wow. That is a hot take. Which event had the craziest ceremonial weigh-ins that you were at in terms of attendance and buzz? Oh my. Conor Khabib. Now, again, you're saying ceremonial, Riley. I'm taking that as in the era since 199 where they did the morning weigh-ins and then had the ceremonials after, where there wasn't as much intrigue in the person stepping on the scale. Like before 199, it was the person stepping on the scale, and then you wanted to know how they looked, how they, not felt because you weren't touching them, but like, what did their face look like? What did their body look like? Did they make weight? All that stuff. So post 199, I would say Conor Khabib. Conor Nate 2. Conor Nate 2 was a fun one. But Conor Khabib was probably the craziest one. I mean, freaking Drake was there, for God's sakes. And I don't believe for a second that Khabib didn't know who Drake was. Come on. Lewis, not Luis. See, I see it, and I want to say Louis or Luis, and he goes by Lewis. Lewis Gilmore, great guy. My man, Afternoon Ariel. Let me hit you with a Fat Joe quote. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Wow. Turning that into a question. What are some of the most noteworthy and transformative performances from fighters that elevated their entire standing on the roster? Truly groundbreaking, momentum-shifting stuff. Give me at least 3, and you can only pick one from the notorious. Much love. Glad to hear Mama H is on the mend. Oh, my God. TJ Dillashaw against Henna Barral, Chris Weidman against Anderson Silva. Like the ones where I was like, holy moly, I am blown away. Conor's most impressive performance, in my opinion, was the Eddie Alvarez fight. Like that's one of the best performances in a title fight that I've ever seen, especially from the quote-unquote challenger. I'll say that one. Man, there's so many. But those are the 3 that come to mind. There you go. Cody Rhodes leaving AEW from Israel, and rumors that Shane was let go from WWE. Does he go and buy AEW like he bought WCW? No, of course not. But let me tell you something. This Cody Rhodes story is absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, this guy was a part. I know not a lot of wrestling fans out there, but just like, let me break it down for you like this. This guy was a part of a small group of people. Cody Rhodes, the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, Tony Khan, part of a small group. Tony Khan, of course, the owner. Dad, Shad Khan, owner, Jacksonville Jaguars, Fulham. Part of a small group that launches this organization in 2019. Small group, EVP, wife involved, Brandy Rhodes. Now he's leaving the organization, and all signs point to him returning to WWE, who he left 6 years ago to say he wanted to walk the wrestling world on his own, see what's out there, be a nomad, go to Japan, go to Ring of Honor. And now he's returning to WWE, to the competition that they were trying to go after when they started AEW. This is wild stuff. This is absolutely wild stuff. This is an executive, essentially, and I know he didn't own the company per se, and I know that that role got diminished, but leaving the house that he built to jump ship, to go to the big bad establishment that were the ones that you were trying to take down, that's crazy. Leads me to think of 2 things. And again, I told you, like, I have no horse in this race. I watch AEW. I enjoy it. I watch WWE. I enjoy it. It's all great. Like, the wrestling business right now is just so fascinating, as I continue to say. But why? Like, why? I can't wait to hear why. I'd love to talk to him. Cody, if you're out there, I'd love to talk to you. Why would you make this move? What was it all for? When did it turn sour? Why would you leave? You have a TV show on Turner as well. And let me just say this, and this one is one where you could say I'm biased. I know the president of WWE quite well. His name is Nick Khan. I can't erase the fact that I worked with him for many years. He was my agent for many years. Never knew, never thought, never would have imagined he'd become the president of WWE, but he was the most powerful and influential person in sports media as far as agents are concerned. There was no one during his reign at the top with CAA who had more influence, more contacts, more connections, more power, all that stuff than him. He was the best, and that's why I wanted to sign with him. And he did great things for me. There's this narrative out there that Tony Khan is like the young, scrappy upstart, right? And of course, you build something, you have even if you're owned by a billionaire, which the Khan family is, they are billionaires, you start a franchise from the ground up, right? An expansion franchise. Like, you're going to be viewed as young, scrappy, even if you're owned by a billionaire. And WWE is always going to be the evil empire, right? Of course. They've been around a gazillion years. These guys are 3 years old. But if you read a little bit about who Nick Khan is and what he has had to overcome to get to this point, that's the young, scrappy guy. And that's the guy who has the reputation of not taking any SHIT from anyone, of not liking to get, bullied. And I mean, he likes to punch back. I mean, he comes from the fight game. His first client, Manny Pacquiao, Freddie Roach. So this idea that like this dude is sitting at the top of a throne and is just going to let, missiles be thrown his way and not counter it. He's had to sit there, and a lot of it was their doing, and they've let a lot of people go and all that. But like at some point, that forbidden door was going to get open the other way. And this is one of the biggest coups that they could pull off, right? Because AEW didn't want to let Cody Rhodes go. Turner wouldn't want to let him go. He's a part of 2 of their shows, that Go Big show and the Roads to the Top or something like that. So like that's not a great look. And if they get him back, and all signs point to him coming back before WrestleMania, that's a huge W. Huge W. When AEW has been scoring some Ws, when you could say they got Bryan Danielson and CM Punk and all these dudes, don't mistake his power and influence right now for weakness. This dude, Nick Khan, who I know very well, has been a scrappy fighter his whole life. He came from nothing. He was not the son of a rich dad. So he still has that mentality. And at some point I was waiting, okay, when's he going to punch back? Cody Rhodes. That's punching back. Interesting times. Can't wait to see how it all unfolds. Jezza, what's up, Ariel? Jezza Q, back again. But this week, I have a question from young Danny Q, 13 years old. Respect, Danny. Do Jorge and Colby shake hands after their fight? If so, why? If not, why? I say no. I think it's too personal. I really do think they hate each other. Legit. If we catch Colby again saying this was all for show, I mean, come on. At some point, Usman one, all right, I could sort of believe it. But this one feels like it's way too personal. Former friends, training partners. I mean, come on. Best MMA show there is. Shout out to GC, New York Rick, CA, wow. And Mysterious Frank. Shout out to Joe and Yoon as well. Kenny Roadhouse. Hey, Ariel. Curious to hear your thoughts on what's next for Rob. I'm not sure wins over Vittori, Strickland, Brunson, get Whittaker back in there with Izzy. I don't think so either. I don't think that there's a huge demand for that. Even if it's a well-deserved third go, it feels to me like Adesanya, the promotion, will go a different direction. Again, it's hard to predict these. So much can happen. Izzy goes up to heavyweight. He goes up to light heavy. Like, who knows? Let's just get the guy back in there whenever he's ready. Great video there of his kids waiting for him. The trunk, it opens. Beautiful stuff. And it seems like he's at peace. He's handled the loss with a lot of class. I mean, let's not worry about what can happen in 4 fights. I can't help but think Whittaker matches up well against the likes of Glover, Yan, Yuri. Do you think that the size gap is too big? I personally think so. Maybe he's, going to say something, otherwise, but I think it is. New subscriber, longtime listener. Thanks for all you do and keep up the great work. Thank you, my friend. Marhaba, Ariel. Wow, from Ahmad. Salam alaikum, my brother. There have been a lot of discussions about the middleweight Mount Rushmore, but how about a Mount Rushmore for these following divisions? Lightweight, welterweight, heavyweight. Hopefully it's not a long question. I mean, it's a lot to think of. On the spot, geez Louise. Lightweight, you got to go BJ Penn. You got to go Khabib. I'm blanking. BJ. Frankie. Welterweight's pretty easy. George, Kamaru, Tyron Woodley, Matt Hughes. Heavyweight. Is this UFC or is this MMA? I'm thinking you're saying heavy. If it's MMA, oh my. Fedor, Stipe, DC, Couture. I'm missing one lightweight. Jens Pulver. But I mean, again, if it's all time, then it opens us up to a whole bunch of other guys. Takanori Gomi. Is 185 the weakest male division in the sport, or does it just seem weaker because of Izzy's dominance? The latter. It's not weak at all. It's just when you have a dominant champ, it's like 170. Usman has lapped the competition, so it looks like everyone's weak, when in fact, it's the champ who's the man. There's also a distinct lack of submission artists in the division, sure, but I mean, that's cyclical. There was once a time when Damian Maia and Talis Ladies were there. Alec, top of the morning, Lord Ariel. Now on Monday's show, Rick was talking about the 92nd annual Bengal bouts, to which you said you had no interest in competing in. I could only imagine it was because you didn't have a proper opponent. So might I suggest a friendly exhibition for charity between you and the Schmo would be a draw and sway you into competing the nose versus glasses who wins? I mean, really, we're still talking about this? We're still talking about this all this time later. No, I have no interest in competing against the Schmo or anyone else. We have squashed that. He was talking smack after I helped him out and I gave him some pointers that he then took as, I can't even believe we're going over this again, as an insult. I still don't understand why. Then he goes online and starts calling me out and starts trying to, I don't know, create some sort of thing with us. Then I see him in person and all that went away. So 10-7 Helwani. Hello, Ariel. Expanding from your point that Izzy is a draw and just hasn't had that nemesis to elevate him as Usman had with Colby and Jorge. Do you think Alex Pereira's entrance to the UFC presents that opportunity? I know he just debuted, needs a few more fights, and there are concerns about his grappling skills, but given their history, a title fight between him and Izzy would be, was it him and Izzy? Yeah, would be massive. Should the UFC promote him as they do with Patty and Shemaev? I mean, it's early days, but yes, that could be massive. Also, what's the verdict with Casey O'Neill? Will she be immortalized? Yes, she's going to be immortalized for doing what she did. It will go up on the wall. Thank you for the great show. So they're checking in. This is the update. They're in the building, and so let's say they come in, guys, at like 3:15. I'm just breaking the fourth wall here.
Sure.
So we'll go 30 minutes with Tim, and then, you know what I mean? Yeah. So just, just keep that time, it's obviously not going to happen at 3 because they're just walking in, but whenever they're ready, I could pivot. Do you get what I'm saying?
I will let you know.
Just give me the heads up. And please make sure that, GC doesn't lose his SHIT when Izzy walks in the building. We're trying to be professionals here, okay? A little decorum. What was that?
I think that's what the holdup is.
Okay, the decorum? Okay. Matt in Montreal, where does Whittaker go from here? Addressed it. He'll take some time off. He'll fight one of the top guys. He'll be fine. Ollie, hey, Ariel. I like your name. I'm sending you a Fremantle Football Club AFL jersey in majestic purple and white with a number 11 on the back, symbolizing the amount of MMA Journalist of the Year awards you have won. Could have been 12. Thank you. Question 1. How long till a UFC pay-per-view takes the record off boxing with 4.6 million buys? Oh my. I don't see any insight. Is there a hypothetical card now that you think would pull those numbers? No. I mean, that's just absurd. That's Pacquiao and Mayweather. I don't see anything. Question 2. 1987 Mike Tyson versus present Tyson Fury. Oh my. 1987 Mike Tyson versus present Tyson Fury? Golly. That is a crazy fight. I'm going Tyson to the body. Tyson with the uppercuts, just like in Punch-Out. I understand, yes, they're both Tyson. I'm going Mike. I'm going with Iron Mike. Great question, though. Hey, Ariel, from Nim, my good friend. Hope Mrs. H is recovering well. It's going well. Gnarly incision there, but it's going well. I can imagine it's stressful for you and the little ones. Thank you. So I have 2 unrelated questions. How is your work-life balance? I can't quite put my finger on if it's okay, but feels like a lot alongside being a husband and father of 3. Thank you for asking. It's fine. I love what I do. I love that every day presents something different. I'm definitely happy. Wasn't before. So I can't complain. Am I going to lie and say that it's stress-free? No. The biggest stress in my life is really booking the show. And I don't say that because I hate it. It's just because, there's all these elements. You got to get these guys on the show in studio, get interesting guests. You have people saying like, oh, this lineup sucks, or oh, I don't want to hear from this person. That type of stuff is stressful, but the rest is fine. I feel like I do a pretty good job. It feels like my Friday night is Wednesday night. Like when I'm done the Wednesday show, I can breathe a little bit. But overall, it's good. Really loving not traveling a lot. Can I just say that? That presents a much, much better work-life balance. The travel, I really don't enjoy it. Number 2, I don't know if anyone has made a deal over the fact that even Whittaker's coach said before the final round to Whittaker, you're down on points. So why was Rob so sure that he had done enough? That's a good question. I don't know. I will ask him that. But yeah, I thought his corner was very honest with him, which is a great job. Hi, Ariel. In a recent interview with Mark Ramundi, Kayla Harrison mentioned moving down to 135 could be an option. Can I be honest about that one? I think she was trolling Mark on that one. Kayla Harrison ain't fighting at 135. Have you guys lost your mind? She ain't fighting at 135. With this in mind, if you consider the combination of legacy and money, which promotion? Listen, it's down to Bellator and PFL. I don't know why you guys don't believe me on this. It's down to Bellator and PFL, and Bellator is making a push. And I think that there are intriguing options there. And I think that, listen, I think PFL, if I'm being honest, I think they signed their ESPN deal and took their foot off the gas. I think their foot was on the gas because they thought they needed Kayla to get that deal over the line. I think that deal is done and they've taken their foot off the gas. Kayla Harrison is the face of PFL. Kayla Harrison made the PFL into what it is today, must-see TV. And, she's a franchise player. And I think they took their foot off the gas. That's my honest assessment. They got what they wanted. They got the TV deal. And look, I'm not begrudging them, but that was the most important thing. It's down to those two. Nothing would surprise me at this point. Happy birthday, Walter. Thank you. Hey, Ariel, in your opinion, who cracks the top 5 middleweights first, Khamzat or Imavov? I say Khamzat. Oh, middleweights. Oh, wow. I don't think we can ignore Fernand's track record of fast. I mean, I think Nasruddin, because Khamzat not fighting at 185 anytime soon. He's going to fight Burns, and then he's going to fight for the belt if he wins that. Thoughts on Cody Rhodes leaving AEW and potentially joining WWE? Spoke of that. Crazy. Mind blown. But it's a thing. It definitely is. Ariel Ladd, longtime fan of your work. Bit of a silly, fun question, but seeing as Mike Perry is back in action this weekend at BKFC, Knucklemania, Chad Mendez as well, it got me thinking about him having his girlfriend in his corner for a couple fights. If a UFC fighter asked you to be a member of their corner, would you accept their offer? I don't know. Imagine the walkout and ring announcement with Ioane behind the cage. I don't think they would let me, if I'm being honest. Shout out to MMA Pins. I really don't think they would let me. Maybe I'm wrong. That would be crazy. I wouldn't want to do that. First of all, it would be a waste of a cornerman. And I know there have been some crazy people who have done that, who certainly, didn't warrant being there. But I don't know. That's not me. I'm not trying to be a fighter. I'm not trying to be a coach. I'm not trying to get that. It would be incredible. It would be fun for like a regional fight or something, a great experience. But I would hate to take that position away from someone else. But yeah, I mean, imagine if DC asked me to walk out with them. I would go, dun, 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 and we'd do the thing, and we'd run together. I would trip. It would be amazing. B-Dod, 10. What is going on with Paulo Costa right now after saying Vittoria or no one? Not sure. Not sure. That's a weird one. Hey, Ariel, who do you think wins next week? Josh Taylor, Catterall, undisputed junior welterweight fight. Taylor. And do you think Taylor has what it takes to move up and fight Crawford? Sure. He's great. Wasn't he with Tyson Fury recently? Also, do you think Bam Bam Tuivasa will ever become a UFC champion? Sure. Although he still hasn't responded to my WhatsApp message. It still hasn't been seen. It's not even blue yet. What is he doing? What kind of a bender is this guy on? We'll address that later. For now, though, we'll take a break as far as the questions are concerned. because it's time now, my friends, to say hello to our first in-studio guest of the day. I mean, what a big deal this is. Let me stand up here. Wow. When you have one of the top managers in MMA join you in studio with that fantastic mullet, you have to stand up. Thank you. Now, I put this out just for you, Tim. No? Wow, we're putting that on the ground? Really? That was gifted to me. Where's your gift? Ben Cousins.
Real football team.
Wow, okay.
That's a real football team.
That is, what team is that?
West Coast Eagles.
West Coast Eagles?
Yes.
Same league?
Yeah, same league.
Did you wear that on purpose?
No. I just
Okay.
like it.
So a fan gave me that.
No, I'm sorry, but I can't. If I'm looking at that,
You hate this team.
It's going to go to mess.
This team.
It's just, I don't necessarily hate the Crows. It's just like, why out of any team you could have picked, you picked the Crows. So it was just like, it's just going to distract.
They gifted me. Okay, we've been through this. But I did say this. I've never seen you so upset. Like, you legitimately were mad and disappointed in me that I had this jersey on the table. Yeah, it is random. Trust me, I know.
Why the Crows? Why not pick like a good team?
All right.
A reputable team.
So Fremantle. Do you know Fremantle? Someone just said, I'm reading the questions here. Is that bad? I'm sending you a Fremantle Football Club AFL jersey in majestic purple and white with the number 11 on the back.
One team worse than the Crows, it would be the Freo Dolphins.
Okay.
So they're our crosstown rivals.
Okay, wow.
And most of my friends are Freo supporters.
What is it? Free Hill?
Fremantle.
Fremantle. Okay, yeah,
Freo.
okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank
Great
you.
start.
We're a little bit late.
Yeah,
New York traffic's no joke.
Everything going well?
Yeah, it's good.
Big media tour?
Yeah, it's been non-stop since.
This is the main event, though. This is like
This is the
the
big
crown jewel.
Andrew may say something different, but for me,
Who's Andrew?
we just came from Andrew Schultz.
Oh, Andrew Schultz,
Yeah,
who claims to be an MMA journalist. He did that whole shtick? He did that whole thing?
I'll leave Israel to
Oh,
that.
geez. Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for coming. We're going to have Izzy soon, but I wanted to talk to you. A lot going on. In fact, if I'm being honest, I mean, your name has been brought up a couple times on Monday and also today.
Getting aired out.
Yeah.
I got aired out by Behrman,
Yes.
who will be hearing from my lawyers.
Yes.
And apparently I got aired out by Casey today. as
That's
well.
right. That's right. Before we get to all of that, and also the big deal and the weekend,
Yep.
you don't do a lot of media.
No.
There's a lot of MMA managers who love the media, who love the attention, and there is a method to that madness, I think. There's a bit of promotion and hype and drawing clients. Why have you chosen to go? I mean, I was trying to look like there's like very little YouTube videos on, like very little. Why did you go the path of not doing a lot of media?
Everyone's different. I'd really only done your show before, and then I'll do media.
That was with Audie, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't even solo.
No. Then I do stuff in Perth, in Australia sometimes. It's close to home. But in general, it's just not really me. I like to be behind. I'll do this, then you probably won't hear from me for another 2-3 years.
Okay.
But it's kind of, I like to be behind the scenes. I understand why some people do it. I think a lot of it's ego, honestly, but a lot of it is to promote clients, etc. I'd rather just perform for my clients and our clients, honestly. And I don't particularly. It's not the manager's role, in my opinion. It's like there can be a point to it. And I think this is great every now and then, and I enjoy it. But generally, let your fighters be front and center and work behind the scenes. Is our approach to it. I've always followed, Audie's way. Audie doesn't do much media either. No one from our team does a lot of media. So inside our company, it's clients first. Like, I don't even have a Twitter, really. I hardly use my Instagram. I'm a pretty private person.
I was trying to find your Twitter this morning to tag you.
have one,
You
no.
deleted it, right?
I have one that is just like a creeper one. Well, not a creeper one, just to
like a burner account.
Yeah, just to see what the news and see what my clients are doing. But I don't tweet or anything. That's for important people.
Right.
I'm
Well,
just
fair enough.
keep it low.
How old are you?
Turned 30 in 2 months.
30.
Yeah, I'm 29.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I started pretty young.
How old were you when you started?
23.
23. How did you start?
So I have a bachelor degree in sports management and I have a law degree. So when I was working as a lawyer in Australia, when I came over here in 2015, I connected with Audie the first time.
How did you connect with him?
LinkedIn.
You just sent him a message?
Yeah.
A blind,
Yeah. I was
Wow.
like a super fan of the sport. Like from the age of I was a massive pro wrestling fan. And then from one of the early, I think the first Ultimate Fighter that I watched every episode was the one, the beta one. I think that was 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So I was watching that, and then I was just like a crazy fan through high school, through college, university, as we say. And I just wanted to find a way to work in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked for Muay Thai Australia when I was in Australia. I worked at a couple different gyms. I had a good good kind of background in the combat scene in Australia. And then, when I came over, I quit my job, came over, I was teaching kickboxing at UFC gym, and I was working at the call center. Yeah, so then I messaged Audie. I didn't even ask him for a job. I was just like, hey, I've come over to the US. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here for, but just any advice on how you think I could get into this industry, I'd appreciate it. And he replied, and we got on a phone call and just kind of clicked. Now Audie's like a brother to me, a big brother.
How long does he take to reply?
Like 3 days.
3 days.
I think that'd be tough now. Like now knowing like the...
Now it takes him 3 days to even read my text, 10 days to reply to the text with Audie.
I know. So yeah, I mean, I think it was just timing because like I get a lot of inbound requests from kids like that. So does Audie. And it's like sometimes you just see one that just catches your eye. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I'll see one and be like, not that I try and reply to everybody, but it's just there's so much on. Sometimes you see one, you're just like, maybe this is a guy that I'll give my time to. And I try and do like at least one a week with that. But yeah, he gave me his time, and from 2015 onwards, I was kind of straight in the deep end.
So initially, when you were brought in, what are you doing?
I was like kind of like in like a intern role, mainly in like marketing, like client deals. I was working on some of like. Now
this is 2015.
Yeah.
This is like Connor exploding.
Yeah. So the first thing I ever did was in the Aldo camp.
Wow.
So we spoke on the phone, and I was working at a UFC gym in Torrance at the time. And they knew I was working there, and they called and they were like, hey, you still working at, I think it was someone else who's not at the company anymore, was like, Connor's looking somewhere to train in California, you're still living there. And I was like, yep, I'll figure this out. Like got him in, they trained at the gym in Torrance for the lead up to the Aldo camp. So the first thing I ever did in this industry was opening up the gym at night for Connor, Gunny, John, all that gang. So that was the first thing I did. And then I was working like commercially on some deals and everything. And then 2016, towards the end of 2016, I started working really closely with Audie.
Okay.
Like in an associate, almost assistant type job. I wasn't a great assistant, but I was good like from the business side. And then that was 2016. And then I started managing my first client at the start of 2017.
Who was your first?
Megan Anderson.
That was your first?
Yeah.
Really? Interesting. How did that happen?
Same circle in Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, so my coach, my Muay Thai coach coached her for a bit. They connected us, and yeah.
Now this is pre-UFC. This is Invicta Megan Anderson, right?
Yeah, right after her last one, and then we went through the whole UFC journey.
At what point because now you have your own clients, basically.
Yeah.
Like obviously it's under the Paradigm umbrella, but there are ones that you deal with specifically that Audie really has nothing, like unless needed, right?
Yeah, I mean, the way we do it is like, we have 5 managers total.
Okay.
Including Audie's still a manager, six managers. So we have, our philosophy has always been keeping it really tight. Like a client to manager ratio. You know, it's not a company where you got like one manager and 250 clients, and they don't really get the attention. So of our 70 clients, we have 6 managers. So Audie is the CEO of the company. He the founder CEO. He runs the company. He still manages a few very closely. I'm the head of the MMA department, and I still have managers and clients in which I'm the lead relationship manager on. Okay. And we have Dave, Carl, Jordan, John, Leo, that all have their own clients as well. Oh. So the philosophy is not like, that's my client, that's your client. It's you're a Paradigm client, and you have access to all of our staff, all the resources, all our staff, the departments we have built out, from our blockchain, sponsorships and endorsements, digital sponsorships. Everyone has access. There's no like, that's mine, that's yours, that's who you talk to. But for efficacy purposes, you need a lead relationship manager. So that's the way that's kind of broken out.
How many MMA fighters are now under the umbrella?
About 74, 75.
Wow. Is this the most?
Yep. Yeah, okay. It's grown steadily. We did a bit of kind of a recruitment. We don't do a huge amount of outbound recruitment. Like we like to, at least, on our part, think that we only work with really blue chip athletes. No disrespect to other athletes, but a lot of times if someone's really good, but they're 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, we tend to be patient with people, because once we're in, we're all in. Mm-hmm. Like we're not a management company that will sign someone who's got 2 wins and hope they get good and then start working for them, right? If you're in with us, you're in with us. Mm-hmm. So that's why we've been patient on it. We missed out on opportunities on good fighters, but I will always vigorously defend our recruiting system. And, it's just, it goes back to if you're with us, you're getting so much resources and so much effort, that we really like to be selective with who we work with and what their ceiling is and what type of person they are mostly as well.
And I was just looking, you guys have Josie Altidore, the soccer player, the football. So it's MMA, soccer / football, NFL too?
Yep.
NBA?
No.
No more NBA.
No,
there was NBA.
Yeah, we dabbled in it for a while.
Any other sport?
Soon.
Yeah. Okay.
Soon. I won't
MMA media. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so there's expansion coming.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
we have heads of all those different departments, and that, and on the venture front as well. Like the companies with Proper 12 and Tidal and a lot of things we built. That's really something we're passionate about, and what Audie's really driving as well.
How stressful is your life? You're the head of the MMA department. I can't imagine. Like you.
It's all right. Like it's. I can do stress all day long. Like I can do busy all day long, I'll say. Like organized, busy, I can do that. 7 days a week, like let's go. Organized, busy, I can do. Unorganized, busy is stress. So, and that happens at times, but I have such a good team, like people that have my back all day long, like from every single one of our staff. Like right at the moment, I've been on the road for 10, 11 days already, nonstop from when we got to Houston. I went and saw Yuri in Arizona, came back, fight week, now we're on this media tour. So it's like all day long, I'm doing something. At the same time, the stuff in the background doesn't slow down. But that's where I can rely on my team to have my back and get stuff done. So yeah, it's a stressful job, but it's also, and there's times where I'm like today I was so tired. And I was like, I'm just exhausted. Like this travel is killing me. I'm doing it. But then you got to be like, well, I used to sit in an office when I was a lawyer, and it's like, be thankful for the life that you're able to lead. Right. So I'm happy. Stress comes and goes, but I'm happy.
The MMA business right now, is it healthy? Is it like, what is your take on the MMA business? How would you assess it?
As a whole, I think it's thriving, right? I think year after year, MMA gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think it's growing. I think the numbers are good. There's bigger deals. Athletes are slowly getting paid more. I think there's a huge amount of work to go on fair allocation of pay to profits. We talk about that all day long. But it's definitely getting better. Like we just did Izzy's new deal, and I think that was fair, and that's a good representation. Not everyone's Izzy. I think across the board, there's a lot of room to improve on what these fighters are getting paid. But aside from that, if you look at like the business as a whole, I think it's booming, right? I think the numbers have been pretty good. I think the public awareness is better. I think we're slow. Like even you've been in this industry for so much longer than me. I've been doing this for 7 years. From when I started 7 years ago, it was like I started right when the Reebok deal started. Like from that into the ESPN deal, it's like we are bridging towards the mainstream. Even if it feels slow and there's areas to improve, like the sport's come a long way.
So you mentioned the Izzy deal. Congratulations. That was big. The timing was really interesting because it was right before his fight. How long had you been working on that?
I mean, that was kind of like when I started working with Israel, so Eugene's always looked after Israel. And when Eugene sought additional help, specialist help, if you will, that was kind of the big agenda. It's like, all right, this guy, when are we going to do this big deal? And that I started working with with Izzy before the first Rob fight. Okay. After Gaslam for the first Rob fight. And that was kind of like, that obviously endorsement, sponsorship, brand building, everything we do was part of it, but the UFC contract was a big part. Okay. So we did some deals related to each fight that improved the compensation, but this big one that has now kind of extended his contract and been a fresh contract was from since the last fight, but really got going around early November last year.
Okay. And how was it? How was the process?
It was generally cordial. I mean, obviously, like you start in different places and you work your way to the middle, and it was cordial. There's always like heat behind the scenes, but it never got personal. It's always business, and I have a good relationship with Hunter and the UFC and Mick, and we're able to figure it all out. There's definitely some moments where you have to just let it simmer down a bit, come back to the table, but we got it done, and Israel's happy, Eugene's happy, that his family's happy, everyone's happy. I'm happy with how it went, and in the end, once that contract's signed, everything that happened before then just goes. So. Right.
I said last week that I thought for the UFC was imperative for this deal to get done before his fight because they didn't want to play the game that they just played with Francis, where he's a champion going into his final fight. Did you feel the same way? Did you feel like after what happened with Francis, you guys actually had some leverage there because the clock was ticking and they didn't want Saturday to come, he wins, and now he's got one fight left?
I don't think they showed that card. Like, they would never say that to me. But I think that's a reasonable conclusion to come to, right? And I hate to feel like we profited off Francis' situation, but because everyone's so different and I don't know the inner workings of that, but I think that would be a logical conclusion. Yeah.
So you're like very much involved in these talks, right? The negotiations for his deal.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have a great team. Like, we have a New Zealand partner with AP Sports Management, which is Eugene and Ash. But I'll lead it, at least direct conversations, and then I'll get back. I'll huddle with my team, huddle with them, and we work as a team. Israel's father, I speak to a lot as well, who's his business manager and accountant, if you will. So I'll lead the conversations, but as the thought, the Shark Tank, if you will, is our wider team.
The reason I asked that is because you mentioned Hunter Campbell, who's the chief legal counsel. I believe that's his
chief business officer, I think, is it?
Okay, that's the updated title. I think that was the original name. In any event, my understanding is Dana doesn't get involved in these discussions, right? It's Hunter, the one who's leading the way.
Yeah.
How would you describe him as a sparring partner?
Yeah, I'm fine with Hunter. You know, I'm fine. When I see him in person, it's always cordial. Like, I'm not necessarily the manager that goes out and is like getting drinks and partying with these guys, but I got a lot of respect for Hunter. I believe he has respect for me, and we got the deal done. We're not always like, sometimes on the phone things have to get heated, but that's just the nature of the job. And I don't think anything ever gets personal. I don't think it's ever like a personal thing and the relationship is going to hurt the deal. It's really just focused on the deal. And, you know, I've always done well with Hunter. I don't have any issues with him.
I think that's important to note, only because you always would hear in the past that it would always get personal, that it would always get heated.
Yeah.
And when you hear with, you know, the NBA, the NFL, like, of course there are negotiations, but it doesn't seem like it gets truly personal with the GMs and the agents and whatnot. I think this is actually a sign that the sport is moving into a more mainstream direction. Just because you are negotiating with someone doesn't mean that you're an MFer and you have to start yelling and stuff like that, right?
I think it's the way you do it as well. I think it goes back to like keeping it just professional. Like, if anything, my whole company, myself, just try to be professional. Like there's no gamesmanship in the media or on Twitter, that kind of thing. Just try and be professional. Like, our company, particularly Audie, started from that world. He was an NFL agent first. We were a boutique NFL agency, so we've taken a lot of those principles in negotiations on our side as well, as far as the process that we take internally, but how we then work from that world that you're describing, right? So I think that comes across in the negotiations. And, you know, the last major deal we did with the UFC by Hunter was Audie and I on Connor's last deal, right? And it was a similar process. And I think knowing from that we're able to do that behind the scenes and that there was no drama with Connor and we got a deal done, I think they have, you know, regardless of any noise, I think there's respect there, and Hunter understands that we're businessmen and we're just looking to do the best for our clients and respect the process in a whole. So it was, yeah, I've got no complaints about how the process was handled.
So in the press release, it said second biggest deal in UFC history. I would imagine, given your history with Conor, that's number one.
Yeah.
And you would know, based on the fact that you negotiated it. Why am I an a-hole if I ask you for the terms of the deal? Why can I know what Kevin Durant is making to a penny? Why can I know what, you know, any NFL... Why am I such a bad person if I want to know how many fights is this for? What is second most? Like, what is that bar? Why can I not know this?
I don't think we said second most in the press conference. I think that was assumed. I think we said one of the most...
Oh, no, I have it. I mean, I don't want to pull... Do you want me to pull it up?
I don't think it says second most in the press conference, does it?
In the press release.
The press release?
Not that, I think that's an amazing thing.
I mean, I don't know if that was said in the press release. I think Connor said that in his tweet. But he... I
just want to pull it up.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, from my understanding, it's right up there. And to your question about why we can't release it publicly, that's Israel's call. You know, that's
But why do you like that fact?
No, I think you should always close.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think
why?
Because like, and you take the Israel and Connor examples as a side. I think if sports-wide every UFC salary was disclosed, it's going to create more unity, more leverage for the fighter. And that's all I care about is leverage for the fighter, right? I would love to know when I'm negotiating for someone who's not Israel, here's a relevant comp. I think it would make things so much faster. And it's like, it's not the same as in like NBA and NFL, right? Because the comps are more accurate. Because in those team sports, you don't need to sell tickets necessarily. You know, you don't need to be combat sports is so different. It's like 50% your athletic side, 50% you're putting asses in seats, you know, being the brand, being a prize fighter, if you will. I think in the stick and ball sport, there's not so much that. So the comps you can look at how many, I'm going to be a sports guy right now, how many, I almost said layups, or how many rebounds, how many points, how many assists, compare that to another guy who plays this minutes, that, and you can almost get comps that way. Fighting's not that linear, right? You can take a guy who's won this many fights in UFC or this many fights in UFC, but they could be completely different pay scales because one guy's a Bobby Green who's got a brand and another guy's a whoever it may be. So in that sense, the comps aren't going to be perfect, but I think there would be no harm in giving those numbers to everybody. Even if it's not public, even if like they have a manager, you know, association, a registration system where managers can see it and they're bound by confidentiality, even that would make more sense. But I've heard arguments like, well, nobody wants the pay disclosed because nobody wants to know how much everyone's making. And I hear that, but I don't think that hurts LeBron James or like
Ronaldo, Messi, we know
like these athletes can deal with that. Right. I think, yes, that's relevant. And if any fighter feels that way, I completely respect that. But I think for the good of the whole sport, if purses were disclosed, not publicly even, just to like say an internal database, it would benefit all fighters.
So this fighter pay debate is a big one. Obviously, I'm sure it's one that's near and dear to you. Do you think it's fair right now? Do you think that the breakdown is fair?
Talking broadly, I don't think so.
No.
I mean, objectively, and again, I don't want this to like, I came on here to bash the UFC.
No, I'm asking you the questions. It's just the business of MMA. Who better than you? We could listen to a fighter talk about it, but the managers are the ones that are actually involved. You would know. Yeah,
of course. I think all fighters get paid more. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm not a like financial expert. Like I can't like look at the UFC's numbers and say this is where they could do it. Like we have people on our staff that are better than me at that. But from my basic financial understanding and from the numbers I'm aware of, it appears like there is more room to pay fighters more, in my opinion.
Do you feel like we're moving in that direction?
I mean, like you take like Israel, for example, he's happy.
Right.
You know, I'm sure other fighters are happy. And even like from when I started again 7 years ago, the base payment has come up. Audie talks about like when he started MMA, guys were starting on like 2,500 and 2,500,
right,
something like that. And now the minimum's like 10 and 10 or 12 and 12, something like that. So it has improved, but has it improved enough? I don't believe so. But change will come, you know, I believe.
How's, and this may not be your domain per se, but I'm sure you know some of it, like the sponsorship game. Obviously for the Izzies of the world, it's a much different, you know, he's got Puma and all these like blue chip. But, you know, if you're someone climbing the ladder, a Leon Edwards even, right, who hasn't won a belt but is climbing, is there money to be made in sponsorship? I think Instagram has helped a lot, but is there enough to where, you know, we used to hear these days in the spike days where people are getting like 100,000 to wear a shirt and all this stuff, all that is gone. Is there money for these fighters to be made on the sponsorship side, or is it still pretty dry?
No, we do well for our fighters. We do well. You know, I think almost all of our athletes have sponsorships. You know, it's about kind of covering the cost, and they're not crazy. They're not like, not everyone's making hundreds of thousands. Some are. It's always an area of improvement. You know, we're really focusing on that at the moment. We're hiring more sales staff as we speak to improve that for our fighters. But it's there. Like take Leon. Leon's got several sponsors. You know, enough to kind of tick over monthly, and it's there. It's there if you work at it, and something that we put a huge emphasis on, right? Like I think our company does it better than anybody else as far as sponsors go, and it goes both ways. Like you've got the ones that we drive, but also a lot of these up and coming fighters, we call them like local legends, have their local communities that look after them. Because a lot of them, even if those companies aren't doing it for like ROI, they truly want to see these young kids succeed. So we work on that level as well, but you know, it's kind of hard to pin on. I've got, you know, some guys that get a lot of sponsors and some don't. It comes down to the brand. Like, it depends. Like, if people that say like the industry's dead, you shouldn't expect sponsors. That's not true. We have success with almost all of our roster with sponsors. And again, probably got some clients hearing this going, I don't need more, but like, because it's infinite, right? Like you can get like a great fight deal, you can get a great fight. Sponsorships are infinite. You can always get more sponsors.
Right.
So, and we honestly, it's like the biggest point of emphasis for our company is driving sponsorships for these guys. And we do it. We have weekly meetings on it. We have like, sponsorship drives, everything, lead generation. We just got a whole new like task management and lead generation, what's it called? Project management system where we're tracking this. So we certainly push hard. Like it's hard work. Like it's still a small sport, and like we'll reach out to 150, 200 companies a week and get 10, 20 emails in response, and then a deal you close off that. You might get a couple $1,000s for a couple social media posts. It's like, if that was our business model, it's like, that's a waste of all of our time if you're looking at it from a business, but it's supplements for our fighters, and it's all a part of it,
So we had the great Eugene Behrman on the show on Monday, and he wants to know where your allegiances lie.
Help me out.
He says there's too many middleweights on the roster right now.
Out.
There's Jack, there's Sean, there's Izzy. Like he wants you to pick a lane.
I knew he was on. I was there at the house.
Oh, really?
Outside, and he walks outside with this shit-eating grin on his face and goes, I won't use his words because it's too strong.
Yeah.
I just dipped you in it, you C-word. And I was like, all right. And then I went and watched it, and I was like, oh, but that's Eugene. That's the dynamic we have on that team. Everyone takes the piss.
But is that tricky, though? I mean, not that long ago, you had Jack and Sean.
Yeah. I mean...
And I know it hasn't happened often, right? You said it was just the second time?
Second time, yeah.
That's crazy.
Second time. Yeah, but we don't have a lot of clients.
It's a lot of middleweights.
3 of them.
Yeah.
3. And then we have a few others in the UFC, but it can be. It just depends what like... I don't get worried about it because I know who I am and those guys trust me. Like if anything, it's advantageous for everyone to be under the... to know where it stands. You got both sides. It makes it easy. Jack and Sean was the easiest fight to make. They both wanted it. Can call Mick, hey, you want to do this? Eventually, like, yeah, let's do it. So it was easy. And then we have a big team as well, so it's not just me that is looking after these guys. So that we have support from both sides. Of course, emotionally, it's not fun. Like when watching Jack and Sean, I was like happy and sad at the same time. Right. So emotionally, it's not fun, but it's part of, if you want to be successful in this industry as an agency or as an agent, like unless your rule is like 1 fighter per weight class, which isn't really an effective business model, I would say, you're going to run into it, and you just have to approach it with integrity and do right by both guys.
Are you going to try to get Sean to fight Izzy next?
I've been advocating for Sean. That's my job, right? Yeah. In the end, it comes down to Israel. I know you're going to speak to him. You can talk to him about what he wants to do, but I have to do my job and advocate for Sean. I said that straight to Izzy and Eugene. I have to advocate for Sean.
And how do they feel about it?
Izzy, I'll let Izzy explain his side on it and who he wants to fight. But Eugene's taking the piss. Like he's a highly intelligent man. He's got very high acumen and he reads people very well. So he was just... Yeah.
I could tell. Do you think there's a chance he gets it?
Yeah. I mean, you've got the 2 clear contenders are Cannonier and Sean. Right. And it's Sean's coming off five wins. Cannonier's coming off 2 wins. Obviously, he's higher ranked, a really impressive knockout. In the end, it's going to come down to what Izzy wants. Of course, I've got to advocate for Sean, but in the end, it's Israel's and the UFC, obviously. Right. But it's Israel's call, and he'll decide what he wants to do, and I will support that fully.
I'll ask you a couple other rapid fire ones, and then we'll bring in the champ. Yeah. Is it going to be Leon versus Usman 2 this summer? Is this going to happen? I mean, it's like everyone's afraid. They're afraid because if Khamzat fights Gilbert Burns in April, he beats Gilbert Burns, he's going to cut the line, and poor Leon's going to be left on the sidelines again.
I don't think that would happen.
Have you been told definitively that he is next?
I've been told that that's the plan, pending on Kamaru's hand. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
you think this summer?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know the details on his hand, and I saw the photo of the surgery. But yeah, I think so. I can't see anything disrupting that, unless Kamaru's out for like a year or something. Right. And we got to figure something out. But Leon is. I don't need to go over again what that guy's been through. Yeah. Like at this stage, he's patient. He deserves it. Like and when Dana comes out and says like he deserves it, he's been through this. It's been out of his control. He signed 3 bout agreements to fight Khamzat when allegedly no one else would. Like I believe the UFC will do right by him, and that's the conversations that I've had behind the scenes as well. So I'm confident that happens.
At this juncture, what is realistic for Conor's return? What month?
Really, that's on Conor too. Like I expect this year. You know, he's focusing on his recovery. He's in the Bahamas right now with his family and focusing on a lot of his other business ventures. So, as has been said 100 times, he doesn't need to come back.
Right.
Like the fact that he is who he is and what he's achieved financially, from a business perspective, athletically, he doesn't have to. But and then after that injury, it's like, okay, now might be the time. But he wants to fight again, which to me is like baffling and says a lot about him that he just loves it.
He does want to fight again.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
And you think he fights this year?
Yeah.
I think this summer probably too soon.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be then. I think at some stage this year, and I think when's the lightweight title fight is in summer. Maybe we see what happens there and go. But he'll fight this year, and it's a credit to him. Like he has no real reason to fight other than that he wants to, which is impressive to me.
Who do you predict he fights?
See what happens in the title fight.
You think he gets the winner?
Would you be surprised?
No, I wouldn't. But so you think there's a better chance of that than say like Nate 3?
Well, I think Nate's trying to fight sooner, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But then, fight after.
I don't know. The thing with Conor is he's always had options.
Right.
So he will have options when he's ready and regardless of everything else that's going on in the division, he sells. He could fight anybody and it'll sell. And regardless of what I guess could be said is right for the division, in the end, business rules, and he could step into that title fight if he wanted to. So we'll see. There's some steps to go before there.
Any idea where Yuri Glover is happening?
Oh yeah, somewhere in the US.
Okay, no more Brazil.
No, they said something fell out there, somewhere in the US. I think it's going to have to be in one of the 4 or 5 cities that they've been doing.
Okay.
But hopefully we get that soon, yeah.
Last thing for you, Casey joked about this in our interview about like, he's paying too much attention. But I know she's joking. But It did get me thinking about like, man, you deal with a lot of emotional people, right? A lot of fighters who are tough, but also a little bit insecure. I'm not saying she is, but I know how it is. Like, I see you. I know I've heard about this. Like, you big up this person on Instagram too much. You don't show me love. How difficult is that part of the game as well? I saw you yesterday. You were Dennis, right? Yep. You got to show him love. He's got a fight coming up. You don't want to. How difficult is that game of not? Because it's like you have 40 kids that all want your attention, that all want your love. Yeah. And it's hard to do that all the time. I would imagine that's pretty tricky.
Yeah, I think just be real. Like, just be real. Like, again, I credit my team to having my back on that, right? And I try and touch base with my fighters all the time. It'll be funny. They'll say, it's always how you feeling.
That's the question?
I'm always asking how you're feeling. That's just my way of checking in.
Right.
And I try just to check in with people and just see for no reason. Right? It's nice to when people just, sometimes when you're busy, it's annoying. It's like, I already got too many text messages. But then really when people are just checking in just to really see how you are, it's nice. So I try to just check in, particularly when people have fights, how you going, what you're doing. But again, I credit my team that will be checking in with people as well, helping them out. And as far as like battling for different emotions and affection, it's that I can't control that. All I can do is make sure I am reaching out and I am there to care, but I can't control how people feel. And hopefully my clients and people in the industry know that I do care and I'm genuine and I try my best. But yeah, there's times where it's like I'm so caught up in a fight week for Izzy or a Conor, but I hope that for the other clients that they understand that. And it's like when it's your time to shine, I'm there.
Right.
I'm always showing up when it's your time, right? And in the meantime, check in and be involved as much as possible. So,
you're doing a great job. By the way, you're doing a great job. Yeah, I know she was just messing, but it got me thinking about how tough that must be.
Yeah. And again, that's why we built our company the way we have. We're like a lead relationship manager that has no more than 15 to 20 clients.
Right.
You're all a Paradigm client. You have access to everybody, but I think that's important, right? If I had 250 clients, I have no idea what I'd be doing.
Right.
And some companies are structured that way. So that's the way we keep that and make sure that everyone's phone call gets answered.
Keep up the great work. Thanks for doing this, my friend. Yeah, it was nice to have you here. You should do more of these.
With you, maybe.
Okay.
Just the green room.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right.
I'll be back in 3-4 years.
All right, there he is, Tim Simpson. And how about this? Like 2 ships in the night. Let me stand up here. Wow. We got the champ in the house. We got the manager to the stars in the house. Look at this guy. How are you, sir?
Man, you good?
Pleasure to see you.
Easy.
They said that you didn't care, that you didn't like me anymore. You know what shit I got? Oh, all the haters. All the haters, Izzy.
Is that one of them new pronouns? Who's they? They said that what? What do they say?
Look at this man right here. A real star. Wow, what an aura you have. It's been a while since I've seen you in person.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
I was like, I still want to do aerial, but I have to do it in person. I'm over this whole Zoom.
You're done with Zoom. That's what Tim told me. I wasn't sure if he was just trying to like deflect.
I mean,
he said, Izzy's done with Zoom.
You look at this fight camp. I didn't really do any MMA media, or not a lot. There's few reasons for that, but like I'm over Zoom. That's just so impersonal, and there's not a lot. Like it just the connection is not there. Like this in person,
Right.
Yeah.
Totally different. What were the reasons for not doing a lot of MMA media?
I've got my own network now on YouTube, Freestyle
Man,
Bend.
Freestyle Bend, you're killing it. Who's that, David over there? That's not David. Where's David at?
Jeff, that's my, oh no, that's Ike. David, he's, where's he at?
David, man, he's a star now.
Yeah, he is. He's very, you know the funny thing? I never even knew he was a rapper. So he was part of this,
Wait, that's your brother?
Yeah.
You didn't know your brother was a rapper?
DBB.
Okay.
This rap group called Machete Clan, till their first single, like major single came out, and in New Zealand, Australasia, worldwide, some places, it kind of blew up, and I was like, wait, you rap? And I listened to it, and I was like, yo, he raps? And I've been telling him to do comedy for years. I think he'll do that later on, but he's just a naturally charismatic and funny dude, you know? Same like my other brother, Sammy, as well, who lives in Australia. He's here on this tour with us, but because he lives in Australia, I don't see him as often, but I brought him out just because I want to, you know, have my brothers with me. But yeah, we're just a family of unique individuals.
So it's just the three of you?
No, there's two more, my baby sisters, the second born and the baby of the family. So yeah, they do their own thing as well.
Are you tight?
Yeah.
All five?
Family.
Yeah?
Fuck yeah, we'll have to be.
Did your career make you guys even tighter?
Yes.
Because now you work with David, right?
Yeah, he works for me.
Okay, well, so my bad.
Don't get his head too big.
All right.
He's watching this right now.
Yeah.
But there was after I fought at UFC 230, I remember I took all my siblings to the Knicks versus the Nuggets, I believe, after the show at Madison Square Garden. And I sat them down. And I was like, look, because I felt like that was a fight that, after every fight I had, it was just like there was a new level, new devil. So I sat them all down in the suites, and I was like, yo, you guys have to understand that things are going to change, not just for me, but for you guys now. And even my baby sister was like, yeah, I keep getting all these random messages from people I haven't even talked to in years, from primary school and from high school. And I didn't even fuck with that person. So I was like, yeah, be careful of the trap. So I kind of had to school them on the trappings of fame, just because I know what it's like. And even there's certain people I've brought out with me who they fall into the same thing. They're like, man, I keep getting all these requests from randoms who I've never, talked to in years, and I'm not even friends with anymore. And they're now trying to like, it's clout. Everyone wants some of that clout. Let me rub some of that. Yeah. So
I have to say though, I mean, the YouTube channel, even though I don't know if you consider us competition, not like it is so good. I big it up all the time.
Competition. I mean, you've been up for a while, but
yo, it is so entertaining. Those videos of you watching the fights. Who came up with that idea? Because it is just incredible. Like I look forward to it, and I'm upset when it's not up in a timely manner because it's just amazing.
Well, I mean, David, honestly, everyone's been telling me to get a YouTube for the longest time, but I just didn't have the energy all the time because I'm focused on one thing, that's fighting. But then David took the initiative a year ago, so this was February last year, to start up a YouTube channel for me. And then organically it just grew. And pretty much it's just me being myself and being filmed. And I've had old Jane Goodall over there filming me since 2015.
Damn.
Watching me, observing me. And, excuse me, when there's a camera on you, everyone has a different look. Everyone has a different persona. Well, it's reps. You get enough reps and you become more yourself on camera. So there's a way that I can kind of have a camera on me and still be myself. I don't have to have that. Because you see, everyone has it. When there's a camera on them, people either shut down or some people shine. And I know how to shine when I'm on camera. But now I just know how to shine if I want to, or I can just be myself. And he's just a big fly on the wall.
I threw out the idea that like Hooker or someone should have watched your fight and put it up on your channel to return the favor. Did anyone do that?
Who put it out? Oh, you put it out there? No, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but
cool.
Yeah, they definitely support me. They watch and get their own thing. Even Kai's got his own YouTube now. One of my boxing teammates, Junior Fa, has got his own YouTube. Dan's got his own. He's got an idea. I don't know if I can break the news, but yeah, I'll leave that to him. He's got an idea for a really cool concept of interview, and I was like, fuck, I wish I had thought of that. Yeah.
Dan doing the interviews.
Yeah, or like his own show.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's his own thing.
That's his thing. That's his thing. Now, how's the media tour here in New York? Do you feel the love? Do you feel like, I was listening to you on ESPN radio and, much love, but it's like, do these guys understand who you are? Do you feel like they understand who you are in the sport?
Like Max Kellerman.
Yeah.
And, what's his,
Jay Williams?
Jay Williams, yes. They definitely did. They showed the love. But yeah, most people do. Yeah, and if they don't, they have a job to do so.
Is it annoying when you're like, you didn't do your research?
No? I don't know. People sometimes, this is one of the things I hate. And I find it really funny when people will try and, not people that I work with, but like randoms to say, example, if I meet you, a random fan, and you're geeking out and your girlfriend is just like, the funniest one was one time there was 3 guys at a bar and 2 chicks. And I walk in and they freak out like, oh my God, rah, rah, rah. Like, and then I'm drunk having fun with them. And suddenly the attention's not on her anymore. So she's like, excuse me, who are you? I was like, I don't know, baby. And I'm just like talking to them. She's like, but who are you? I don't know who you are. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. And I just like kept it going. But it's just like, because the attention wasn't on her. I'm never offended. I'm like, I don't expect you to know who I am. I'm just me. I forget who I am all the time. So yeah, I don't take offense to it. It's like, it is what it is. I'm just meeting them for the first time as well. I don't know who they are.
That's true. That is true. So congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Very impressive.
Yes.
Still a little bit confused as to, with all due respect to Rob, some very smart people say he won. Are you baffled by this?
When you say smart people, name names.
Okay, well, my boy Chael said he won.
Chael?
Chael said he won.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Gaethje on Twitter saying he won.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw Chandler too saying he won. Now, these are fighters, right? Now, I know, let's be honest, sometimes fighters don't even know how to score fights.
I mean, look at the way their style of fighting. Chael.
But to me, honestly, the biggest debate I had was like, okay, he won the 5th, but like, was it 49-46 or 48-47? There was no doubt in my mind that you won that fight.
I know I won the fight.
Are you blown away?
I'm not blown away. I mean, I've said that he and Vittoria sipping the same wine that Costa was sipping. The fact that they thought, because I've not watched the fight yet.
Okay.
I will watch the fight soon. But normally when it's a performance like I expected, I watch it almost straight away just to kind of like think. But I'm kind of like, man, I did well early on, and then later on I wasn't able to find what I was looking for, and I wished I trusted my instinct more, because the first fight, I trusted my instinct, and I just went with the flow, and I called an audible. We stepped away from the game plan. But this time I was like, because after the first round, I wish I just asked you what dropped him. I normally do, but for me, I didn't want to focus on the past and then try and look for that shot again, so I was just like, nah, don't ask. And if I had known it was a southpaw straight left, because in the middle of the fight, when I was southpaw, I felt so good, and I was like, I'm not a southpaw like Romero or Gastelum, like he's fought. It's different. I come at people different when I'm southpaw, different looks. So I wish I'd asked and also just trusted my instincts to stay southpaw a little bit more. But yeah, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not going to try and change their opinion. But from what I've heard, his corner was telling him in the corner, like, you're losing this fight. You need to step up.
Yep.
They were?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you going to think you won when your corner's telling you you're losing the fight? But when I watch the fight, I will give you an honest critique on my Freestyle Bender YouTube channel.
That's right.
I'll give you an honest critique of how I thought I did, but I know I won that fight. There's no doubt in my mind. If they had raised his hand, I would be flabbergasted, like, what the fuck? Because when you fight each other, you know, like, he won or I won. You just know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I knew I won that fight.
You said 7 out of 10 afterwards. You still feel that way?
I have to watch the fight, but right now, yes, 7 out of 10, just because of the way I felt. And then in hindsight, now I've only seen highlights on Instagram, like little bits, but I'm like, fuck. I wish I really trusted my instinct and just stayed southpaw, because I was doing work southpaw, man. I was on, and the shots I was looking for weren't really there on the orthodox side. And the thing that look, I'm starting to fall into this not a trap, this issue. Like, I realized that Silva had as well. UFC 97, he fought Talis Latis,
Montreal,
and he, beat him up, pieced him up, but people were like, oh, it was a boring fight. I'm like, no, it wasn't. Yeah, Talis didn't really do much later on because he was too scared to engage. Later on, we thought Rob was going to press the action because you're down. His corner is saying he's down, but he was just moving away. There was one point he was drifting and trying to set me up for a trap, and I was like, that's my move. And I went back to the center, and then he then came to the center, and then we kept on fighting. But yeah, I'm starting to fall into that trap. Same thing with UFC 112 Abu Dhabi. Mm-hmm. with Damian Maia, and people are just like, oh, he's this, he's that, and they forget. They completely forget, and it's just recency bias. But I had fun. That's one thing I'm glad. I had fun. I was present from the first round to the last bell. My last fight before that, I got bored because I was just like, this guy's not a threat to me. He doesn't pose any threat. Even
bored mid-fight.
Yeah. I remember, Twist, the big guy in my corner was just like, don't get bored, Izzy. I don't know if the UFC can find that clip. Because, they have a camera.
Yeah.
One like, I was around the third or fourth round. He said, don't get bored, Izzy. Focus, systematic. And I was just like, you're right. Because I don't know what he saw, but he just saw I kind of had like lapse in judgment. But this fight, I could not afford to get bored. I could not afford to have that because Rob will crack you. And there was a point, he cracked me later on. And then I never got wobbled or hurt or anything. And I acknowledged, that was a good one. He's been trying to catch me on the exit the whole time whenever we clinched, and he finally caught me. I was like, good one. But then the best adjustment I can say he made was his triple jab, from his double jab to his triple jab. I was like, that was a good adjustment. But he still couldn't land that right, still couldn't land that head kick, landed a few takedowns, but I was never in any danger. Even when he was on my back, I was gonna walk to his corner, I looked, I was like, where's my corner? Okay. And I was like a hunchback, just like, haha. And I don't remember if I poked my tongue at Eugene, because this is the shit we've been drilling. We've drilled this back escape stuff like since last year, like 9 a.m. So I was just like, I think I did. And then I just got him off me, and then that was it. Went back to work.
It is a little bit like what Valentina Shevchenko goes through now. Like when Jennifer Maia won one round against her, everyone was losing their mind, right?
Exactly.
So I feel like that's what you're talking about.
As well. Yeah, I've had that in kickboxing. There was a guy I fought, shout out to Jamie Eads. I fought him like 4 times. And the last time I fought him was in the heavyweight King in the Ring final. And the first round, granted, one of my friend's closest training partners just passed away the week before. So I was like, not really feeling it. And then the first round, he landed a few leg kicks and maybe touched my face once. And then I remember hearing in his corner, like, you won that round, Jamie, you won that round, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if he was trying to convince the judges or what, or convince himself or convince Jamie, but I was just like, the fuck? Like, I was like, what? Okay, bet, let me turn this up. So I did. But yeah, it's the same thing, because he just landed like 2 leg kicks and touched my face once. So it's like, oh my God. But I'm human. Look, I'm human. I've never I just do some superhuman shit, but I'm human and I know my flaws. But yeah, I know I won that fight.
That picture that you posted late Friday, early Saturday of you on the scale, UFC 192.
Yeah.
What a crazy story. So what's the backstory there? Why were you there?
I was there to watch Dan Hooker do work. Okay. And I remember being part of the entourage. I was in the workout room with the fighters. I remember training alongside Khabib, DC, the AKA team, Luke Rockhold. I don't know if DC was there. I was hitting pads with them. And then in my head, I was kind of like, if only they knew. I have the clip somewhere. I'll put it on my Instagram story. But in my head, I was kind of like, this is where I belong. I just knew. And then after the weigh-in, I remember meeting Joe Rogan there for the first time, met Ian Edwards. Who else? Met a few people. And then when everyone cleared out, I just jumped on the scale secretly and I just pictured my moment. And then I got yelled at by security, like, get the fuck off stage. I was like, ooh, sorry. So then when I stepped up, for me, it just felt like I've done this before. Because, it's just amazing that it was in the same arena.
Crazy.
Full circle.
That's amazing. Was that your first UFC event that you were at?
Backstage, I would believe so, yes. I was involved with the stuff backstage and getting that kind of access. I think so, yes.
Were you in his corner for that fight?
No. I was just I was in the stands. I remember I was in the stands in that fight, yelling and freaking out. Yeah.
That's wild, right? I mean, that wasn't that long ago. UFC 192 was not that long ago, and now you're
2015.
Yeah, and you're selling out the building less than 7 years later, 6.5 years later.
There's a few moments like that I've had in my career. Same thing, nosebleeds to nosebleed.
Right.
I've had a few other personal ones, and I'm just like, even that's where I first met Sean Shelby and Joe Silva, and it was at the mall, and I was like, can I grab a picture with you guys? They didn't know I realized them. I recognized them, and then I can't remember what the caption was. I'll find that as well and post it on my stories.
Wow. At that same event?
Yeah.
Damn.
I saw them in the mall.
That is so funny. You must have been towering over them.
Yeah, I was.
That's right. The other one that was great was, man, I was so jealous of that French toast from The Rock.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you put the fork in it, it just
drops. Honestly, I didn't even have to use a knife. It was so good. That was just honestly, when I got, it's brick French toast.
So tell me, how does he get it to you?
His chef got it to me. He just tells her or him what to do, and then they organize it. But yeah, he's such a cool dude. I love that.
You guys are boys.
I like to say we're cool internet friends, but I respect that guy. I love him. I've since the Attitude Era. This is already well known. Even post-fight when I was talking to Booker T, those guys, I watched them and watched the way they owned the stage, and it influences you. So definitely my presence has been influenced from watching years of the Attitude Era WWE. Yeah.
Did you ever consider going down that route?
Yeah, 100%. I thought I was going to be a wrestler at one point.
Really?
Yeah, still might. You never know.
Come on.
Yeah, why
How
not?
close were you to like actually, like, did you check out schools?
Not that close.
Not that close.
It was just like childhood dreams, jumping off the branch of my bed onto my brother, me and David and Sammy wrestling, my sisters as well. Yeah, doing Stone Cold Stunners, all that.
Were you more into that than you were into actual fighting?
Yeah, that was like, it was still real to me, damn it. It was still real to me. Even my sister, she kind of go put on first that it was fake, and I used to just like fight her, like, no, look at the blood, can't you see? She'd be like, no, this is not, like, no. And I was just like, la, 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 la. I had my head in the clouds with that till I kind of had to like swallow the hard pill and just be like, damn, the fixes are in.
The reaction to Booker being in the media room was just tremendous because it was like pure, authentic. Like you did not know he was there, right?
I was like, because I sat there and I could see everything. So I was like, that guy looks, and I didn't say anything.
Right.
And then as I was talking to that guy, I was just like, wait a minute, is that Booker T?
It was amazing.
I was like, oh shit. Like, yeah. When Cain Velasquez was fighting Brock Lesnar, I remember when Brock got dropped and did that spin. This is the thing, this is before cameras were around watching my reactions. I actually did a whole Ciryl Gane, like just hyping myself, like the fight. Like it was crazy because, that was a one-round fight and Cain Velasquez and Brock Lesnar were just going at it. And then Cain hit him with that knee or something and then he like did a spin like, whoa. Right. And I did a spin-a-rooney in the middle of the living room just hyping myself up. So even when people were like, he's putting this on because, it's like I'm acting or whatever. I'm like, bro, you don't realize who I am. Those who know me know my reactions to fights. I get crazy. Almost like the Iceman. I see him in the stands when he watches fights. Iceman just like, whoa. But I get involved, especially if it's someone I care about. I get involved. But when it's hype, I get hype. I'm about the hype.
The entrance this time, what was the story behind it?
For me, it was just an activation for me, just to activate myself into that mode. That's why I was so present in that fight from bell to bell. And I said I didn't lose focus, I didn't get bored. So I shared a clip from September 6th last year when I was in quarantine. There was I like to say excuse me, like clockwork.
Matzo ball, do you have any here in New York?
Not yet, but I will.
Got to go to Katz's. Katz's is the one that I went with Rampage back in the day. Number one.
I remember watching that, yeah.
You got to go to Katz's, man.
All right.
And get pastrami sandwich, too.
Of course, I have to.
Yeah.
We need pastrami, man. We had that last time, too.
Yeah.
What was I saying?
You took the video of yourself September in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. So I had, the shower is the most honest place in the world, I feel. You're naked, normally by yourself, and you're with your own thoughts.
Normally,
and I feel like normally. Sometimes it's 4.
Right.
I kid. But you can kind of just create in that zone. I feel like like Neo in the white space of the Matrix, and you just get to create. And a lot of people do. They live their truth in there. Some people sing, dance, talk to themselves, and I feel like you can kind of create in there. But then I had Buju Banton, Where You Come From, playing, and it was on repeat, and I just kept it on repeat, and I just somehow put myself in the fight. And then I just got activated, and I was just like, when I finished showering, I put my gloves on and my shorts on, and my walk-in wardrobe is like a tunnel. And I kind of just like drilled that maybe 6 times or so, just like the walkout. And then I was just on. So then that track was instrumental in this camp. Like whenever it came on, it would just like dial me in, activate me. So yeah, when it was time to go, before the fight, I was there early on, I clocked in early, and I did my walkout. And when I went out there, it just felt like natural. It was just like, we've been here before. I'm not shell-shocked or anything like that. I never really do anyway, but I was just able to just step into space and just boom.
I've been in the arena when they do those like rehearsals for the walkouts. The fighter involved is not usually the guy. Like the dude you squared off against, the big guy, Derek.
Yeah.
He posted about it afterwards. I was like, man, it's so crazy. Like I've seen them do it. The guy with the vest. I've seen the whole thing. But they must have loved that.
Yeah, I requested it because I just wanted to get familiar with the space. I want to get familiar with the feeling. And then once I did that, because my imagination is second to none. I can go anywhere, like anywhere, anything. I can do anything in my brain. This is one thing I always love is freedom of thought. And this is why this whole thing with the landscape of, you know, cancel culture or saying what you think and stuff, it's, it pisses me off because it's almost like someone's trying to implement their way of thinking on you. And I'm like, no, like everyone is allowed to have the freedom of thought as long as you don't hurt or, you know, make people feel a certain type of way. But yeah, my imagination is crazy and I can just like visualize everything. I can hear everything as I'm doing the walkout through the passage. I can see the fans, you know, putting their arms out, security, pushing them away. And I feel everything. It becomes so real. So when I stepped in that cage and I did all that, I was like, I remember this. I've been here before. I was doing this in June. So it just reminds me. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Because at the weigh-in, you're not allowed in the cage. So I was like, I want to get in there first and just kind of feel. And then feel the canvas on the sole of your feet, how grippy it is. And yeah, I feel like it's instrumental to my game.
One more thing about the fight, and I actually want to read this because my colleague Jose wrote, you got to go, are you stressed for time?
Nothing.
Okay.
Oh, it just catches light sometimes, so I get distracted.
I mean, it's blinding me. He asked me to ask you this question, so I'm asking it on his behalf. I have no idea what I'm reading here, just for the record.
No worries.
He really wants me to ask you this question. Jose Youngs, he works for MMA Fighting, he was at the fight.
All right.
He said, when you were kneeling over during Bruce Buffer's intro, I noticed you were chewing on your thumb and then slammed your hand to the ground. Was that you pulling off a summoning jutsu from Naruto? No idea what I just said. Yeah. Or was it a nod to L from Death Note?
L from Death Note, because the last time I fought Whittaker, you know, the character I tapped into was the Shinigami, Ryuk. And also the, what's his name, Light Yagami, the I guess, was he a protagonist or antagonist? Yeah, the antagonist. And Rob is the Reaper, so he's supposed to be the god of death. So I was like, I know the real god of death, you know, Shinigami called Ryuk. So I tapped into that, and that had some grave consequences later on that we won't go into.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, you know, I do these things with intent. I do these things like, you know, there's the world, there's some juju and all that kind of stuff involved, but I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Ancestral, spiritual stuff.
Wow, really?
Yeah, but anyway.
Wait, did you get in trouble?
Nah.
Okay.
But this time, I knew he was going to come out different. I knew he was not going to come out crazy like he did last time, so I had to outwit him, outsmart him. And L, if you've watched Death Note, is just like a very cerebral player. So that was who I was channeling when I was just in that zone. And this is just me playing around, man. I'm a big kid, you know, so I just like to, it takes away the seriousness of everything. It just makes me feel like I'm just playing a game. It's a dangerous game, but I like to play a game.
You did rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, yeah.
Although I saw some people saying you didn't do it correctly because you didn't do the shoot. You did rock, paper, and then you went straight for the paper. You do rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I don't know.
That's their opinion.
Yeah, that's their opinion. How do you think of doing that in that moment? Who thinks of that in that moment?
I don't know. It's fun. Like, it's kind of like if...
Did you think of that on the spot?
Kind of, yeah. I thought about that on the spot. Even on the walkout, I think when I did the rehearsal with, what's his name? I thought I was going to do it, but I don't remember if I did it. But on the spot, I was just like, boom. And yeah, it was just fun. It's like if you're dreaming, you know, am I dreaming? You pinch yourself, or like you're lucid dreaming. Sometimes it's when you're in that zone, it feels like you're lucid dreaming.
Right.
So just to take away the seriousness of everything, I like to do little things to make myself feel, I don't know, it's like little inside jokes with myself. Yeah.
So now that the fight is out of the way, let's get into the good stuff here.
Ooh, the good stuff.
When this fight was first announced, you tweeted out a cap to the UFC. What was that about?
I commented on...
You replied to their tweet of the announcement.
No, they were on the Instagram post when they announced it. Because when I asked the next day, I was like, did you guys see the announcement for my fight? They're like, what announcement? I was like, exactly. Because it was just a banner, a ticket banner, just like rolling somewhere. And I was like, that's not how you make an announcement of a fight of this magnitude. You don't just like, that's it with all the other fights. I'm like, no, this is a big rematch. This is part of how you and this is not, I'm not saying the UFC did this or the UFC brass, but some people dropped the ball. And maybe, I don't know who, but someone dropped the ball. We're still negotiating at the time as well. So I don't know if it was like a ploy or whatever, because I try not to get personal in this. I was like, are they trying to undervalue what I'm doing? I'm like, no, I know who I am. I know what this fight means. Like, this is how you do. You have a trailer. Me knocking out Rob. Celebrating him looking down. And then somewhere, I'm not going anywhere. Boom. He breaks Jack Cannonier's arm, drops Kelvin Gastelum, Darren Till, and then show me, doing the work I've done as well. And then, boom, Toyota Center, Houston, Texas, and then fade to black. And then you go to John Anik, Joe Rogan, and DC riff about the fight for a minute and a half. That's how you make an announcement. So,
Right.
This fight is happening, not just some ticking banner. And also, I hadn't signed for the fight at the time. So I was like, let's cap. It's not true, it's cap. And I was right. It wasn't official. We've agreed verbally, but there was no written contract. So I was just kind of like peeved at the fact that they just undervalued the magnitude of that fight. I'm like, and this is my ego maybe not in the way, but like speaking, but it's a healthy ego. And I felt like I had a right to be not happy about the way that fight was announced or the location was announced. Everything's bigger in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking make it big, damn it. So that's why I tweeted that cap. And gotcha journalism. I think someone asked Dana what he thought about it, and Dana didn't really understand the concept of what cap meant. And then someone was just you know how they had gotcha journalism. They poked the bear, and then he got angry. And I was just like, you can't let that get to you. You have to be able to be objective and just be like I said, don't take things personal. Mm-hmm. And we don't. I even like the fact that after the weigh-ins, Dana called me over and sat me down, and we watched the show opener together. And I was like, that's how you do it. Because the show opener was fucking phenomenal. And I was like, who made this? He's like, we did. And I'm like, yes, this is how you do it. This is what I was expecting. That show opener is granted longer, but man, I can make a cool trailer on my phone just off YouTube clips myself because I've got that kind of skill, with After Effects or whatever. So, that's what that was about.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you signed the deal literally days before the fight.
Yeah. Was
there any part of you that wanted to test free agency?
No.
You didn't want to go to the end?
For me, I like the UFC. I've always loved, this is like, this has been my dream. So I'm here now, and I know what the potential is. Kind of like how Dana believed in the UFC, when no one else believed in the UFC. I'm in a spot where I really believe the UFC can step up. I really believe. And I think it's just like, Francis has kicked it off. I'm speaking out about it. I feel like it's time. It's rising tides lifts all the ships, I'm in a good position, so I can just be like, right, thanks for the cheese. But I just feel like, guys who are starting out in the UFC shouldn't have to like have a second or third job, like them being a fighter. Shouldn't have to, worry how they're going to pay their manager or pay for their training. You should be able to train 8 to 12 weeks uninterrupted, have your family looked after, and still be able to, fight. Because guess what? Their training is going to make them a better fighter. And you're going to get better quality fights. And then when that happens, trust me, rising tides, it's little details. It's going to make everyone better. So we all make mistakes. Human error is a thing. And, like Tim was saying earlier, egos have gotten involved in the past with some of these other deals or whatnot that it's not my business to speak on. But yeah, people make mistakes, but we can always amend mistakes. And I feel like the UFC is on the way to doing that. And I don't like this narrative that they just gave me a new deal to shut me up. I'm like, no. We did not just get given a deal. Like Tim to say is like, they get heated a little bit. I'm just in there just like.
You don't get involved?
Nah, fuck no. It's not my business. That's what they're there for.
Right.
So I just eat my popcorn and watch the chaos.
How do you feel about how the Francis situation has been handled?
Dana said they're having dinner. They had dinner before I went to Cameroon. And I feel that's a good first step. Definitely. I don't know what was said. I haven't talked to Francis yet, but that's their business. And I felt like some of the stuff that was happening before the Francis fight, I was not a fan of. I just felt like certain things should, like I said, this is business, man. You can't get too personal. It's business. And money is always around. There's money everywhere. You can find money everywhere. Yeah. So for the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC to be getting paid what he was getting paid was atrocious. And I feel like I don't want him to leave the UFC. It'd just be sad. I feel like this is the guy, look at him. And he's one of the three kings. Maybe I'm being selfish, but I just feel like I don't want him to box. Well, he wants to box. If he does, he should box. He can figure out something with the UFC on their contract. They let McGregor do it, so they can figure something out. But I just don't want him to box. So I'm like, you're the baddest motherfucker on the planet, I don't want him to just use his hands. I want him to be, if you really want to fight Francis, fight him. Tyson's the kind of guy that might do that. He's crazy, Gypsy King. He might do that, I just feel like this is the top level of fighting. I'm not being biased. I don't care about kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, boxing, whatever style of fighting that you do alone. If it's singular, it's a limited form of fighting. If you want to fight, legally, this is the way to do it. The UFC is the place to do it, where it's like the highest level of fighting.
One thing that I appreciate about what you said after announcing the deal, in the past, I have, mentioned this where it's like someone talks about, and you weren't vocal about it at all. You didn't bring this to the media when it was happening, but they'll talk about like fighter pay.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get their deal, and then that all goes away.
Yeah.
You said last week that like, all right, I got whatever I got. I'm happy with it. But now I hope that other people are going to get things. Do you feel like because you're one of the biggest stars and now one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid champion in the UFC, that it is part of your duty now to help the other guys, to at least try to raise awareness that those guys who are, working 2 jobs shouldn't be doing that anymore? Like, is that part of the gig now, or?
I don't think it's my duty, but I've got teammates who are at that level in the UFC, and I know what some of them have to go through to make ends meet. So I feel like this is like the NBA of fighting, man, the NFL of fighting, like, or not just MMA, or fighting. I really think so. So I feel like we shouldn't have to have, rookies, if you will. In the NBA, the rookies, they get nice checks. They don't have a second job. So why does, Joe Blow have to have a second job or third job, or have to scrounge for pennies for his next camp or whatever? I feel like we should be on a not an even playing field, but we should be able to look after ourselves for the guys who are just starting out, the rookies. And like I said, I don't think it's my duty, but if I see something that I don't think is right, I'll speak out about it. And I'm not, like I said, I love the UFC. I've always wanted to be here, but when something smells fishy and seems like it's not supposed to be that way, yeah, it is what it is. So it's not my duty, but I'll say what I have to say.
What's your take on Jake Paul versus Dana, this back and forth?
They're fighting.
Well, the diss track, the videos,
I haven't heard the diss track yet. But,
you haven't heard the diss track?
No, not yet. No.
Really?
No,
that surprises me.
Yeah.
I feel like you're clued in. I'm
tapped in sometimes.
Your internet is he?
Yeah, that guy, he's around. He gets around. Now, but yeah, I like what Jake was doing. He was kind of like poking the bear a bit, and he did spark the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
He sparked the conversation because it needed to happen. And with Francis as well, the kind of, the cojones on him, he was just like, fuck this, I'm gonna say everything. And he just put it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I respect that. And I felt like Jake, he played his part. And I like what he's doing now with promotion. He's, promoted Jake now, so he's doing his own thing. And yeah, respect to him.
You guys still tight?
We're cool. Yeah. I like Jake. I don't talk to him as often as I, like we're buddies or anything. But like, yeah, I like Jake. He's cool. I consider him a good colleague, a good friend.
Are you staying in New Zealand?
What do you mean?
Well, there was a time where it seemed like you guys might be leaving.
We're on standby. We're because a new variant might come out, and then before you know it, shut everything down again. And I'm just like, fuck this, we're out. So we're on standby. We want to stay where we're at because we love our team. We don't want to move because what's the point if just the UFC guys moving? All the other guys, same thing. They can't afford this kind of moves. Everyone has kids, their family and whatnot. And I just didn't like the mistreatment of our athletes compared to other athletes. That's if they were like every other sport, same thing, same treatment, cool. We won't complain. We'll find a way around it. But the fact that the All Blacks we use them as an example because they're the biggest team sport in New Zealand. So I'm like, why are they getting the special treatment that we aren't getting? They let them have their own secluded area they can train at. When we had that for dance camp, nope. And I was like, but we did that for the Costa fight. Nope, we changed the rules. So it's like they're moving the goalpost. And then they gaslight us by the Prime Minister saying, "Oh, I don't believe so. I don't believe we're giving them any special treatment. Yeah, I do hope they come back." I was like, bro, now you're like, yeah, it's it. That pissed me off. So I'm just sticking to my guns, and they don't need me. I'm not local, I'm global, so I'm good.
You're never gonna fight New Zealand?
Nah, I'm good. That dream's dead, so it's whatever. I'd rather do it in Australia.
Do you feel uncomfortable there because you're so vocal?
No, I'm not uncomfortable. I just speak my truth. No one can use it against me. So I speak how it is. A lot of people don't because they're brought up to head down and just work and be humble. It's the stupidest fucking thing because you're just breeding a lot of simps, and not in the worst way, but just like head down and just you know, I guess I'll do my best. Shucks, G Willikers, you know, but I'm different. I'm the tallest puppy in that bitch.
When can you go home?
Mid-March, but while I'm here, I'm just gonna be grinding, working, making bags here and there.
Bags?
Money.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, like,
it's
what
slang, the young people.
Yeah, no, I know.
I've heard.
P. I heard P is a thing.
Pushing P.
Pushing
I'm
P.
still figuring that one out.
You know all about this stuff. Really? You're getting too old for the internet? I don't believe this.
I'm not too old. I would say relax. I'm not too old for the internet, but pushing P.
I still don't get that one. They say it's positivity.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so right now it seems like I thought Cannonier was going to be next, but you know,
he's going to be next. No, he is. Next.
Is he next?
Yeah,
okay, so it's not Strickland.
No, Strickland. I have other plans for him.
What does that mean?
I have other plans for him.
Okay,
that's what that means. So yeah, I said to Cannonier after the weigh-ins in the morning, I was like, please take care of this dude so I can get some fresh meat, and he obliged, and I was like, yeah, I want to fight you, just respectfully. I just want to fight him because I think he's a good fighter. I've set him up before. He fumbled that bag, so now he's on. So I feel like I'm a man of my word. He's next. Strickland, I have other plans I can't really disclose yet.
How do you feel about Strickland as a person?
I don't know him as a person. The first time I didn't know who he was, but I was in the elevator with Tim in Vegas at one of these quarantine hotels we were at, and he popped in. He was talking to Tim, and I was like, hey, man, what's up? And he said, hey, but he had this weird energy about him. And then he kept on talking to Tim, so I was just like, and I didn't say anything. But then later on, I found out who he was, and I was like, and I was like, oh, that's why he was a bit weird. And I was like, oh, makes sense. But I didn't watch his last fight, but I saw the highlights, and I heard he jabbed up Hermanson. What else? Yeah, I just like that fight later on if he doesn't fumble his bag, but I've got other plans for him.
So Cannonier in June is the...
I want to. June or July, we'll figure it out.
And how many times do you want to fight this year?
3. I can do 3. If I can
Eugene
do 4,
was hoping for 5, he told me. He said the goal...
5. Yeah, I mean realistically, because, the UFC, there's only so much space. But realistically, I can do 3, push for 4.
Push for 4, all at 185.
Yeah.
You don't regret going up to 205.
No.
I'm just wondering, do you think you would be, people love that 0, right?
Yeah, I'm not attached to it. I've never been attached to it.
Do you think you'd be more famous or get more attention, more love if you had the 0?
Nope. Look at Canelo.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I'm doing well. It's just Corona kind of slowed things down. I mean, for myself, didn't stop my growth, but slowed it down. That's why right now that I can't go back home, I'm just like, world tour.
Right.
Let's go. So I'm just going to rack up the miles and run up the numbers. Yeah.
Are you going to fight at 205 before your career is done?
Yep. I will.
Are you going to fight at heavyweight?
We'll see. But I like that idea. This is what martial arts is about. This is what people kind of forget, the old school. I've done it in kickboxing. I've done it in boxing. I said I'm going to do it in MMA. I've gone up in weight to light heavyweight. Like I said, it was, he's going to get knocked out, the Polish power, this and that. I did all right. I didn't win. Some people said, it was close. I'm just like, he still won. I can be objective enough and just say he won. I'm not going to be like Rob and say, I thought I won that fight, even though some people were saying I won that fight. But I'm like, nah, I felt like he won that fight. And yeah, I'll do it. That's like a side mission. I'll do that again before my career is over.
Is the dream of fighting John Jones dead?
Never say never. Yeah, never say never.
It feels like we're pretty far away from it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone up to heavyweight. When's the last time he fought? I've actually done it. I've actually moved up in weight. He said it since 2003. This is that shit again. You just did it.
What?
It's like, so now I know how this shit works. You have whole interview, right? And then you get that on YouTube. I know how the pay works on YouTube. December was a good month.
I make no money off the YouTube pay, just for the record.
Okay.
Okay, well, respect.
This, and then, so whoever's running all this shit.
Yeah.
And then they chop out like the little bits, like 3-4 different bits and make 4 clips. And I'm like, I'm not getting paid for this. I'm doing this because I respect you. And
thank you. I appreciate
the second best MMA journalist, according to Andrew Schultz, who I just talked to.
Yeah, well, we'll get to Andrew in a second.
But then they make money off those clips and then off this main interview. And then on those little clips, it's that clickbait fucking title. And I'm like, that's not what I said. Because I didn't speak about him, so you spoke about him.
That's 100% accurate.
Yeah,
I mean, most of the stuff that athletes go through is you're answering questions, unless you're doing it yourself.
Francis will handle him. Fucking Ciryl Gane will handle him.
But I hope that doesn't, could I just say, I hope that doesn't turn you off from doing media.
It has.
It has. That bums me out.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't do much MMA media this fight camp, because I was like, I know how this works. You guys No, I'm not saying don't take it. You're just
No, I get
a
it.
messenger. So it's like same thing. Just make that little clickbait headline. And I'm like, and some people don't even watch. They just read the headlines and just. And I'm like, that's not even what I said. That's out of context. I didn't say it like that. And sometimes it's just like that's that little bit of the clip. I might have addressed it later on.
Right.
But it sells. They don't care about being right.
But I'm not.
being
I hope you know
first.
I'm not sitting here to do that to you. There's just a whole bunch of stuff. Well, I mean, I don't make any money off of it.
Okay, good.
I legit don't make a single penny off of if there's a
You
million
get paid
people.
as a salary.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
That's just part of my thing. So
I see.
I don't own the YouTube
Why not?
channel.
You should own like some stake in this company.
Well, we could talk about that
talk to
at
the
a later
people.
date.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, you and John, I mean, he tweets about you, tweet back at him.
Oh, no, that was the Valentine's Day thing. That just felt appropriate.
I know, but I
appropriate.
feel like I'm not doing my job if I don't
Look
ask
at this
you.
one. Have you seen this one? Hold
No.
on. See, this is the thing. I've got so much clips, man. I don't need the attention. I don't need I'm just like, you know what? This is a good one. I thought this was really funny, and I laughed at it. Maybe
it a
you've already
meme?
seen it. Yeah, it's a meme. I thought it was really funny. Hold on, let me find it. Where is it? Who sent it to me? This. You can look at it and just laugh.
Oh my, okay. Are you posting? Did someone post that?
It's on my Freestyle Bender YouTube channel. Check it out.
Jeez.
Easy. On my latest post-fight interview.
So I always used to say to you, at some point you're gonna not like doing the media. Remember I used to say that, and you say, I would never. That's not me. That's not
that was
me.
when I was fresh in the game.
Yeah.
Baby-faced, still baby-faced, but I'm just kind of, like I said, I know how this works now. And I was like, I'm not gonna let some people, obviously not you now, make money off me, and I get nothing in return, and then they purposely like misrepresent me. So I was like, nah, fuck all that. So you want it? Come get it straight from the dog's mouth, the horse's mouth.
So is this going to be a thing now? You're going to do less and less?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
It's
appreciate you
just
being
protecting my space, protecting my energy, making sure that I control the narrative.
And you said that before the fight. I saw you say that you have learned how to protect your energy. You have matured as a person.
A lot.
How did you do that?
Reps, making a few mistakes. There's a few mistakes I've made again, like they repeated themselves, but I'm glad I'm
Like
smart
what?
with the way. I'm not gonna tell you.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I
who's
feel like-
listening?
I mean, I don't know. It's a valid question, I
The
think.
nose works again. Yeah, so I'm just making sure I protect my space, protect my energy. And every time I fight, same thing, the stock rises and not blow up. And I have to just make sure watch out for these pitfalls that come with this game. So yeah, this ain't my first rodeo. I've been through this, I've smoked it before. I want to smoke it again.
Is there any part of you that sometimes, I asked Eugene this question with all due respect last week. So it's the same question that I asked him about, did he ever feel like your head was getting too big? Did he ever feel like he had to check you? He said it's only been like twice ever, and it was very minimal.
Because he thought I was something. I was like, bro, you didn't even. Another one of the ones he was talking about, I was like, bro, you didn't even finish reading the thing. He just read the headline, or not the head, same thing. He just read the beginning of something I was writing, and then just made his own mind up, and then got mad at me. I was like, the fuck? And then eventually he realized he messed up and apologized. But nah, if I was gonna change, I would have done that a long time ago.
How do you not let all this get to you, though?
Reps, and also having the right people around me, like Eugene, my family, my close friends. Yeah, and also just myself. That's the most important one, is myself. I constantly police myself and make sure because I don't always have the best ideas, but when I check, I'm like, is that what I want to do? Is that what I really want to do? Yeah, so I just make sure, and reps. Like I said, it's just reps of just thinking about this, seeing the pitfalls of other people.
Right.
So I've never been on TMZ. Knock on wood.
Right.
I'll never be on TMZ for the wrong reason.
Right. Just a couple more things and I'll let you go, and I appreciate the time very much. I kind of feel a little bit sad. I feel like this is the last interview we're ever going to do.
No, after every fight, if I'm ever around, I'll
But no more Zoom. That's it. It's over.
This is just stupid. It's just
no connection.
I did hot ones with Anthony Joshua over Zoom.
You did?
Yeah. This
Okay.
is a while ago. And then now I get to do it for real this time sometime.
Oh, sick.
I can say that. I get to do it this week sometime. So I'm like, yeah, that's going to be fun.
Let's
I wanna
get
do
you
it in
excited.
person. Yeah, I want to do it in person. I like this. I miss this shit. I miss touring.
Yeah.
It's draining, It's work. And after this, I'm going to go in my cocoon and just be with my own thoughts for a little bit, have a nap. But yeah, I miss this stuff, being on the ground, doing this, bah, 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 bah. It's fun. It's like, I'm like a rock star that just goes and does media and stuff like that. And then I travel to this country and do media and, smile and wave, kiss some babies, all that shit.
What's up with Schultz? Why is he such a hater?
Oh, he's not a hater.
I mean,
think you
come
guys
on,
had,
this
like,
guy.
some-
I was.
Actually, he brought a gift for you.
He did?
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. He
Does
brought a
it say
gift
number
for
one
you.
journalist?
I hope so.
I don't even know what this says. The
The
should I open it?
heavies. You can open it.
Oh.
The
So
heavies.
are we cool?
Yeah, I think you guys are cool. Have you met him?
No, I never met him.
Oh, he's just like.
He's in Brooklyn, right?
Oh, you said it on me.
Oh, was I not supposed to say
maybe.
that? I mean, what is it? Parts unknown? Oh, that's very
Yeah.
nice of him. Thank
Yeah.
you. Oh, what is
it's
this? I mean, what am I supposed to wear? A crop top? What the? Come on, dog. Give me really?
I thought it was a t-shirt.
Come on. I'm supposed to wear a crop top, Andrew Schultz? What the hell?
Heavies. Okay, you know what the heavies is? The heavies is like the heavies.
Okay.
The heavies. So I think
Is this
that's
a
what that
female shirt or?
I'm gonna assume so now. I thought it was just like a real t-shirt.
Well, now I thought that he was legitimately offering
No,
like
I
a.
mean, maybe have you tried it?
Are you in on it? Whose side are you on? Is
no,
he?
Ariel.
Come
I would
on.
never look in my eyes. I would never. I literally, I thought it was a t-shirt because he said I've got a gift for him. I was like, okay,
Wow.
bet. Yeah.
All right.
Easy. Because you guys are both, the noses. You guys should touch noses one day.
We should touch noses.
I think so. Even have him sit here. Yeah, have
I would
him
love
sit
it.
Here.
I would love
Do
it.
Schultz, get on the MMA Hour.
Can I tell you one thing that really bothered me though?
Really?
Thank you. Yeah, no, legit bothered me.
Really? About Schultz?
No, I've moved on from Schultz.
Okay.
You call this brotherhood with Francis and Kamaru, right?
Yep.
This actually legit bothered me.
Yeah.
Legit, because I know Francis, I know you. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to talk to Kamaru anymore.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, because
Yeah, I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed.
Yo.
Which is kind of whack if I'm being honest.
Of
I mean,
course.
Kamaru's his own person. You should.
Yeah.
Kayla though, Kayla says F that and comes on. She's to me all time great. Anyway, you guys have something special. You come from a country that doesn't produce a lot of people who do what you do.
Yeah.
To try and put a wedge through that, to me, is actually gross. Like legit gross.
Yeah.
Like it actually bothered me. I'm not just saying this because of my issues with Ali as a
It bothered
person.
Eugene as well, and it bothered me. I'm like, what the fuck is this peanut head talking about? Because I've gone on record saying I don't want this fight.
You guys have been
going on
very
record.
explicit about
We
this.
don't want this fight because it's bigger than us. I understand where it's coming from. Don't get me wrong. I understand where he's coming from, but you can make.
Why even put
tens
that
of
out there?
millions Other ways. There's so many other fights you can make, but he said he's being selfish. I'm like, fair enough. And also, he just needs to give his fighters his phone back, like Kamaru said, because sometimes he gets on there and starts to talk all this rubbish. But I don't know if someone said something about Kamaru saying if they put $100 million on the table, then we're gonna have to talk. And I'm like, yeah, because it's not. I understand what Kamaru says about competing. I want to compete against this guy, and I understand that there's no ill will, no blood. But this fight's not just gonna happen just because. Oh, it needs to happen. We need to see it. I'm like, nah, it's bigger than us. Like you said, the great nation of Africa, we've got 3 people who are champions right now and defending and ruling the divisions with iron black fist. This
It's a
is
beautiful
legendary.
thing.
This
Yeah.
is fucking they're gonna talk about this in history, not sports history. They're gonna talk about this in sports history and just history in general. So why try and, like you said, we're gonna divide and conquer. You know what I mean? So I don't. I hope he's not. I know he's not. Kamaru's his own person. Kamaru tells him when to fuck off too.
Did you tell him yo, man, what was up with that?
Nah, I haven't talked to them yet. But I talked to Kamaru today. Actually, he's chilling in Jamaica, Montego Bay. So
Respect.
Enjoys all the day. But yeah, when I see Ali, he's gonna be cordial. He's gonna be nice. There's no static. He's just doing his job. But that Eugene knows how we feel about that when it comes to fighters. Like 2 of my teammates, Mark, what's his name? Cameron Chabo, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank right now. It's been a long day. Mark Timms and Cameron Newton. No, Ralston, sorry. Fucking hell. I'm drawing a blank because it's been a long day.
It's good they're here.
Yeah.
It's good they're here.
Cam Ralston, they fought in King in the Ring, right? We call him Chabo. It's an inside joke. Hey, Chabo. But they fought on King in the Ring, right? King in the Ring. And they were in the same tournament. So they could have fought each other. Because of COVID as well, this whole event has been pushed back. They've had a year-long training camp for this fight, for this tournament. And they could have had the possibility of fighting each other, most likely in the final. And they helped each other train. They held pads for each other. They helped each other for their workouts and stuff like that. There's a time and place for that to happen, and there needs to be a magnitude of something that's on the line. And we do it without any, when that happens, none of us is in the corner. The only person who's in the corner is just there to give water, and that's it. No, do this and do that and da-da-da-da. Just figure it out. Like you do in the gym when you spar each other, But the way, Peanut Head did it was just disgusting. And Eugene kind of expressed that, how we do it in our gym, and the code that we have. And like I said, me and Kamaru definitely feel the same way. We just, what's the point? This is bigger than us. Kids are going to look at us, you know, generations from now and be like, those guys from Nigeria, they did that. You know, they ruled this whole thing till they left, and they left on top. Same with Francis as well. So, yeah, I don't know why he always comes up to me with, oh, my brother, my African brother, this and that. So I'm like, why, if you're supposed to be a brother, why are you trying to be selfish now and look at the dollar sign? So yeah, I've talked too much about that now.
Forget that fight. Forget John Jones. Forget everything. The fight that I want to see you involved in before it's all said and done on the marquee. We're talking 4.6. You know what I'm talking about? Nope. You know which ones? No. Israel Adesanya, by the way. What about my daughter Claire?
She said it better than you. It's Adesanya. Don't put that.
Oh, sorry.
It's Adesanya.
Adesanya.
Yeah.
You know why I do the too much? Because
trying to emphasize it.
Well, it's because my previous employer told me not to, and so I still have.
Trying to let him know.
I'm trying to
let it go.
Okay, let it go.
Adesanya.
So, Adesanya. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Israel Adesanya.
Yeah.
Versus Darren Till.
Yeah,
I've
set him up, man. I've set him up.
Come on, Darren. You've tried to alley-oop him.
Yeah, and he's fumbled the bag a few times. And even though I hit him up, you know, after the Brunson fight, because I know how that feels, you know. I just didn't see him post for a while, and he's okay. I'm sure he's doing well. I'm sure he's got his people around him. But yeah,
that's nice. You shot him a note.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, you know, make sure he's
keep your head up, because he did disappear for a while.
Yeah, so I haven't seen this guy for a while, and yeah, I like seeing him fuck around on Instagram and shit.
Yeah,
but I hope he does well. I want to see that in the O2. I want to see that in the O2 before it's all said and done. I want to do the O2.
Will you ever fight Hamza, you think?
Hamza, I mean, he's not really relevant right now. I don't have to take him seriously till I have to take him seriously. Like his last fight, I was impressed with. I was like, yo, that guy's good, but you know, there's levels. So we'll see how he does with Gilbert. And he's only fought like one middleweight fight that I've seen, and I'm just like, who has he fought? And he can beat a lot of middleweights, I'll tell you that much. A lot of little top level middleweights, but I don't have to take him seriously till I have to take him seriously. And I feel like it's going to be the same thing with this, kind of like how what's his name, Costa, that got set up with like, oh, this is, and I'll be like, right, now I have to take him seriously.
Biggest misconception about you?
That I'm an extrovert all the time. I don't know why. Probably because of this. Because you brought me on this show to do what? To talk.
Right.
So I can talk. When it's time to talk, I'll rap that shit. But my people know when this is all said and done. On the way here, I was in the shuttle, just out, not sleeping, but just like resetting, recharging. And then when I'm done with this, I'm gonna go recharge and just be away from everyone. So I like my alone time, because I'm a cuss baby. So I like my alone time. But when it's time to shine and be the elephant in the room, I can trumpet really loud.
Last thing. So you just had this big deal.
Yeah.
5-time champ now. Let's put some respect, all right? None of this 4 times.
It makes sense, right?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm in the interim. I still have that exact same belt. So why is it that if it counts as a defense for him, if he
I get it. You actually laid it out quite nicely.
It's smart. So I'm like, and they're like, oh, that's not how it works. I'm like, change it. I don't give a fuck. Change it. What? That's not how it works.
You could say that.
Yeah, fucking change it. Don't be an idiot. Change it. Well, I've changed it. That's how it is now. So I'm a 5-time defending UFC fucking champion.
Why not? Signed the big deal. Second biggest, maybe, I don't know.
I'm doing all right.
How many fights? A lot of fights.
Few.
We won't talk about.
It's not, that never really is a factor.
It doesn't matter, right? Because, I mean, literally, they can cut you after one, which they won't, or they could re-up you after one. You know what I mean?
So, it's never really a factor.
Exactly.
The fights.
The guy back in the day who was in China, you know, the kid back in the day who moved from Africa to New Zealand, have you officially exceeded your expectations, or did you really believe all this would happen?
I did, and there's a few things I've exceeded, but there's a lot of things that's just like, oh, tick. I'm just ticking boxes, bro. Like, and it feels good whenever that happens. Like little things, little moments. I'm just like, I remember when I thought about this. Boom, achievement unlocked. You know, so I have exceeded a lot of expectations, but then now I have new expectations. So,
really?
Yeah, a lot of new.
Could you share like the biggest one right now that's on your mind?
Nope.
That keeps. Okay, but is there one?
Yeah,
there is one. There's a big expectation on your mind that.
Yeah, before it's all said and done, I'm gonna get this done.
Are we close to it? No, just this fascinates me. Yeah. People who believe things that to the normal person is unattainable and then achieves them, to me, is a fascinating thing. It's inspiring.
That's what excites me. Things, if your dreams aren't big enough and they don't scare you, or your goals aren't big enough and they don't scare you, what's the point? So when it's all said and done with this game as well, I already said I need to do something that's gonna like almost like make me feel like I'm gonna die every few months because I can't just turn this thing off. So every few months I'll find something. I don't know, maybe snowboarding, shark diving or whatever. Something that just gives me that adrenaline rush. Yeah, I'm gonna do that every few months just to like tame the side of me down because you can't turn this off.
And I'm assuming you have, at least 10 more years left, right?
Yeah, 10, give or take, maybe 15, who knows?
15, golly.
Jokes.
No, I feel like we have legit 10, no?
Oh, no, I'm in the stride of my prime right now. Like I said, I'm learning. I'm in a stage where I'm really just like soaking everything up. And I feel like the younger Izzy, the way I've just been soaking things up, and I've used this reference of J. Cole, applying pressure before the end. I know I'm definitely over the halfway point of my career. When the end is, for sure, I don't know. And like I said, if it was about money, I would have retired like 3 fights ago, but it's not just about money. I'm making good money, but it's not just about money for me. It's bigger than that. Like, I'm going to be immortal by the time this is done in history books. Like, and I've accepted that this lockdown actually, because I used to say like, oh, when this is all said and done, I'm just going to disappear and run for fame. But I've kind of accepted the fact that it's just part of my life now. I'm just going to be like, you see how Mike Tyson walks around, he's still just Mike Tyson. I'm still in the stride of my prime. I'm still doing this damn thing. So, but when it's all said and done, yeah, I'm going to be the one.
A lot of respect for you, Izzy.
Appreciate
Thank
you,
for coming in.
Easy as.
I know you got a lot.
Again?
Yeah, I know. Well, this could be it. So I want to thank you for all the great interviews over the years.
I appreciate
that. And all the love.
I'll be back. Might not be as frequently, but I'll be back.
Yeah, no, and you know what? There's something to that as well. It makes them special.
Exactly. It's not just like, we get them, because people don't appreciate it. When I was doing interviews all the time, at some points, Eugene was getting me to do something. I was like, who's this guy? I was like, what? It's just some kid in a room or just something. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do it just because I want to give them the time of day and respect their journalistic craft. But then it came to a point I'm like, I got to look after me. I can't just be out here just being a whore.
I get it. And I know you don't have to come here, so I appreciate it.
That's all good, man. I want to.
If you want the heavies, you and your...
The heavies? No. I'm good, man.
Okay, thanks. Easy. Well, you were talking about the... so it felt like... apropos. All the best. Congrats on the win. Congrats on the new deal. Wow. And I look forward to June, July when you are back, my friend. I
will be. Easy as.
Enjoy the rest. They're going to walk you out.
Oh, yeah?
There's Joe. Yeah, that's how we do. Like we don't take breaks. No, we don't take breaks here.
Please.
I stand up out of respect.
Thank you. As always. Easy as. No worries.
And... appreciate you. Don't forget that. I mean, come on. For me, woo.
I'll get you the sheepskin.
Look at you. Looking good. You're looking like Walt Clyde Frazier. You know Walt Clyde Frazier?
If I Google him, I'll know his face.
Man, look up Walt Frazier in 1970s New York Knicks, the point guard. No one dressed better than Clyde. Why'd they call him Clyde?
Why?
Bonnie and Clyde. Back in the day, he dressed like a gangster.
No way.
So this is what you're looking at.
There's a picture Mike Angle showed me of Ray Sefo, because he's like, I've seen this before. And he showed me a picture of Ray Sefo, and I was like, I know what you're talking about, but...
Respect. Respect. There he is, the champ. Thank you so much, Izzy. All the best to you.
Hello, my man.
The last style bender, Israel Adesanya. Don't do it too hard. Don't do it too, forceful. Just Adesanya. There he is. Respect to Izzy for stopping by. That was great. Let me put my headphones back on. One of the... Yeah, no problem. What's wrong with my headphones? Okay. Now you're scaring me, Frank. Am I live?
Yeah.
Okay, what's wrong? Tell me.
There's just some crackling in your headphones,
Okay, but is the mic okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. In any event, let me put this here. I'm not sure what to make of this. Andrew Schultz, if you're out there, you could come on anytime. Thank you for the sweatshirt. Is this like heavy D? What, do you guys know what this is supposed to mean? Not that. Am I supposed to be offended by this, or am I supposed to take... Joe, do you know what this means? No, Joe doesn't know. Frank?
No clue.
Okay, maybe Connor knows. Well, that was fun. Thank you to Izzy. Thank you to Tim for stopping by. I had a blast. There's nothing quite like those in-studio interviews, and I enjoyed having both of them in studio, picking their brains, doing their thing. Like you have someone, he's right. You do an interview on Zoom, Skype, whatever. It's different. There's a different vibe. There's a different connection. And that was great. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And I know it's not easy for them to get over here. There's probably people who don't want them to come here. And so I appreciate them stopping by very much. All right. In a second, we're going to be joined by GC. I'll get his thoughts on it. GC's a big Izzy fan, so we'll get his thoughts on the interview, and we'll close the show with his weekend picks of the week. Weekend picks of the week. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, hoop fans, NFL done, NBA in full swing. And DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is too good to pass up. So here's the thing. New customers can bet just $1 on any team and get $150 in free bets if they win. It's that simple. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state just yet, you could still take your shot at a big payday. Everyone can play for huge cash prizes with DraftKings Daily Fantasy Basketball Contest. DraftKings is giving all new customers a free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes with their first deposit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code the MMA Hour. Bet just $1 on any NBA team and get $150 in free bets if they win. That's promo code the MMA Hour at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and older, minimum age and location requirements vary by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for full list of requirements and state-specific responsible gaming resources. Void where prohibited. Minimum $5 deposit required. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Tennessee, call or text Tennessee Red Line 1-800-889-9789. In Connecticut, call 888-789-7777. Or visit ccpg.org/chat. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY 467-369. All right, we got GC here. What's happening, bro?
What's good,
G
man?
City.
How we doing?
Did you meet the king?
I met him, man. Walked around with him a little bit. Got to talk with him for a second.
What was that like?
Yeah.
You don't get that at game night.
Yeah, I would say so. Did you get that at Keyshawn, J-Will, and Max? Though?
Wow. That is a good point. He was on Keyshawn.
Yeah, and all the excitement. I forgot to turn on my lights. Did all that work.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Thought I was going to get them on. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to turn them on. The cord's too far away.
Yeah, no, I
it looks like
understand.
Joe's getting it. But yeah, man, great interview. Tim, also the man.
What's that, Frank?
Is the mic drifting away from you there, Connor?
Yeah, it's drooping pretty hard.
Thanks for wrangling it in.
Wow. Okay. Everything all right?
I'll just drop down a little bit. Scoot a little closer.
All right. Well, that was fun. Good to have some in-studio guests.
90 minutes of in-studio work.
I mean, we're just rolling here. We are just rolling. We are rolling. Favorite part of what he said? What stood out?
I mean, it just got me hyped hearing how like he was like, I want to end this like viewed as like an immortal in the game. Like just how incredible it was. The heavy sweatshirt is pretty great. That's a pretty good prank on you.
Okay, so what's the prank?
I mean, he gave you a crop top. I think he knew. I think the heavies is what he said, too. I think that's what that means.
I mean, that damn Andrew Schultz.
How about the jacket? The jacket is
sweet. Are you a fan of Andrew Schultz?
I actually don't know who that is.
That's an even better gag. Thank you.
That's a real thing. I have no idea.
No. I just want to pretend like you're saying that to support me.
Yeah, let's...
No. Don't even bother. What are your picks for this weekend? Forget him.
Okay. Yeah, still...
still don't know.
Any bells.
Yeah.
Not ringing any bells.
He claims that he's the best, or second best. But I'm the second best. He's the best journalist in MMA. Listen, Bubba, again, as I've said to many other wannabe comics out there, you come at the king, you best not miss. Open invitation anytime, right here on the #1 show in mixed martial arts. Open invitation.
Maybe he'll come in studio.
You think so?
I don't know.
You think he has the cojones?
Maybe he'll bring you another crop top. Seeing Izzy, though, it reminded me of last week. We talked about the Red Bull. You're like, is Izzy getting any money for the shirt that I was wearing?
Which shirt?
The Adesanya.
Oh, right. Did you ask him?
No, I didn't ask him about that because I was like, I don't know if it's bootleg or not. And someone hit me up on Twitter and was like, it's super bootleg.
I didn't want to say, but
well, they told me to look you up on Redbubble, and there was actually
oh really?
Yeah, there was actually a decent amount of merchandise on there. Actually, I have some of the pictures of them. I mean, they're pretty ridiculous. We got a Free Helwani shirt here. I mean, look at some of these.
Oh wow,
Free Helwani. Yeah, I could buy this if I wanted to.
I mean, Free Helwani from what? I'm free.
It
could be old.
Yeah, we'll just go through these.
Okay, what else we got?
We got a few more here. That Helwani knows.
That is a classic. I actually made that. Yes.
Nike swoosh turned into a nose.
Nose. A guy in Australia made that many years ago. This was after John Jones. They had Bones nose. Of course, the first one was Bo nose, and then so we did Helwani nose. That's an actual logo that I sold.
That's great.
I never made a penny off of them
in the Nike font.
Yeah.
I could buy one now.
I get. Well, all the proceeds of the ones that I sold went to the Colorectal Cancer Association of Canada. So I never made any money off of it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we'll keep it moving. This one is pretty. This is a pencil pouch with your face on it.
Wow, I feel like I look like someone from what's that movie? Not
Stuff of Nightmares.
Not Game of Thrones. Lord of the Rings. You know Lord of the Rings?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm actually gonna watch one tonight.
Cool. Why? What's the occasion?
I've just been going through them. I got to watch the third one tonight.
Oh, never seen them. Do you know who Harley Quinn is?
Yes, yeah. I actually, before she mentioned that, I was like, she kind of looks like Harley Quinn.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Suicide Squad. It's been out for years. There's one more, I think. This is my favorite one. It's the PF Chang's logo, but it says A. Hilwani's now serving Brenda.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I thought about buying this one. I can't lie.
That's actually not bad.
I would have felt bad if I wore this one around you. So yeah, those are some Redbubble highlights. It's definitely bootleg.
Okay. I mean, all of these. There's another one.
Look at that one. The Hulk Hogan Heel.
Yo, that's not bad. Wait, so people could actually buy this?
Oh, yeah. I could have it here in like a week.
Oh, my God.
Look at that. You can get the thug nose. See, but the better one about this, I could get it in different colors.
Oh, my God. This is amazing.
Look at those models. Oh, yeah. I could get that. I could get a sticker of that.
What? Really?
I could get that as a sticker.
Jeez, I had no idea it was so popular on Redbubble. Redbubble?
I couldn't believe, Redbubble. I couldn't believe how popular it was. It seems so legit. And like,
what do you mean you couldn't believe? I mean, that feels like a backhanded compliment.
They send you these beautiful packaging. Like, it seems so legit, but yeah.
Any others?
I don't think so. No, yeah. I think that's everything I'm putting. So,
all right.
I just thought I'd bring it up. Yeah, Redbubble.
I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, that is the Hilwani one is actually pretty damn good. Though the Hulk Hogan version, I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, the PF Chang's one is pretty good.
PF Chang's, yeah.
Now serving Brenda. I mean, that's great stuff.
All right, what do we got? Picks.
All right. Okay.
I have Walter's birthday party to get to. Okay, enough of you people.
Yeah, we're running a little late here. 4:49.
I mean, those guys just think that they can just waltz right in here.
Yeah, so I'm not going to take a ton of time here.
No, it's fine.
We're taking a little bit of a drop off from last week.
What does that mean?
To be totally honest with you, card value.
Oh Jesus, yes.
Card wise,
a little bit.
We did get a new poster. A lot of it.
Yeah.
They took the edit from Fazeev and they put in.
It's the exact same format, right?
It's the exact same colors, everything. They just put in Johnny Walker and So looks good though.
I mean. Yeah. I mean, it's better than the Naaman Gracie Logan Storley one.
Yeah, not much going on there.
Yeah.
I'm kind of blinded by the Gracie name, especially after reading Hicks and Gracie's
book.
You
read it. Did you finish it?
Yeah, I finished it. Great book.
Did you get Blood in the Cage?
No, I still need to get that. I'm still reading the Tiger book. It's like 500 pages.
Oh, jeez.
All right, let's get to the pick here. All right, I got 4 singles for you. We'll start it off. Ann Halager Strader. I'm going to take this one. Does not go the distance. I think it's the curtain jerker. I think it's the first one on the card. Also, if you notice, I'm going lighter on the units than I did last week. I'm not as confident in this card. It's a little bit harder to call, but I was just going back and watching these guys' fights. They come out with aggression, should stay almost entirely on the feet. Both have a decent amount of power in their hands, even though they're bantamweights. They can put people out, but they've also been put out. They can hit well. Ann Halager, 14 of his 16 pro fights have not gone the distance. Strader, 6 of his 7 had ended early, including 4 first-round finishes. I mentioned it's bantamweights, but I just don't see this one going the distance, so I will take it at minus 150.
All right.
Next up, I will take David Onama. A lot of people on David Onama this week, actually, but I thought he looked great in his UFC debut, short notice fight against Mason Jones. Holds a lot of power in his hands, pretty crisp boxing, mixes in the kicks well. Seems to be pretty durable, constantly moving forward. He does struggle getting taken down, but I just don't think Benitez really poses that threat against them. I think this one pretty much just stays standing the entire time. I think it's going to be a really fun fight. Benitez, he's going to have the experience advantage in this one, but we've kind of seen him struggling lately. Dropped 3 of his last 4, 4 and 5 in his last 9. I think Onama is going to use the height advantage. He's going to use the reach advantage. Now training at Glory with James Krause as well. I think that might be able to help him. And I think he's just going to have the advantage on the feet. I think he's going to be able to get this one done either by outpointing him for a decision or maybe even getting a knockout.
Look at you.
Yeah. Next up, I'll lay some juice with Kyle Dawkins. I usually don't play singles this this wide, but I didn't really feel too confident in a parlay piece with it, so I'm going to ride it single over Jamie Pickett. I thought he looked really impressive against Kevin Holland. I know it ended in a DQ, but I think he's just continuing to get better and better each fight that he comes out, and I still question Jamie Pickett. Like, he's won 2 straight, but it was against Staropoli and Joseph Holmes, not that impressive in him. And I think this is just a step up where he's going to find himself back in the L column. I just think Dawkins is going to have the clear advantage in grappling exchanges, and I honestly think I would probably give him the striking advantage as well. Jamie Pickett, he's been outstruck in 5 of his 7 UFC fights, and he has never landed more than 50 significant strikes in the UFC. So I just think Dawkins might have the advantage wherever this fight goes, and I think he'll be able to get this one done.
Hopefully his brother can then get it done next month.
That would be fantastic. Dawkins Brothers 2022 taking over.
Yes.
This one is also moved. I think he's at like -250, -260 now. Lastly, on the singles, I will take Jamal Hill, and I will take him inside the distance at -145. I'm not going to get fooled. Just like I said last week with the Bobby Green thing, I knew he would move back to decisions. I think that Raging Al fight where he got the knockout was an anomaly. And I won't be fooled this week with Johnny Walker thinking that he's some 5-round decision fighter now. I just do not see this one going 5 rounds. Whoever wins it, I think it's going to be by knockout. And I just, if Johnny Walker for some reason comes out with that timid, game plan like he did against Thiago Santos, I just don't think that'll fly for Jamal Hill. I think he'll end up bringing aggression and bring the fight to Johnny Walker. And I do think that Hill gets the win here. I think he's going to have the speed edge. I think he's going to put out way more volume. Like I said, Walker, he's looked a little timid lately. And he's got kind of a susceptible chin, man. He got put out by Corey Anderson. He got rocked a few times by Ryan Spann before Ryan Spann kind of gave up that fight to him, getting in a really bad position, getting the elbows rained down on his head. And if he does drop that Spann fight, then he's lost 4 straight fights. So I think Hill's going to catch him here at some point over the 5 rounds and be able to put him out and get the win inside the distance.
Big fight, big opportunity for Jamal Hill. Now the main event.
Yeah, sweet dreams.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So those are the singles, 4 singles there. I actually don't even have a recap graphic for the singles, but that's fine. Everybody saw them. And then I have 2 parlays for you.
Yes.
We'll hit them quickly. First one, Jonathan Pierce. Wow, I got the odds wrong on the graphic.
Wow.
I'm actually taking Jonathan Pierce at -340. He's going against Christian Rodriguez. I think Christian Rodriguez is actually a stud. He's an undefeated prospect. I think he will end up getting wins in the UFC, but this is just a tough debut for him. Striker versus wrestler. Pierce constantly goes for takedowns, landed 15 in his 3 UFC wins so far. He's got a really strong ground game, so I'm just going to take the more experienced fighter, who is a wrestler in this one, over the boxing striker in Christian Rodriguez. And then second one, Parker Porter, not -400. I'm actually taking him at -250. Can't believe I'm laying this much chalk with Parker Porter, but it's another similarity to last week. I laid chalk with Carlos Olberg against New York Rick's Will, but I did do that. I did that because he was going against Fabio Charant. I'm laying the chalk with Porter here because he's fighting Alan Badeau. It says he's 8-2 on his record, but he's actually on a 3-fight losing streak. He got finished by Nascimento, but then he tested positive for Ritalin, so it was a no contest. He got crushed by Tom Aspinall. And then Todd Stout, TKO 47 in your very own Montreal, got dominated, finished in the 3rd round. Stout tests positive for marijuana.
Oh, my.
Test positive for the trees. Instead of a DQ, they give Badeau the win. I really don't even know why. So yeah, he gets finished, gets to make his UFC debut, obviously gets finished there. He's got 7 real wins on his record. 1 of those wins is against the fighter that's over 500, and he was 16-11. The combined record for all of them are 42-64. So he's really just crushing cans. He's actually 7-4. All of his losses coming by knockout. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to trust Parker Porter with the chalk at -250.
I just love his name.
I mean, it's great. And he's fighting out of New Britain, Connecticut. I know a thing or two.
That's right.
About hard-hitting New Britain.
That's right. Great pizza, right? Never had it.
It's New Haven.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
New Britain. And the last parlay here, the prop parlay, we've been finding a lot of success with these. Hill Walker, already talked about that. Don't think it's going the distance. Buckley Al Hassan. I mean, this is going to be a sick fight. All 5 of Buckley's UFC fights have ended in KO, win or loss. Al Hassan, 6 of his 9 have ended in KO, win or lose. The 3 that went to a decision, it was all against wrestlers. That ain't happening here. No one's going for a takedown. It's going to be a striking affair. I think someone's going to get put out. That one pays out at -140.
All right.
There it is.
Bellator?
UFC Fight Night. Oh, I got Bellator picks, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to... I'll just post those.
You're not doing it. Give us the main event.
I'm going with Gracie, man. I'm seduced by the name after reading the book. Like it's everyone says that the Nurmagomedov names gets like the huge boost on the odds. I'm getting that with Gracie.
Are you doing Knucklemania?
I'm thinking about throwing Mike Perry in a parlay.
Wow.
I got a wild PFL Bellator cross parlay. I might have to just throw Mike Perry in there as well.
PFL as in PFL Challenger Series?
Yeah.
Josh Silveira?
He's in the parlay at minus 550.
The son of Conan Silveira?
Justin Montalvo's a guy. Someone hit me up on Twitter that
I like the Challenger Series. I think it's good that they're doing this.
Well, Justin Montalvo, he's fighting in Bellator. Some guy hit me up on Twitter telling me how legit he is. He was at the bus thing when McGregor threw the dolly through the bus, but
he was?
Yeah, Justin Montalvo. I don't know. There's hype.
He was Irish?
No, I don't think he is Irish. I don't know enough about him, but someone told me that on Twitter.
All right.
That's like his best friend. So,
oh, he's actually his best friend?
Yeah.
Well, then you can't really take his word for it. No, he's biased. He's trying to steer you wrong.
Well, he told me if I lose my bet, he'll pay me back. So,
oh, that's a good deal. I would take it.
Taylor Johnson, that's another single I'm taking on PFL Challenger Series. I mean,
you know
we're
more about
in.
MMA than I do at this point.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, I just want to say, I mean, you're still going to be watching because it's President's Day weekend, right? I don't know how big is that a big deal in your house?
No.
You saw okay.
Are you going to be watching, even though it's President's weekend?
No, it's a big weekend in my house. A lot of celebrations. What is President's Day anyway? Like, what are we celebrating?
They lumped a bunch of presidents' birthdays together.
They just so happen to be around each other?
They were like close enough that they
wow.
were like,
So we're just celebrating all the presidents?
Exactly.
But this is select presidents. Who is it? George Washington and Abe Lincoln?
The OGs.
Yeah. But we have a show on Monday, even though it's President's Day here, right?
Is that true?
Yep.
Well, you didn't know?
Show, no show.
Yeah, what is
going
it?
back and forth. I'm just waiting until Sunday night to find out.
Okay.
You got to get the decorations for President's Day.
Yeah.
We'll have something. Yeah, maybe I'll rock a top hat and a beard.
Shave your mustache.
Mysterious Frank can come up behind me,
shoot you.
Yeah, do the execution.
Right.
It's 150 years long enough to where we can joke about it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
so either.
We're done.
Bad taste.
All right. Well, good luck. I'm going to answer a few more questions here because I feel bad that I left so many on the table. Were you hoping? I don't believe you.
I mean, Walter can wait.
Yeah, Walter can wait. Let me go rapid fire here, and I'll answer some of these. What's the holdup with Diaz Poirier? Diaz's contract, still nothing moving. I suspect they'll re-sign. And maybe we see him in the summer. But listen, when the UFC wants to get something done, they get it done. Until they need to get something done, they don't get it done. And right now, they don't need to get it done because they've got their cards filled up. I suspect come the summer, they'll get it done. I'm looking for shorter ones here. I just wanted to shout out Derek Brunson's team for throwing in the towel. Normalize the towel. Respect. Why not? What's up, Ariel? Just want to first off, thank you for always giving us great content. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the show today. I'm a carpenter and I build movie sets, mostly for Disney Marvel. So if you ever want some behind the scenes pics of sets, I got you. Cool. What about Suicide Squad? I'm hoping to one day find out what went down in Houston. I want the story of you being Thug Nose. Hell, I even paid money to subscribe to hopefully one day hear your story. You're the effing man. I appreciate all you do. P.S. I worked on Suicide Squad and I have great pics. What the hell? He actually says Suicide Squad here. That is nuts.
How long ago was the question posted?
5 hours, but it says edited 50 minutes ago. So there you go. Maybe I shouldn't have been so excited. Very nice of him, though. One day I'll share Houston. Longtime listener, first time writing into a question. Love your content. Do you think Derek Brunson was hit with something that dazed him in the second round? I think he did get tired, and I think Cannonier hits really hard. What's one aspect of wrestling that you wish the UFC would implement that they haven't already? P.S. Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you. Letting people be themselves, characters. Look at that guy who was just in here. He's a character. He's able to branch out despite the restrictions. That's a big thing. So just let them be themselves. Another question about Diaz Poirier. P.S. Love your interviews with Oakley, Steve-O, Kendra Luss. Thank you. It would be cool if you got Charlize Theron, who's a big UFC fan. That would be a tough one. Tomorrow's is going to be a lot of fun. Stay tuned. You're the best. It's in. Heard rumblings of Nick Maximov having a quick turnaround. Yeah, I heard that too, but I don't know against who. Any update on Michael Johnson? None. Sorry. Hope you're well, Ariel. Work in local TV as a news producer, but over the last few years, I've been drained from everything going on, only to find my passion lies with MMA. Starting a podcast, respect. How do I navigate the minefield to stay driven for the remainder of my contract? You just gotta, if you have a passion, if you see an end goal, a vision, keep at it. Just keep at it, my man. Reach out to people. Nothing more exciting than having like a goal and a dream and something that really gets you motivated. So keep at it. 2022 gave me hope that the MMA landscape would have its 1996 WCW or 2019 AEW moments. With Izzy resigning, is it now safe to say our dream for a robust alternative will again be delayed? That was never going to happen. And I told you there's a very good chance they would all resign. I told you that. Do you think you and others were too hard on Ronda Rousey and underestimated how hard she took her 2 losses? How are we hard on her? I find that the MMA media is actually media. Don't confuse the media and the fans. Don't confuse the media and the toxic fans on social media. The media was never unfair. The legit media, the MMA media, never unfair to Ronda Rousey. You lost the fight. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. No one thinks less of you. No one thinks less of Izzy because he lost to Jan. No one thinks less of Whittaker because he lost to Izzy. No one thinks less of Brunson because he lost the fight. That's it. Now, I understand there's a lot that goes into it, but no one said that she was and never was. No one said that she was a joke. No one said, the problem is a lot of people confuse the internet for the media, and we're not the same. Now, a lot of us work in the media, on the internet, but don't confuse like the toxic fans for the media. You can't do that. It's not right. Take out your crystal ball and predict who headlines International Fight Week. Golly. Tough. I don't think Connor. Usman Edwards? Maybe. Izzy. What do you remember about the day your first child was born? Holy smokes. I remember a lot. It was a Monday. I remember they were putting the big pointy thing at the top of the Freedom Tower, and I was looking at it on TV. It was on CNN, and it was 1776 feet. I remember that we got to the hospital in the morning, and they said that it was too early, so we went to like a diner, a Greek diner, to have breakfast, and my wife was very uncomfortable. I had an omelet, and it was very dry. I remember that my son was born in the early afternoon and my sister was there. And when I went outside to tell her that I was a father of a son, I started crying because I didn't know the sex. We never knew the sex for any of our kids beforehand. I also remember that night the Knicks played the Heat in the playoffs and Amari Stoudemire broke the glass in the locker room or in the hallway in the locker room and cut his hand. And then was out. Do you guys remember that? That was crazy. So I remember all those things, and I'll never forget it. And I remember the following week, and I remember watching a Bellator event on the Friday night. So my son was born April 30th, so it was like now early May, and it was beautiful outside. We were living in Brooklyn, and the windows were open. I was watching Bellator on a Friday, I think on Spike it was, and my son was sleeping in the bassinet, and I was folding laundry. And I remember just thinking, like, this is the dream. I am so happy and living the dream. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I'm living in Brooklyn. We just had a baby boy, and I'm watching MMA and I'm folding laundry. It was amazing. I remember Derrick Rose tore his ACL like 2 days before he was born, and the last movie we watched was the Bob Marley documentary with the great line that I always like to reference when he says, when the interviewer asks him about possessions, how many possessions? Are you a rich man? And he goes, what does rich mean? Is it the possessions that you have? Does that make you a rich man? And then he said, yeah, something like that. And then Bob said, like, possessions don't make you rich. Life makes you rich. And I am rich, or something like that. Do you guys remember that? It was great. Anyone remember that? Any news on Darren Till? No. Can you get Paddy the Batty on? I would love to, but maybe. Not up to me. Who are some of your favorite reporters, journalists outside of MMA? Oh man, that is a tough one. Golly. That is a really tough one. I mean, I listen to a lot of podcasts. Stephen Brunn is my favorite sports journalist ever. He's Canadian. I just love him. I love Lebitard. Chris Herring does a great job. Mannix does a great job with the NBA and a little bit of boxing. Pablo Torre I love. Mina Kimes I love. I love a lot of the Bills guys. I mentioned Matt Perino, who does Bills stuff back in the day. He did UFC back in the day. John Pollock and Wei Ting I love in wrestling. There's a lot of people. Alan Hahn I think is great. Jim Rome is the man. Ryan Russillo does a great job. I'm looking at some of my podcasts here. Oh, Jeff Marek is the man. Elliot Friedman is tremendous, hockey reporter for Sportsnet. So those are some of the names that come to mind. Okay, just a couple more here. What would your song track be to walk out to the octagon if you were an Ultimate Fighter? It would definitely be Hit 'Em Up. Also, hey Frank. Hello. Will you do a Shui Vasa on air? I guess, but I feel like a lot of people have done that, and like, what am I? One thing I've always loved about sports is how it brings people together. I want to ask you, as a Jewish person, who's your favorite Jewish sports person? Got to be Sandy Koufax, right? He sat out the World Series for Yom Kippur. Forgive my ignorance, but I thought you were banned from UFC press conferences. Hell no. Who told you that? Lies. Clickbait. What do you think about Michael Chandler's negative comments about the main events? I didn't see him. Happy birthday to Walter and good afternoon, Ariel. With the inclusion of 2 guests in studio, I have to ask, why do you not have GC and New York Rick in studio? It's cooler back there. I like it better. I don't know. I just like it. Hey, we do have an update on someone who I said to New York Rick who didn't want to come on the show. Now is coming on the show. That'll be on Monday, so stay tuned. Apropos of your crushing headaches, are you allergic to pineapple? Maybe you have a food allergy that has manifested later in life. Wow, that's a great question. I do have a little bit of pineapple before the show. Weird, but I don't think so. That is a great question, though. I should look into it. As a Knicks fan, I don't recall you riding the Linsanity trade. Of course I was. Are you kidding? I was in Nebraska when he hit that shot over the Raptors. I was freaking out. It was amazing. Yes, actually, my wife was pregnant. Laker game. I remember staying at home on a Friday night to watch it and not go to the game with my friend Kevin Wang because she was very pregnant at the time. So yes, and I remember landing in Japan for UFC 144, and that was when they played the Heat in that game where it all kind of came crashing down. So yeah, man, it was amazing. I actually bought a Lynn jersey for my son when he was born later that year, 2012. And I was so excited that my son was wearing a Knicks jersey. I took a picture as he was wearing it. He was literally like 5 days old, and my wife was breastfeeding him. And I was like, oh, let me take a picture. He's wearing the jersey. I'm like, that's my son. He's wearing a jersey. And I didn't realize that she was exposed. And I sent it to all my friends. And they're like, do you realize? No, I didn't. She didn't really care, but I was very embarrassed. I was so fixated on the jersey that I didn't realize that she was exposed. Do you understand how big of an error that was on my part? It was a big error. Okay, last one. Namaste, Ariel. Oh, this is too long. Which promotion do you think will grow the most in the next 5 years? Bellator, PFL 1, EFC, or WFL? Dang. I'll say Bellator is still around. If all fighters were fair game, regardless of promotion, what do you think is the biggest women's MMA fight to make right now? If it was the headline of UFC 272, how many pay-per-views do you think it would do? The biggest women's fight that you can make right this second? Man, I would have said Valentina versus Amanda, but no more. Then you could say Amanda versus Kayla, but not right now. I mean, I guess the biggest that you can make right now is probably Amanda versus Juliana just for the story, but I think Kayla versus Chris is interesting. I don't know if it's as big because it's on the UFC platform, but it's funny because women's MMA has never been better, but I don't know if there's that one big money fight right now. Rose versus Valentina. I really want to see Kayla versus Chris. That's the fight that I'm most interested in. I really want to see that. I think we'll get a lot of questions answered about both of them. Obviously, Chris has done enough and has accomplished enough, but with Kayla, it would be fascinating. All right, we're out of time. Thank you so much to everyone who sent in questions. What a fun day. Thanks to the team in the back, but it is time to go. We've gone way over time here. So Frank, you can hit my music. Thank you to DraftKings. Thank you to the production team for all their help. Bringing in 2 in-studio guests in this day and age in New York isn't easy, but we got it done. Enjoy your President's Day weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Love today's show. Jessica Rose Clark was great. What a great story. I wish her the best on Saturday against Stephanie Egger. Ciryl Gane was so great. Oh my gosh. I want to bathe in whatever Ciryl Gane is bathing in. What a legend. That was tremendous stuff. And thank you very much to Casey O'Neill as well. Congratulations to her on the big win. Of course, thank you very much to Tim Simpson for coming in. I thought that was a really interesting look at the MMA business and a look at one of the major players in this business. Believe it or not, under 30, crazy. Blows my mind that he's that. I didn't realize he was that young. Major players who doesn't do a lot of media, which is kind of refreshing. I appreciate that. And I appreciate him answering some questions. And of course, thank you very much to Israel Adesanya for coming in. And yes, I won't pronounce the Adesanya so much, but I'm just trying to get the point across that it's not Adesanya, it's Adesanya. You get what I'm saying? Shout out to Claire for saying it the right way. He said it, not me. Shout out. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate all of you who have tuned in. I appreciate all of you who have written in. Thank you very much for all the questions. I love you all. I love doing this, but it is time to go. Great fights this weekend. Watch them, enjoy them. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, we say peace.